आर के तहत ये कहा गया था कि 5 साल का एक प्रैक्टिसिंग मुस्लिम ही वक्फ कर सकता है, उसको भी कोर्ट ने स्पेसिफिकली स्टे कर दिया है।
तो ओवरऑल इस इंटरिम ऑर्डर को आप लोग किस तरह से देखते हैं, कितनी राहत की बात है?
ओवरऑल मैं ये समझता हूँ कि ये काफ़ी अच्छा ऑर्डर है। एक वक्फ बाय यूज़र के सिलसिले में जो काफ़ी कंसर्न था कम्युनिटी का, उसके बारे में भी कोर्ट ने कुछ कहा है और उसको हम पढ़ेंगे, लेकिन ओवरऑल वैसे देखा जाए तो वो अच्छा ऑर्डर है, हम इसको काफ़ी वेलकम करते हैं।
इन इंग्लिश, इफ यू कैन ब्रीफली टेल अस व्हाट इज योर रिस्पांस टू द इंटरिम ऑर्डर व्हिच हैज बीन प्रोनाउंस्ड राइट नाउ?
See, we consider that today's order on Waqf Amendment Act is reasonably good. All the issues except one issue which relate to waqf-by-user, all the issues have been addressed by the Honorable Supreme Court, and most of them have been stayed. Number one, that the requirement of somebody being practicing Muslim of 5 years, that has been stayed. The Waqf Council's composition, where the number of non-Muslim members were vague, that has been limited to 4. Similarly, Waqf Board has been limited to 3. As far as collector's power is concerned, that during the pendency of the dispute so created by the government, the collector will record entry in the revenue record saying that this is not Waqf property till the time it is decided by the appropriate authorities or judicial forum. The court has said that this violates the doctrine of separation of power. So that has been specifically stated and said that no revenue record shall be altered, and till the time final decision is taken, no third party right shall be created. So these are the interim directions at this stage. Oh, we understand this is a good order. We'll read about waqf by user and then we'll respond about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
बड़ी हद तक हमारी बात मान ली गई है। देखिए, वक्फ बाय यूजर पे
बहुत अच्छा फैसला है और सरकार की साजिश और सरकार की मंशा पर माननीय उच्चतम न्यायालय ने बड़े पैमाने पर रोक लगा दी है, अंकुश लगा दी है। तो पूरे देश में अपनी ज़मीनें दान करने वाले लोग, धार्मिक कामों के लिए, सामाजिक कामों के लिए, जिनको ये डर था कि सरकार उनकी ज़मीनें लूटने की कोशिश करेगी, फौरी तौर पर उनको बहुत बड़ी राहत मिली है।
The court said that we are not pronouncing it the whole judgment. They have said it's a long judgment, we'll have to read. But जितना अभी तक बताया है उसमें थोड़ा सा हमें डिसअपॉइंटमेंट इसका है कि रजिस्ट्रेशन वाला स्टे नहीं किया, लेकिन उसमें टाइम लिमिट बढ़ा दी गई है। तो हमें उम्मीद है कि अभी हम जब पढ़ेंगे तो उसमें और भी चीज़ों पे हमारे सामने जाहिर होगा कि इसमें क्या क्या है इस ऑर्डर में।
प्रैक्टिसिंग मुस्लिम वाला जो प्रावधान था उस पे क्या था?
उस पे स्टे कर दिया गया है।
और
नॉट द कंप्लीट एक्ट, सर्टेन प्रोविजंस हैव बीन स्टेड। नॉन मुस्लिम मेंबर्स पे ये कहा है कि उसमें आपके बोर्ड में 3 से ज़्यादा नहीं रह सकते और उसमें सेक्शन 9 के हिसाब से 4 से ज़्यादा नहीं रह सकते नॉन मुस्लिम में। काफ़ी हद तक बैलेंस्ड ऑर्डर है जहाँ तक हमें लग रहा है। अभी हमें इसे डिटेल में पढ़ना पड़ेगा, तब हमें ज़्यादा बेहतर आइडिया होगा।
All right, let's go straight across to Nupur, who's joining us from the Apex Court, was part of these proceedings. She was inside the court. Nupur, these provisions had been contentious, which is why a bunch of petitions were filed. Now, several of these provisions have been stayed. We got these reactions also from lawyers from both sides. But take us through the big takeaways, if you could break this down for us, and how much of a relief it is as far as the petitioners are concerned.
Well, first of all, there is a big relief for the petitioners because the Supreme Court has given a partial interim stay on the provisions of the Waqf Amendment Act, but these particular provisions prevent things to change from ground. So first of all, first provision that the Supreme Court today stayed was the bar that someone has to be a practicing Muslim for at least 5 years before they create a Waqf. So this is one of the key contentious provisions that was challenged challenged by the petitioners as non-secular and discriminatory. Today the Supreme Court had given an interim stay on this. Second provision that the Supreme Court has stated is the power of collector to denotify a waqf property. Now remember, this entire dispute was the major contention was that how can a collector denotify a waqf property if it is not registered, even if it is just a waqf-by-user property? How can just a collector adjudicate upon it? This is a court's authority. So the Supreme Court seems to have agreed with this argument that a collector cannot adjudicate whether a waqf-by-user property is on a government land or not, and should it be denotified or not. Now, to denotify a waqf-by-user property or any waqf property, it has to go through a proper tribunal, proper procedure that is there in this new act. So this is in fact a big win for the petitioners who were claiming that large number of waqf-by-user properties will be denotified by collectors and they will not have time to reach to the court, and a huge loss will be done till the time they fight their battles in court. Third provision that the Supreme Court has stated is about the inclusion of non-Muslim members in Waqf Board and Waqf Councils. Now, Waqf Board and Waqf Council, remember, has several members and ex-officio members. Now, the Supreme Court has said that the government should try, that the authority should try that the ex-officio members should be Muslims. They should be as far as they should be Muslim. That these are generally mostly the ministers or who become ex-officio members in the state councils and Waqf Board. So now they have also set a limit that how many members of the council and board can be Muslim. That is 3 and 4 respectively. That is in Waqf Board there can be 3 and in Waqf Council there can be 4. So now these are major relief to the petitioner. They were seeking an interim stay on these critical provisions, and the Supreme Court has granted this interim stay for now. But remember, this is not the final verdict. The final verdict will be out after the Supreme Court is done hearing complete arguments and which could take around 8 months to 1 year.
Right, Nupur, as you've been pointing out, this is obviously not the final judgment. In fact, directives have been issued as far as some of these provisions have been concerned. But Nupur, since you were part of the court proceedings, were any constitutional concerns raised by the court in terms of observations like, say, a violation of religious freedom or property rights?
Well, first of all, the complete verdict was not pronounced today orally by the court. We are telling you what we have heard. Ultimately, what the observations are made by the court will come out in the written order that we can expect by the evening from the Supreme Court, and we can expect more details that what will be the impact of this interim order from that. Secondly, the court first of all, the court has today made this observation that a stay on a bill that has been on an act that has been duly passed by both houses of the parliament, there is an assumed factor of constitutionality in it, and that's what the centre was also saying. The Supreme Court said that it is only in rarest of the rare cases that they go ahead and give interim stay on such acts, and that's why the Supreme Court has not completely stayed the entire act but has stayed key provisions of this act, and which makes it a rare case truly.
Right. And also, Nupur, if you could clarify the controversy around waqf-by-user and why there was concerns as far as denotifying such properties are concerned. We believe power of collector has been stayed. So if you can take us through that particular provision, waqf-by-user.
Well, see, waqf-by-user is a property that is not registered but became waqf as the user had donated it as it's basically the property that is not registered, be it for example, a madrasa that was orally donated to the waqf and there was no registration on the paper, or a graveyard. So these properties can be waqf-by-user property. Now, there was this contention. The Supreme Court was told that there are several such property across the country which may not be registered as waqf property but are functioning as madrasas or graveyards or any other of waqf for that matter. But this new act had given powers to the collector to ascertain whether the waqf-by-user property or any waqf property is built on a government land, and it gave the powers to the collector to denotify it. Now the Supreme Court has stayed this power of the collector, and the Supreme Court said that if there is a property, waqf-by-user property or any waqf property in dispute, it will have to go through the proper tribunal channel. It will have to be fought at the tribunal level, and collector cannot just go ahead and say I am denotifying this property because I feel that this is built on the government land.
Right, Nupur, thank you for breaking that down for us. But if you could also take us through the inclusion of non-Muslims in Waqf Board Council, which has also been stayed. So if you can tell us, what did the court say as far as the inclusion of Muslims that are concerned? Is there a proportion that has been said? How many members will be there? And what proportion will be Muslims? And will there be any sort of allowances as far as non-Muslims are concerned in terms of the numbers? If you can break down that provision also and how that has been stated and what does that actually involve?
See, first of all, the main arguments by the petitioners when it comes to inclusion of non-Muslim members in this Waqf Amendment Act or in the Waqf Board and Council was that if we include, make the non-Muslims or give them majority in the Waqf Board and Council, this could be against the principle of secularism. As in other religions, there is no such practice where people from other religions are allowed a majority voice or allowed a major say. So now today the Supreme Court has said, okay, they have told the center that look, if you are including non-Muslim members in Waqf Board and Council, it should be limited to 3 in Waqf Board and 4 in Waqf Council, and you have to make sure that ex officio members, that is maybe the positions that are reserved for ministers or other government functionaries, official government functionaries that are reserved in Waqf Board and Waqf Council, they should not be non-Muslim. So this will ensure that there is not a majority or a major say of non-Muslims in the Waqf Board and Councils.
All right, thank you for getting us all of those important details. We'll keep coming back to you, Nupur. We're also joined by Sudhakar Singh, who's an MP from the RJD. Mr. Singh, what are your takeaways as far as Supreme Court giving partial interim stay on provisions of Waqf Amendment Act is concerned? This is seen as a victory as far as many of the petitioners are concerned and a setback for the centre.
देखिए, यह विजय का सवाल नहीं है। भारत में संविधान की रक्षा हुई है और हम लोगों ने मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट के तौर पे मैं बहस में भाग लिया था। उस समय मेरा ही सवाल था सरकार से कि क्या कोई संसद 2 तरह का कानून बना सकती है, हिंदू के लिए अलग और मुस्लिम्स के लिए अलग? ऐसा नहीं हो सकता। कानून का फंडामेंटली एक ही तरीका है कि हर धर्म अपने आप में स्वतंत्र है। अगर हिंदू के लिए ट्रस्ट बनेगा तो उसमें हिंदू के ही मेंबर रहेंगे, मुस्लिम के लिए ट्रस्ट बनेगा तो मुस्लिम ही मेंबर रहेंगे। यह हम लोग का प्राइमरी आर्गुमेंट था उस मामले में, जो माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने उस बात को देखा है। दूसरा विषय ये है कि जब भी जो राजा रहा हो, हिंदू राजा रहे वो मुस्लिमों के लिए भी दान दिया, मुस्लिम राजा रहे वो हिंदुओं को भी दान दिए। इसमें प्रतिबंध लगा रहे थे कि आप गैर धर्म से चंदा नहीं ले सकते, दान नहीं ले सकते या दे सकते हैं। ये अपने आप में आश्चर्यजनक था। आस्थाओं के आधार पे लोग चंदा देते ही हैं, लोग मंदिरों को, मस्जिदों को, जो भी कभी जो ईसाई धर्म के पालन करने वाले उनको भी हम लोग चंदा देते हैं। तो चंदा देना और लेना रोकने का क्या प्रावधान करना था कानून में? यह भी एक गलत प्रावधान था। और एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण था प्रैक्टिसिंग हिंदू, प्रैक्टिसिंग मुस्लिम। ये हम हिंदू हैं, ये कैसे कोई बता सकता है कि हम प्रैक्टिसिंग हिंदू हैं कि नहीं? उसी तरह से प्रैक्टिसिंग मुस्लिम ये कोई शब्द नहीं है, ये कहीं होता नहीं। आस्थाओं के आधार पे ही लोग अपने धर्म का चयन करते हैं और इसमें कह रहे हैं कि ये कानून इनके यहाँ रजिस्ट्रेशन करना होगा कि हम हिंदू हैं, हम मुस्लिम हैं, हम ईसाई हैं। ऐसा तो मैं पहली बार सुन रहा था और ये पार्लियामेंट से इस तरह का गैर कानूनी कानून बने, यह उम्मीद नहीं थी। बहुमत के आड़ में आप ऐसा कानून नहीं बना सकते जो दूसरे धर्मों को प्रभावित करता हो। माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट का फैसला बहुत ऐतिहासिक है और भारत का संविधान अक्षुण्ण रहा, इसके लिए बहुत बधाई है।
Mr. Singh, you're calling this a historic verdict. Of course, this is not the final verdict. That's what our Apex Court reporter has also told us. But ये जो current provisions, जो वक्फ Amendment Act के जो provisions थे, वो discriminatory and unconstitutional है. This is what the petitioners had said before the court. Do you think finally there is a balanced approach as far as the Supreme Court is concerned? Some sort of, balanced approach has been given to the provisions of the Waqf Amendment Act goes?
ये बैलेंस अप्रोच नहीं है, ये एकदम डायरेक्ट अप्रोच है। यही होना ही चाहिए फंडामेंटली कि हर धर्म अपने आप में स्वतंत्र है और उसकी स्वतंत्रता किसी कानून से बाधित नहीं किया जा सकता। यह केशवानंद भारती बनाम केरल सरकार के जो जजमेंट थे 1971-73 के, वो साफ कहता है कि पार्लियामेंट कानून बना सकता, लेकिन संविधान से ऊपर नहीं है पार्लियामेंट। पार्लियामेंट को कोई भी कानून बनाएगा वो संविधान के दायरे में बनाएगा। यहाँ संविधान का मूल भावना टूट रहा था। माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इस बात को हिफाजत किया है, इसीलिए बहुत सुप्रीम कोर्ट को बधाई है इस मामले में।
All right, thank you, Mr. Singh, for giving your perspective on this. Of course, this is certainly a historic verdict, as he's been pointing out. Several feel that some sort of relief as far as petitioners are concerned. Let me go back to Nupur. Nupur, as far as this interim stay is concerned or the hearing goes, we believe that the hearing went on after these bunch of petitions were filed for 3 days. Take us through the arguments that you saw inside the court as part of the proceedings that happened after these interim petitions were filed from both sides.
Well, first of all, the main argument that was put forth by most of the petitioners, that includes majority of opposition political parties in the top court, was that this is essentially a discriminatory and law and goes against the fundamental rights of secularism guaranteed under the Constitution of India. They majorly argued that it is the Indian Constitution provides this power to religions to adjudicate upon their own matters, and adding non-Muslims to Waqf board and council, increasing the number of non-Muslim in the Waqf board and council impacts the rights of Muslims. Secondly, they also argued against this particular bar on Muslims that are for donating a Waqf property. That is, a person has to be a practicing Muslim for at least 5 years to create a Waqf property. This was also argued as a non-secular provision by the petitioners. The government, on the other hand, had also made its fair share of arguments. First, the government has said that it is a law that is duly passed by both the houses of the parliament and has a presumption of constitutionality. Thus, it should not be given an interim stay and it should be heard before there should be any stay on it. However, this argument is today now completely rejected by the court, as the court has granted a partial stay on the Waqf Amendment Act. Secondly, the secular argument, the Supreme Court has sided with the petitioners again. That is, it has now stayed this particular provision which put a bar on a practicing Muslim, that he has to be a practicing Muslim for 5 years before he donates a property. So this has been stayed. Thirdly, the important provision that has been stayed, that is, the Supreme Court has put a bar on the number of non-Muslim members that can be included in Waqf Council and Waqf Board, and has also said that the ex-officio members should also be Muslim in the Waqf Board and Amendment. This Board and Council, this ensures a kind of majority to the Muslims in Waqf Board and Waqf Council, making them responsible for calling shots of their own religious administration, as they had argued. Now, the Supreme Court, remember, while hearing the arguments of the centre, had also agreed that there is vast misuse of this particular waqf law, whereby several people encroach on government land, and the Supreme Court has also acknowledged that there was a need of reform when it comes to waqf property and how they are administered. But the Supreme Court today did not seem to agree with the centre's approach, and that's why it has stayed several key provisions before it completes hearing the arguments completely.
All right, Nupur, if I may also ask you, until the final judgment is delivered, what is the legal status as far as waqf properties and board appointments are concerned? What does this partial stay sort of mean for the ongoing waqf property disputes or denotification cases in various states? So what next until the final verdict is delivered?
Well, the main point that is stated today is that the denotification of waqf-by-user property by collectors. So this does not mean that a waqf property cannot be denotified, but the power of collector has been stated. That is, if a property is in dispute, that it is built on the government land, or there is doubt about its registration, it is not registered, it is just a waqf-by-user, then it will have to go through a proper tribunal. Proper hearings will have to be take place before it can be denotified, and there has to be a proof in the court. That is, there will be a hearing in the court. So basically, the main provision, that is the power of the collector, is stated. So that means just because a property is waqf by user and it is not registered, that does not mean it can be denotified by the collector. It will be given due hearing by the court. So this is in fact a big development when it comes to the status of waqf by user property. That means it can still change on ground, but it will go through a proper legal procedure in the tribunals and not left at the whims of the collector, as the petitioners had argued.
All right, so collectors' powers will be limited. Of course, it has to go through proper procedures and protocols have to be followed, is what this means. And also, if you can take us through Centre's arguments over those 3 days, Nupur. In fact, the Centre had said it is necessary, these provisions are necessary to bring accountability and transparency as far as the waqf properties are concerned.
Well, yes, the Centre had in fact given a lengthy argument, and it has also gone on to the extent of saying that waqf in itself is not a religious concept. It goes beyond that, and that's why this Amendment Act does not violate any fundamental right when it comes to principle of secularism. It said that no other religion in the country enjoys such kind of arrangement as enjoyed by the Muslims under the Waqf Act. So this was the main argument by the government, that it had said that it is not a question of religion but a question of property and its administration, which the government has the right to intervene into. Secondly,
डिमांड फुलफिल हुई है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी काफ़ी रिलीफ कोर्ट ने दी है, उसको हम लोग वेलकम करते हैं और हम लोग ये उम्मीद करते हैं कि जब इंशाल्लाह फाइनल फ़ैसला आएगा तो उसमें कंप्लीट रिलीफ हासिल होगी। और मिसाल के तौर पे जो किसी भी प्रॉपर्टी को वक्फ करने के लिए जो मुसलमान 5 ईयर प्रैक्टिसिंग मुस्लिम होने की शर्त थी, उस पर स्टे हुआ है, सेक्शन 3 और 4 पर स्टे हुआ है, और वक्फ बोर्ड का CEO हो मुसलमान ही हो, इसको वाज़े किया गया है। और उसी के साथ साथ इस बात को भी इस पे भी स्टे किया गया है कि जो ओवरराइडिंग पावर डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर को किसी भी वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी को डिसाइड करने के लिए दिए गए थे, उन पर भी रोक लगी है। तो इन सब बातों को हम लोग वेलकम करते हैं।
लेकिन एक बड़ी बात ये भी है कि इसमें 3 गैर मुस्लिम सदस्य भी होंगे।
नहीं, जहाँ तक जो अभी बात सामने आई है वो ये है कि अगर कोई कॉम्पिटेंट मुस्लिम ना मिले तो फिर मैक्सिमम 3 नॉन मुस्लिम मेंबर्स बनाए जा सकते हैं। इसकी अभी वजाहत दरकार है।
सेम इंग्लिश।
All right, we are getting a slew of reactions as far as Supreme Court's order today is concerned. In fact, Supreme Court staying key provisions of Waqf Amendment Act. Supreme Court staying these provisions until petitions challenging amendments validity is finally decided. Some key directives have been given out. Nupur, if I may ask from your perspective, how do you see judges really balancing religious rights, community autonomy and the need for transparency in Waqf governance, considering, you've been part of several of these hearings?
See, main logic today, if we have to just conclude it, that what was the logic behind giving an interim stay on these provisions by the Supreme Court? It was simply that until the Supreme Court decides completely on the legality of the law, nothing major should change on ground. Just remember, see, the petitioners had argued in the court that, for example, there is a waqf-by-user property on a land which, for example, it is a madrasa now, or it is a graveyard. Which was donated to by some Muslim person as a waqf-by-user property, and it is not registered. Now tomorrow the collector says that this is built on the government land and I am denotifying it. But after 1 year, the Supreme Court finds that the collector does not enjoy such power. Then what will happen? Will the Supreme Court or will the courts now will then engage in re-notifying those properties as waqf-by-user? So this is basically a step to reduce litigation going forward. So till the time the Supreme Court completely hears the arguments on this act, the Supreme Court intends that nothing major should change on ground, so that no damage, a damage like that should not be done, which cannot be undone by the courts later on.
All right. Thank you, Nupur, for breaking this down for us. We will, of course, be closely tracking the story and come back to Nupur in just a bit. But for now, we'll slip in a short break. More updates coming up on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Well, we're on an incredible piece of Indian engineering. Shiv and I are absolutely privileged to be here with Larsen & Toubro in Hazira near Surat. This is a tank. It's called the Zorawar. It takes the battle to the Chinese in altitudes upwards of 15,000 feet.
Vishnu, it's actually incredible that for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude, a country didn't know until it had another war on its hands that it needed a tank like the Zorawar.
No, you're
that's
quite
the kind of tank we're sitting on.
You're absolutely right. Now, India does have a history of light tanks.
Yeah.
We've had the Sherman tank, pushed up the Zojila Pass in 1948. We've had the AMX light tank. We've had the PT-76, but they weren't Indian.
Yeah.
This is an Indian tank for a new modern Indian requirement, and it stands out as the best tank of its class, possibly in the world.
There are tanks like the T-15, which the Chinese deployed in Ladakh during the standoff. There is the Sprut, which is a Russian tank, which the Russians have been offering us, hoping that India will buy it along with all the other Russian weapons. But the Indian Army and the Indian government took a decision that this was a requirement that needed to be met here in India. And that's the reason why, we use the phrase mission mode, Vishnu, which is building a weapon system like the Zorawar in response to a live threat or a live combat situation, which is what Eastern Ladakh really is. And that's the reason why Vishnu and I sitting here on the Zorawar means so much, Vishnu. This is the actual tank that was there in the mountains.
And this was a tank which was designed and developed and prototyped and rolled out in 21 months. This has already done trials quite successfully by
like Ladakh, where you've got very steep slopes, access is difficult. You know, the closest a tank can get to a roadhead can be many hundreds of meters because of snow, etc. How does a tank like this really help? And what is it like fighting in those altitudes?
A tank like this is crucial and it's better in many senses than the existing tank we have because it's got a very high power to weight ratio and it's light. It weighs approximately 25 tons. You know, the main battle tanks of the class of the T-90 are more than twice the weight of this tank. And in the rarefied atmosphere of Ladakh, in temperatures which go down to minus 30, you know, minus 35, you need a light tank with a very high power to weight ratio to be able to operate. Forget about the gun for a moment, forget about the systems. If you don't have mobility, then you're nothing. And this tank is much more mobile at those altitudes than what we operate with.
So you've got a main gun, you've got this weapon over here, you've got missiles housed in that canister over there. So this is a hugely armed light tank. It's not just built for mobility, it's built you know, to really deliver a punch and really deliver hurt to any adversary that comes anywhere within range of it. It has an incredible suite of electronics, targeting systems. There's crew comfort that's been built into the Zorawar. If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
This is the Zorawar, India's very own light tank.
Welcome back. The Supreme Court has given a partial interim stay on provisions of Waqf Amendment Act. A huge development coming in from the Apex Court as far as the contentious Waqf Amendment Act is concerned. In fact, as far as the provisions are concerned, the clause that requires a person to be a practicing Muslim for 5 years before they can dedicate property as Waqf, that has been stayed until the state frame rules to decide how practicing Muslim is to be assessed. Power of collector to adjudicate rights of personal citizens is also stayed. The court also holding that allowing this would violate separation of powers. No new rights should be created against third parties until tribunals adjudication. Provision about including non-Muslims in Waqf boards and councils also modified. Only up to 3 non-Muslim members in a Waqf board and up to 4 in Waqf councils for now. Let's go back to Nupur, who's been tracking all the details from the Apex Court. Nupur, of course, you broke down the provisions for us. What were some of the modifications, as far as the court is concerned? But take us through some of the legal and constitutional concerns that were raised by the petitioners during the hearing, which the Apex Court took cognizance of.
Well, the major point that the petitioners made is that no other religion has this level of state intervention when it comes to adjudicating upon their administrative rights. So this was the major contention, that intervention of state to this level, that there will be inclusion of non-Muslims in Waqf board and council, and the number when added up with ex officio members, if the ex officio members are also non-Muslim and the other seats reserved are also non-Muslim, that could that could make non-Muslims majority in the Waqf board and councils. So taking these arguments of the petitioners in mind, the Supreme Court has granted this partial interim stay. The other provision that the petitioners had vehemently opposed was that the bar, that is, if a Muslim has to be a practicing Muslim for 5 years before he donates a property to Waqf. Now the Muslims and especially the parties that were representing the Muslim side, they had said that this is our religious function. You cannot, under the Indian Constitution, the state cannot interfere to this level with the religious function of a religious community. It goes for all religions across the country, and they gave examples of other religions, be it Hindu Management Trust or Sikh Prabandhak Society. They said that the state has a limited role when it comes to deciding on their religious functions. That this was the main argument that went in the favor of petitioner, and the other argument was the power of the collector to adjudicate upon the disputed property when it comes to waqf-by-user property. The court was of the view that it is a tribunal or a court's job to decide whether a property is a government property, disputed property or waqf property. The collector cannot solely arbitrarily denotify a waqf-by-user property.
All right. Thank you, Nupur, for getting us all of those details. Certainly a relief as far as many of these petitioners are concerned. We'll have to see how this will play out, and we will be getting a slew of reactions, not just from the Apex Court, but from political fraternity as well. But for now, we'll slip into a short break and we'll be back soon.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम, डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा.
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसे हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है.
मैडम एक बार को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator, Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire dabba trading scam.
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है, सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है. ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं. लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है. मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं. NDTV इंडिया पर.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal.
We have some breaking updates. This is in connection to Delhi BMW crash horror. New video has emerged which shows Navjot and his wife lying injured on road. In fact, this is the accident aftermath visuals captured by a passerby. A very tragic incident had occurred. A senior official from the Ministry of Finance was killed and 3 others were injured on Sunday after a BMW car hit a motorcycle on Ring Road near Delhi Cantonment Metro Station. In fact, as per the police, the deceased was identified as Navjot Singh, who worked as Deputy Secretary in the Department of Economic Affairs. No arrests have been made as far as this BMW crash horror is concerned, but those are the new videos that have emerged which shows the victim Navjot and his wife lying on road injured. Horrific visuals there of accident aftermath. This was in fact captured by passerby is what we are being told. Several questions being raised. In fact, the son of the senior official of Finance Ministry who died after this accident has raised questions over why his father was taken to hospital, which was about 17 kilometers away from the accident site, and also why no arrests have taken place. But a very, very tragic news that came from the national capital of Delhi, BMW crash, and those are the horrific visuals after the accident where the victims can be seen lying on the road injured and passerby trying to help them. We're being told that they were in fact taken to hospital, which was very, very far from the spot of the accident. In fact, Navjot's wife sustained serious injuries and is undergoing treatment. They were on a motorcycle when the BMW hit them. The accused, we believe, have been identified. FIR has been registered. An arrest is yet to take place. The accused, the police say, are residents of Gurgaon. FIR, of course, registered, and several questions being raised by victim's son. Victim's son alleging that his father could have been saved if he was taken to a hospital nearby. A BMW car was found overturned on the road and motorcycle found near this place in the national capital. And those are the visuals, horrific visuals of the victims there lying on the road before they were taken to the hospital. We'll of course get you all the details as far as the story is concerned, including when the arrests will take place. Although a case has been registered, no arrest has happened. Police officials saying that they have identified the people who caused the accident. Let's go straight across to Tanushka on this. Tanushka, these are horrific visuals of the victims lying on the road post the accident. Take us through the details, if you could take us through what exactly happened post the accident. Several questions have been raised about the accident and the aftermath as to why he was taken to hospital, which was so far, and so on. And unfortunately, no arrests have been made.
That's right. What we are learning by now is that when this incident happened, the police had received a PCR call regarding a traffic jam that was in fact, at Dhola when the police reached the site. They saw that there was a horrific accident that took place near the metro pillar number 67. Navjot Singh, who was 52 years old, was heading back to his home after visiting, Gurudwara Rakabganj. When he was on his way, a BMW hit him. We can clearly see the visuals of the car as well. What kind of an accident, what kind of the impact the car has taken. And it's enough to know that the accident might have been quite brutal. We are seeing that Navjot Singh, who was 52 years old, was brought dead upon arrival at the hospital. Not just that, his wife is currently in critical condition. The doctors are right now also giving her the best medical treatment they could. But what the family members have said so far is that her situation is not very good. She is quite critical. Also, the lady driver who was inside the BMW is identified as a woman called Gaganpreet. She is also undergoing a medical treatment because the BMW was also overturned at the road, and all the parties involved were hurt. Taking the deceased, 3 other people were injured in this accident. The question remains is why all the luxury cars are always involved in such kind of a brutal accident on roads. No arrests have been made so far because the accused is right now also undergoing the medical treatment. But yes, we are seeing the kind of visuals that can be seen on screen. The brutal accident that took place at Dhola Kuwa yesterday at 1 p.m. when Navjot Singh had in fact gone outside of his home to enjoy a quiet Sunday. He visited Rakabganj Gurudwara and was in fact also heading back home after having a lunch at Karnatak Bhavan, and we saw the kind of visuals, the kind of accident, the horrific visuals that can be seen on the screen. Over to you.
Right. Right, Anushka. Tragic indeed. Cops filing a case of culpable homicide and negligence. They also suspect evidence tampering, but no arrests have been made. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Across the country.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. And now, Aditya Raj Kaul begins a new chapter at NDTV.
Actually, I'm taking off because the stories I cover don't sit still. To bring the world to India and to take India to the world, I need to be where action is.
Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV network.
Other opposition parties.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
We see the problems, but you as a social entrepreneur see the solutions. You are not just creating solution, you are creating a future where everyone has a chance to thrive. For the change makers, the innovators, the ones building a better world, one solution at a time. The Adani Green Talk Social Impact Awards are created for you. Green Talk Social Impact Awards 2025, coming soon.
We're the only country with such a large population of youth and yuva.
Pure talent और कुछ नहीं है.
बुलाने वाला फ्यूचर काफी अच्छा है स्पोर्ट्स का.
Luck, patience and a lot of tolerance.
Life can change overnight.
जीवन में मैंने कोशिश की है सदैव चुनौती को अपनाने.
We need to work towards an egalitarian society, regardless of gender and orientation.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है.
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं. उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The markets move fast.
Welcome back. Pakistan side was left fuming after the Indian team refused to shake hands with their players. In fact, there was no customary handshake between the players of the two teams. If the clinical show on the field was not enough, the men in blue cleared their stance on having a friendly vibe with their opposition after the game. While Pakistan waited for customary handshake after the game, none of the Indian players were seen on the field. In fact, we have tons of reactions coming in. But first, let's listen into Surya Kumar Yadav, who dedicated Sunday's win over Pakistan to the armed forces.
You refused to shake hands with the Pakistani players after the match. Was it politically motivated, or it was just to match the vibes of the people back home after the recent skirmishes between the two countries? And don't you think that it was against the sportsmanship?
I feel few things in life are ahead of sportsman spirit also. We actually stand with all the victims of Pahalgam terror attack, and we stand with their families, also express our solidarity. Also, as I said at PC, that we dedicate this win to our brave armed forces who took part in Operation Sindoor, and as they continue to inspire us all, we'll try our best whenever given an opportunity to inspire them as well, if possible.
We were ready to shake hands at the end of the game. We obviously were disappointed that our opposition didn't do that. We sort of went over there to shake hands, and they'd already gone into the changing room. So that was a disappointing way, obviously, for the match to finish, and a match that we were, disappointed the way we played, but certainly were willing to go and shake hands.
With that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. We'll be back with more news on the other side. Keep watching NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Team India's big snub to Pakistani team. No handshake post-match. Pakistan complains to Asian Cricket Council. BMW car, in fact, Delhi BMW crash. Finance Ministry official killed. Official's family alleges cover-up. No arrests have been made yet. TVK President Vijay stepped up his attack on DMK and Chief Minister M.K. Stalin while thanking his party cadres for the love and support during his maiden campaign in Trichy. Stalin says, crowd at Vijay rally without ideology. Vijay says heartless DMK slandering its rivals. Weeks ahead of Bihar election, seat-sharing tussle erupts. NDA ally Jitan Ram claims they need at least 15 seats. LJP chief Chirag Paswan says there are no talks yet.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves.
And Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash. Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
Well, we're on an incredible piece of Indian engineering. Shiv and I are absolutely privileged to be here with Larsen & Toubro in Hazira near Surat. This is a tank. It's called the Zorawar. It takes the battle to the Chinese in altitudes upwards of 15,000 feet.
You know, Vishnu, it's actually incredible that for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude, a country didn't know until it had another war on its hands that it needed a tank like the Zorawar.
No, you're
that's
quite
the
right.
kind of tank we're sitting on.
You're absolutely right. Now, India does have a history of light tanks.
Yeah.
We've had the Sherman tank, pushed up the Zojila Pass in 1948. We've had the AMX light tank. We've had the PT-76. But they want Indian.
Yeah.
This is an Indian tank for a new modern Indian requirement. And it stands out as the best tank of its class, possibly in the world.
There are tanks like the T-15, which the Chinese deployed in Ladakh during the standoff. There is the Sprut, which is a Russian tank, which the Russians have been offering us, hoping that India will buy it along with all the other Russian weapons. But the Indian Army and the Indian government took a decision that this was a requirement that needed to be met here in India. And that's the reason why, we use the phrase mission mode, Vishnu, which is building a weapon system like the Zorawar in response to a live threat or a live combat situation, which is what Eastern Ladakh really is. And that's the reason why Vishnu and I sitting here on the Zorawar means so much, Vishnu. This is the actual tank that was there in the mountains.
And this was a tank which was designed and developed and prototyped and rolled out in 21 months. This has already done trials quite successfully by L&T, not yet user trials, up in Ladakh, out in the desert as well. They are fixing it to make it even better, and very soon it's going to be handed over to the Indian Army to put it through some incredibly rigorous trials, because acquisition of these tanks in very large numbers takes place only once that's done.
Well, let's just talk a little bit about why mountain tanks are necessary, Vishnu. In places like Ladakh, where you've got very steep slopes, access is difficult. The closest a tank can get to a roadhead can be many hundreds of meters because of snow, etc. How does a tank like this really help? And what is it like fighting in those altitudes?
A tank like this is crucial and is better in many senses than the existing tank we have, because it's got a very high power to weight ratio and it's light. It weighs approximately 25 tons. The main battle tanks of the class of the T-90 are more than twice the weight of this tank. And in the rarefied atmosphere of Ladakh, in temperatures which go down to minus 30, minus 35, you need a light tank with a very high power to weight ratio to be able to operate. Forget about the gun for a moment, forget about the systems. If you don't have mobility, then you're nothing. And this tank is much more mobile at those altitudes than what we operate with.
So you've got a main gun, you've got this weapon over here, you've got missiles housed in that canister over there. So this is a hugely armed light tank. It's not just built for mobility, it's built to really deliver a punch and really deliver hurt to any adversary that comes anywhere within range of it. It has an incredible suite of electronic.
Hello and welcome to Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood, a show not only about the headlines but the meaning behind them. Let's get started with our top stories. The Supreme Court refuses to stay the entire Waqf Act, stays certain provisions of the law, including the power of district collector and inclusion of non-Muslims in the board. Team India puts nation first, refuses to shake hands with Pakistan cricket team on ground. Pakistan lodges complaints. Sources say Pakistan was informed in advance by the match referee. It's been almost 24 hours since the death of a senior official in the finance ministry after a BMW car hit his motorcycle in Delhi. No arrests made yet in the case. Son alleges cover-up. Seat share tussle hits NDA allies in Bihar. NDA ally Majhi sets condition for at least 15 seats. LJP chief Chirag Paswan says nothing decided yet. Monday rain mayhem in Mumbai. Heavy rains lashed the maximum. City waterlogging woes return. Red alert issued. And 15-year-old Owen Cooper becomes youngest ever male actor to win an Emmy Award for his breakout role in Adolescence. we begin with a disturbing video captured by a passerby that shows the Finance Ministry Deputy Secretary Navjot Singh and his wife Sandeep Kaur lying injured on a road in Delhi after their motorcycle was hit by a speeding BMW yesterday near the Delhi Cantonment Metro. 50-year-old Singh died on the way to hospital. His wife, we're told, remains critical. Anushka now joins me live. She's been tracking all the developments on that story. Anushka, first take us through this video that we're seeing on our screens, the first to come from the accident site.
That's right. The disturbing visual is from the incident that happened yesterday around 1 p.m. Navjot Singh was, enjoying a quiet Sunday, and he was in fact, going to visit Gurudwara Rakabganj. After that, he enjoyed a lunch at Karnataka Bhavan, and after that, he was headed to his house, which is at Harinagar. He was on his way, and near Dhaula Kua, this accident took place. We can clearly see the visuals, the horrifying visuals that has been recorded by a passerby at the time of accident. The police had received 3 PCR calls, all related to a traffic jam issue at Dhaula Kua. When the team reached there, they saw that this massive accident has in fact taken place at Dhaula Kua. We can clearly see the BMW that has been overturned. First, the BMW hit the bike of Navjot Singh, who is 52 years old, and he was a senior official at Finance Ministry, after which his bike hit a pole, and after that, the BMW hit a car and overturned at the spot. Both the people who were inside the BMW, a woman, Gagan Preet, who was driving the BMW, is also had admitted inside the hospital. One big question remains is why, when the accident happened at at Dhaula Kua, why they were taken 17 kilometers away, and why they were not preferably sent to a nearby hospital. If that would have happened, immediate medical care would have given to Navjot Singh, and maybe he could have been alive. But we are seeing that his wife remains in critical condition. This video raises a lot of question regarding the luxury car and their involvement in such brutal accident. Also, the son of Navjot Singh has said that there is a possible attempt to wipe away all the evidence at the particular site. We are seeing that the police have launched an investigation into this matter. No arrests have been made so far. Gaganpreet and her husband, both of them are undergoing medical treatment. The wife of Navjot Singh is also in a critical condition and is admitted at Venkateshwar Hospital in Dwarka. His son is also, in fact, has claimed that why, when the accident happened at Dhaula Kua, they were taken to GTB Nagar, which is 17 kilometers away and almost more than 1 hour 45 minutes away from the location that is at Dhaula Kua. And also, we are seeing that the police is in fact investigating in this whole matter. The FSL team had reached the site and had gathered all the evidence yesterday. The video is in fact being speculated by the police officials as to what really took place and how did this accident actually happen. We do know that at Dhaula Kua, several of the points are being repaired, but after this accident, there is a big question about how people are driving in a rash manner and how this accident took place.
Anushka,
why the victim, when he was when he was at the spot at Dhaula Kua, he was taken.
Yes, if you look at the video as well, look at the impact of that speeding of the BMW car. You can see it's turned turtle. You can see the couple on the road, one motionless, almost motionless. We don't know when the senior official of the Finance Ministry passed away. We're being told he passed away while on the way to hospital, but his wife also in a critical condition, blood stains all over. Of course, disturbing video here. But Anushka, tell us more about the owner of the BMW. We believe she's in the same hospital. Give us more details.
That's right. What we are learning by now is that she is at New Life Hospital, where all the victims were in fact taken first of all, and now we are seeing that Navjot Singh's wife is shifted to Venkateshwar Hospital, that is at Dwarka. We do know that the woman's name is Gagan Preet. She and her husband, both of them were inside the BMW when the accident took place. The impact was such that the BMW overturned at the accident spot. Not just that, all the airbags were opened, and we did see today morning the condition of the BMW. It was completely mutilated and thrashed from the front side. Not just that, the back of the BMW was very badly in a very bad state, but also we are seeing that right now the wife of Navjot Singh is in a critical condition. She's undergoing medical treatment. One question remains is that why they were admitted to a hospital that was so far away. Navjot Singh can clearly be seen lying on the road. His situation is not such that one can say that he might have survived the accident, but also we are seeing that many people were in fact injured there. Apart from the deceased, 3 other people were injured in this particular accident. And also we are seeing that the police has in fact also gathered all the evidence from the spot. The FSL team was there yesterday. They gathered all the readings of the car. Not just that, they have also in fact scanned the CCTV footage of the area during the time of accident. The police had received 3 PCR calls. All 3 calls were regarding a massive traffic jam at the Dhaula Kua road, at the outer ring road. When the police reached the spot, they saw a brutal accident that had taken place there. A BMW was completely overturned at the road. Many of the passerbys who were passing from that road had recorded a video, and we are seeing the
I
video
believe
on
there's
the
a
screen.
reaction coming in from the victim's mother as well. We'll just cut into that and come back to you.
बच्चा इतना अच्छा होशियार हो तो पता नहीं किसकी नजर लग गई, क्यों मारा, क्यों किया, क्या कसूर किया था उसने दोनों का। वो भी तो पड़ी हुई है हॉस्पिटल में, उसके भी हड्डियां टूटी पड़ी है, पीछे सिर फटा हुआ है उसका, हेलमेट पहनी हुई थी उसने। कोई सोचा ही नहीं, कहता चल मैं गुरुद्वारे जाता हूँ। कई बार जाते हैं, बाइक में भी चले जाते हैं। तभी 11 दिन पहले ट्रेनिंग गया था, ऑफिस की ट्रेनिंग थी यहाँ पर ही।
क्या कहेंगे कि
इंडिया
ये एक हादसा है या कोई साजिश इसके पीछे?
नहीं, बेचारे की कोई साजिश नहीं, कोई नहीं। वो सारे पूरा एम्बेसी वाले बंदे, 2 एम्बेसियों के, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ फाइनेंस की और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ MOD की, सारे वहाँ पर आए होते। वाइफ सहित आते हैं, हमारे घर भी आते हैं, ये बच्चे भी मिलने जाते हैं। इन्होंने सब, कोई मेरे बच्चे का दुश्मन कोई नहीं हो सकता।
क्या अभी तक पुलिस कोई कार्रवाई की है, कोई गिरफ्तारी अभी तक हुई हो किसी तरह?
ये मुझे नहीं पता, पुलिस का कुछ नहीं पता मुझे।
आप लोगों को जानकारी कैसे मिली कि वहाँ
मेरे को जब डॉक्टर इनला वहाँ पहुँचे ना, बच्चा तो बोल नहीं सकता था, वहाँ पहुँचे तो उसने फोन किया। मैंने कहा ये नवजोत के फोन से क्यों फोन कर रही है? तो बोला कि पापा को, फिर मैंने इनको दे दिया फोन। इन्होंने देखा तो कहते एक्सीडेंट हो गया। मैं क्या एक्सीडेंट हो?
Regarding this BMW accident case, कल रफली अराउंड 2:20 पे हमारे पास 3 PCR कॉल आती हैं रिगार्डिंग द ट्रैफिक जाम नियर द डोला कुआं एरिया। उस पर जो हमारा थाने का और जो हमारी चौकी है उसका स्टाफ विजिट करता है इमीडिएटली टू क्लियर द ट्रैफिक। बट वहाँ जाके उनको ये इन्फॉर्मेशन होती है कि एक BMW गाड़ी और एक बाइक के बीच में एक्सीडेंट हुआ है, और आसपास पूछने के बाद उन्हें ये पता चलता है, इन्फॉर्मेशन मिलती है कि जो इस केस के अंदर मेन सस्पेक्ट हैं, जो ड्राइवर हैं और जो उनके हस्बैंड हैं BMW गाड़ी के, उन्होंने टैक्सी में बिठा के उनको ऑलरेडी किसी हॉस्पिटल में शिफ्ट करा दिया। मीनवाइल हमारा स्टाफ नियर बाय CCTV फुटेज को देखता है जानने के लिए कि क्या इंसिडेंट हुआ था, कैसे हुआ था।
Navnoor Singh, the son of Navjot Singh, the finance ministry bureaucrat who was killed in the accident at Delhi's Dhaula Kua on September 14th, believes his father's life could have been saved if he had been taken to a hospital nearby instead of a facility, believe it or not, 17 kilometers away from where the accident took place. The couple had gone to a gurdwara, like Anushka pointed out in the morning, and then had lunch when the accident took place after. The couple's son Navnoor Singh alleged that his parents were deliberately taken to a hospital linked to the accused. The Delhi police have filed a case of culpable homicide and negligence. They also suspect evidence tampering. No arrests have been made yet because the person who was behind the wheels is now in hospital till further notice.
आप थोड़ा ढांढस रख के आप बता सकते हैं कि क्या हुआ था, कैसे आपको जानकारी मिली?
तो मेरे को एक फैमिली फ्रेंड का कॉल आया था कि ऐसे ऐसे मेरे मम्मी पापा का एक्सीडेंट हो गया, बट आई वाज वरीड, बट लाइक माइनर एक्सीडेंट हो गया क्योंकि पापा बहुत केयरफुली चलाते हैं, तो आई वाज नॉट वेरी वरीड। बट फिर उन्होंने मुझे पिकअप करा और हम वहाँ गए। हाउएवर थोड़ा वो था कि वो बंगला साहब गए थे और वापस घर आ रहे थे, तो इट डिडंट मेक सेंस कि आज़ादपुर के किसी हॉस्पिटल में वो एडमिट हुए हैं मुखर्जी नगर के पास, तो वो थोड़ा अजीब लगा था। फिर मैं वहाँ पहुँचा तो हमारे एक और पापा के दोस्त हैं, वो ऑलरेडी वहाँ पहुँचे हुए थे, तो उन्होंने मुझे फिर बताया कि पापा की डेथ हो गई है। और मम्मी से मैं मिला था, उनकी तो हालत ख़राब थी, उनका बहुत सारी चोटें लगी हुई थी, हेड इंजरी भी थी, इवन दो हेलमेट पहना हुआ था उन्होंने, फीमर उनकी पूरी शाटर हो गई है। आफ्टर द एक्सीडेंट धौलाकुआं में हुआ था। उनको फॉर सम रीज़न जो वो थे जिन्होंने जो ड्राइवर थे उन्होंने वहाँ भिजवा दिया 20 किलोमीटर्स अवे इन सम हॉस्पिटल कॉल्ड न्यू लाइफ GTB नगर में, एंड इट डिडंट मेक सेंस। 1 घंटे का रास्ता है यार वो, एंड टाइम इज़ क्रिटिकल आफ्टर एक्सीडेंट। तो अब आई डोंट नो द डिटेल्स एट CCTV फुटेज अभी नहीं आई है कि एग्जैक्टली कैसा हुआ क्या हुआ, बट आई थिंक ये 1 घंटे क्या पता अगर पास वाले हॉस्पिटल में जाते मे बी ही वुड स्टिल बी हियर।
This accident took place around 1 p.m. in the afternoon. We are showing you the visuals of the BMW car that was involved in the accident. We can clearly see that the car is completely mutilated and thrashed after colliding with the bike. The car, hit a bus, and after that it overturned on the road. We are showing you the kind of impact the car has taken after the accident. All the airbags which are inside the car have been opened upon impact, and we are also showing you the condition of the whole car. We can imagine the kind of accident that would have happened yesterday, because we clearly see the kind of condition the car is in right now. This BMW is severely damaged and has been seized by the Delhi police for further investigation after colliding with the motorcycle driven by Navjot Singh, who is a senior finance ministry official who tragically lost his life. His wife is said to be critically injured and is in fact also undergoing treatment right now. The whole BMW overturned on the road near Dhaulakua. The police have taken custody of the vehicle as part of their ongoing investigation. The driver of the BMW is a woman named Gagandeep, and her husband are also hospitalized with injuries sustained during the accident. An FIR has been registered, and the police are working to determine the circumstances surrounding the collision. Both vehicles, the BMW and a motorcycle, were removed from the road to restore traffic flow, and forensics team were also in fact at the spot and were called to gather evidence. Also, this had impacted traffic, and the police reached the spot when they initially got a call regarding a traffic jam in that particular area, after which they reached the site and they saw the accident that happened yesterday around 1 p.m. Navjot Singh visited Gurudwara Bangla Sahib, and after that he and his wife went to Karnatak Bhavan. Yesterday was Sunday, and both of them were enjoying a quiet day yesterday. They went to Karnataka Bhavan, had a lunch there, and were returning back to their residence in Harinagar, after which they met with this accident.
कॉलोनी में जा रहा किसी से कोई बात हुई हो, कभी ऊंचा बोला हो, अभी 4-5 दिन पहले बाहर हो गया, UN में हो गया, सारी जगह हो गया। भगवान किसी को ऐसी तकलीफ ना दे, कुछ नहीं कह सकता बेटे में, बहुत बड़ी ट्रेजेडी है।
What could have been a regular Sunday for Navjot Singh and his wife Sandeep Kaur turned into something far from it. The couple, like any other, perhaps this weekend also, went to Gurudwara Bangla Sahib, and after going to the Gurudwara, the couple went to the Karnataka Bhavan to enjoy a quiet lunch. As the couple was returning home to their residence in Harinagar, a BMW hit the motorcycle the couple was of course travelling on. And of course, after hitting the couple, the BMW not just hit the motorcycle, but it also hit a bus nearby before overturning completely. Of course, chaos ensued on the ring road near the Delhi Cant metro station. Remember, the 3 PCR calls were made before the couple was eventually taken to the hospital. We're going to take you through the details. What's important at this point in time is that the couple was aboard a motorcycle and the couple was trying to get back home from Gurudwara Bangla Sahib, after which they were hit by a BMW, an SUV vehicle, which came and struck not just them but also a bus nearby before completely overturning. Remember that the couple had gone to a place, they'd gone to eat lunch to the Karnataka Bhavan before this, and were just returning to their home in Harinagar, something they would have absolutely not expected. Now, like I mentioned, that 3 PCR calls were in fact made, and owing to which, of course, the vehicles were cleared from the spot, ensuring that, of course, traffic flows through that region properly. It's important also to understand that, like my colleague mentioned, that no arrests have been made in the case so far, is what we've been told. You know, while Kaur battles for her life, her husband Navjot Singh has tragically passed away. The driver in the case has been identified as Gaganpreet, who was driving the BMW, and she was also accompanied by her husband Parikshit. The vehicles, like I mentioned, were cleared from the road, and it's important to understand that while the investigation is underway, the son of the couple has come forth and he's talked about how he believes that there was negligence in the case, given the fact that the hospital he believes that where the couple was taken was quite far away from where the location of the couple was, which was of course in central Delhi. Remember that the incident took place around 1 p.m. where the car collided with the bike, after which it hit a bus and overturned. 3 PCR calls, like I mentioned, were made, after which the couple was taken to the hospital. They were taken, of course, in fact, the vehicles were also taken by the forensic laboratories, and an FIR has also been filed in the case, which alleges tampering with proof, negligence, as well as culpable homicide.
Moving on to the other big story of the hour, in a post-match controversy at the Asia Cup, Indian players led by Suryakumar Yadav refused customary handshakes with Pakistan after a 7-wicket win in Dubai on the 14th of September, citing solidarity with the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack. Now Congress MP Tariq Anwar has further ignited the debate, insisting teams must shake hands in international matches. Listen in.
देखिए, अब ये सब सिलसिला तो चलता रहेगा, लेकिन एक बात स्पष्ट है कि भारत को ये फैसला करना पड़ेगा कि अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मैच में हमको भाग लेना है या नहीं लेना है। अगर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मैचों में या कप में या किसी तरह के इस तरह के कार्यक्रम में अगर भाग लेना है तो फिर सबसे हाथ तो मिलाना पड़ेगा।
Pakistan coach Mike Hesson was left fuming after the Indian contingent refused to shake hands with his players. There was no customary handshake between the players of the two teams. The PCB, the Pakistan Cricket Board, has lodged a protest with the Asian Cricket Council, the ACC. The PCB also issued a statement saying that the match referee had earlier asked Pakistan captain Salman Agha to not shake hands with the Indian captain. They also said the move goes against the very spirit of sports. In fact, the board emphasized that their captain Salman skipped the post-match presentation as a sign of protest. Suryakumar, on his part, said the decision to not shake hands with the opposition was their way of expressing solidarity with the families of the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack. Now let's just take you through the sequence of events, how it all started. It was first the toss snub that it all started with. There's no eye contact between the captain of the Indian cricket team and the Pakistani cricket team. That is the PCB statement we've brought to you, but we're just going to get you the sequence of events now. It all started, like I said, with no eye contact between the cricket captain of the Indian team and the Pakistani team. After that, the batters walk off, and Suryakumar Dubey and Sky and Dubey walk to the dressing room. This is after winning the match. They shake hands, but they walk off the field, and they kept the Pakistani team waiting on the ground. The Pakistani team was on the cricket ground for a while, after which they moved off. Now, the coach of the Pakistani team stepped in. The coach's name is Hesson, and he heads to the Indian dressing room after. He was fuming, is what we're told, that the two captains and the teams didn't shake hands, which you usually do as protocol after a match. And when Hesson went to the dressing room, the Indian dressing room, this is what he saw. The door was closed. The Indian dressing room door was closed and he couldn't enter, after which the Pakistani cricket coach was extremely upset and he approached the referee. And also, like we mentioned earlier, Agha missed the presentation, the post-match presentation as well. And then you had the PCB take this on with the ACC as well. So this entire sequence of events unfolded over 5 minutes or more, where you had the cricketers not shaking hands with each other of both teams, after which you had them moving off the field. I'm talking about the two Indian cricketers on the field. And after that, you had them going to the dressing room, after which you had Hesson fuming and also complaining.
I just wanted to say something. I think it's a perfect occasion, and taking the time out. We stand by with the victims of the families of Pahalgam terror attack, and we express our solidarity And also, most important thing for me, we want to dedicate today's win to all our armed forces who showed a lot of bravery. And they hope they continue to inspire us all, and we give them more reasons on the ground whenever we get an opportunity to make them smile. Thank you.
We were ready to shake hands at the end of the game. We obviously were disappointed that our opposition didn't do that. We sort of went over there to shake hands, and they'd already gone into the changing room. So that was a disappointing way, obviously, for the match to finish. And a match that we were, disappointed the way we played, but certainly were willing to go and shake hands.
Rika Roy, sports editor, NDTV 24/7, joining me live. Boria Mazumdar, consulting editor for sports, NDTV, also joining me. And Nikhil Chopra as well, former Indian cricketer. Thank you for joining me on this big story. Good to see you, Boria, Nikhil and Rika. Rika, starting with you. You have the Pakistani team, the board crying foul, but really, is there anything to cry foul over in this instance?
Well, you see, the Pakistani cricket team might think that they were hard done. Firstly, they lost the match, and then they were kept waiting by the Indian contingent. What we understand and what my sources from ACC has told me that they were communicated before the match that both the captains will not shake hands at the toss. And then they were, perhaps the Indian captain was told that he doesn't need to shake hands with his Pakistani counterpart at the end of the match. All of this was done by the match referee, Andy Pycroft. And it seems that, there was a message was lost in translation. Pycroft did not convey what he conveyed to Surya Kumar Yadav. He did not convey the same information to Salman Ali Agha. And that led to a lot of confusion. That led to the Pakistan team also waiting on the field. And the umpires saw that the Indians were walking off. They also didn't protest. They didn't raise an alarm. So all in all, it really it really came to a situation like this where Pakistan had to lodge a protest. And ironically, they lodged the protest with the match referee. It was the manager of the Pakistan cricket team that later went and lodged a protest with the match referee. What I also understand is that the match referee has said sorry to them for now.
Boria, how do you view everything that's unfolded in the last couple of hours? It seems to be a case of miscommunication by the referee, but is Pakistan just taking this a notch up unnecessarily at this point?
I don't think it's a case of miscommunication at all. I think it's a very fair call on the part of India to do what they've done. The sports field has allowed for protests for the last 100 years.
Miscommunication by the referee. Of course, what India has done is correct.
The referee need not. The referee is not under any compulsion to inform anybody. If I shake your hand or not, that's my problem. This is not a rule. It's not a rule, it's not a law. So I'm not under any compulsion to shake anybody's hand if I don't want to. Sports field has allowed for protest for the last 100 years. I can give you 2 million instances of such sporting protest. India used the sports field to perfection on the field and off the field. And now I'll tell you something you'll be shocked about. The truth is, and I've corroborated it with multiple sources, 11 minutes, the Indians were waiting at the presentation. Initially, it was conveyed that Pakistan doesn't want to attend the presentation because it was being conducted by an Indian in Sanjay Manjrekar. So it's a clear case of hypocrisy on the part of Pakistan, clear case of double standards. And then they sent Shaheen Afridi to take the award. Surya was waiting, Kuldeep was waiting, Aksar was waiting, the broadcasters were waiting, the officials were waiting. But Salman Ali Agha didn't turn up because Sanjay Manjrekar, for God's sake, was conducting it. So that's why they did not want to turn up. It is a case of sore losers. And after that, they float this handshake theory because they now know that the whole thing will turn against them. So the truth is, it is a case of hypocrisy. It is a case of double standards. And India are well within their rights to use the sports field to lodge the protest. Only thing is, Pakistan should focus on the game. Next Sunday, they'll get hammered again. Until and unless they improve and try and get better, these kind of, theories and conspiracy theories and hypocritical theories will have to be their only fallback. That's what it is.
Nikhil, bringing you in now, is this a case of sour grapes like Boria is pointing out? You've been on the field multiple times as a cricketer, Nikhil. And like Boria said, there are no rules here that you have to shake hands. And like he said, this happens everywhere, not only in the cricketing world.
Yeah, true. I guess it's more the spirit of the game, but what Rika said. And if she's confirmed with her sources at the Asian Cricket Council, message was sent clearly, the match referee, just so that there's no communication, so that this day doesn't arise where, Mohsin Naqvi, the ACC head, is complaining. So I guess the match referee made it clear that no handshakes are to be done, but little surprised because the ACC head is also the Pakistan Cricket Board head as well. So somewhere down the line, whether it's sour grapes or communication lines that have been lost, but I guess going into this game, I guess Team India's stand as well as Surya Kumar Yadav's stand was absolutely crystal clear that it's a multi-nation tournament. We'll be a professional unit. We're playing this sport here in Dubai Asia Cup. Let's just go out there, play the game, and that's about it. And someone must have spoken, and that's why the communication went into the match referee that no handshakes were being done. Had that communication not been done prior, then you could have said, well, if you're in that field of play, it's at the end of the day, it's the individual or the athlete's responsibility, prerogative, whether to shake hands or not shake hands. But I guess if the message was crystal clear before the start of the game, so I don't know why this thing is being brought up now.
I'm going to come back to you. Before that, Gautam Gambhir also speaking on the match. Let's just listen in to this earlier comment.
अभी भी बहुत ज़्यादा क्रिकेट बाकी है इस मैच में, बट इम्पॉर्टेंट ये था कि ये मैच इसलिए भी इम्पॉर्टेंट था बिकॉज एज अ टीम we wanted to show our solidarity towards the victim of all the families that has what they've gone through during the Pahalgam attack, and more importantly we want to thank the armed forces for their successful Operation Sindoor, and I'm sure we'll try and make the country proud and try and make the
Borja, the message out there is absolutely clear. Nation first, then cricket.
It always has to be that way. I've been saying this to Rika and to Vimal every day for the last 3 days, that sports has always allowed for peaceful protest. And that's why I was saying that it's not boycott that should be done, rather use the sporting field. Some days back, the Scots did not shake hands with Sandeep Lamichhane when a rape case was on. 1968, one of the most enduring images ever in the sporting world is the black salute. John Carlos and Tommy Smith. The Indians used, after the Pulwama attacks, they used the signia to voice sentiments with the army. Mahendra Singh Dhoni in the 2019 World Cup tried to use the gloves with an army insignia. Come on. Sporting field allows for peaceful protest. When you stand with your hand on your heart when the national anthem is played, it is a political statement. Who has stopped India from doing it? They've done it on the field and they've done it off the field. And they are every bit right in doing so. As far as Pakistan is concerned, we don't care. We've beaten them on the field and we've used the sporting field to highlight what is an absolutely dastardly act in front of the world, and to an excellent decision by India to go ahead and do it both on and off the field. And Surya and Gautam both deserve praise for it.
Rika, where does this complaint stand as of now?
Well, what I understand is that you will not get to see any kind of official release from the Asian Cricket Council. They will not say that, that apologies have been sought. But Andy Pycroft has spoken to the manager of the Pakistan cricket team, explaining that there may have been a miscommunication from him, and he said sorry to them, and the matter has been closed there. But this really ups the ante for the next game. This sets the stage for a fiery next encounter in Super Fours between India and Pakistan. For now, I think, and this is my assessment, Borja may correct me if I'm wrong, that the matter is closed. India will not budge from their stance. India will continue to behave the way that they have behaved, and you cannot you cannot pull them up for violating the spirit of sport, as Borja has been saying. That sports field has been a field for protest as well. We've seen throughout Olympic Games from 1963 to 2024 how several athletes teams have come staging peaceful protests, and India has staged a peaceful protest, and that's what their stance is going to be. But so far as this matter is concerned, I think it is closed.
Nikhil, last word with you, Nikhil, here. We obviously have sent out, Team India sent out a very strong message, nation first, no handshake, it's a big statement. But another video that has gone viral and says it all, sums it all up, is how that dressing room door was shut. It's very rare that you really see that at the end of a match, but that said it all. It was a statement without any words there, Nikhil.
Vedika, to be honest, in a high voltage game, high emotional game, even if you take that game away yesterday, normally what happens is when you finish the game, you're in a multi-nation tournament, you win the game. Sometimes as a team, we do shut the doors and the skipper will come and have a word with the rest of the team, the support staff, everybody in there. Gautam Gambhir probably would want to address his team as well. That at the end of the day, we were a professional bunch. It was a clinical performance. We are out here to win the Asia Cup and putting our best foot forward. Big, huge margin of victory. Maybe they were just celebrating at that moment in time. And it could have been just that timing that Mike Hesson wanted to walk across and have a word or shake hands with the Indian dressing room, but the dressing room was shut. So it does happen. Sometimes we do shut the dressing room door when the entire team is being addressed by the skipper or the coach.
Boria, what do you make of that dressing room door being shut?
If it was inadvertent, then it's wrong. It should have been advertent. India is well within their rights not to let any Pakistani come in. How many examples do you want me to give? 1932 bodyline. How many examples do you want from sport where we've actually, come on here, I'll give you an example from a series Nikhil played. Shoaib Akhtar was bowling to Virender Sehwag, bouncer after bouncer in Multan. Finally, Sehwag called him and said, ball out. And he was saying, kyun nahi maar raha hai? Kyun nahi maar raha hai? Sehwag called him and said, bheek maang raha hai ki ball dal raha hai? Why are you begging for a handshake? You've lost the match fair and square. Don't beg for a handshake. Make yourself sore losers and make yourself pitiful in front of the world. Who's closing your door and not door? Come on. Behave yourselves properly. Go out there and fight India on the field. India is well within their rights to shut the door, whether it's the dressing room door or not shake hands. Absolutely fine. As far as I'm concerned, that's how you use sport for international diplomacy. That's why sport is soft power.
Big statement there from Team India, Boria, Nikhil and Rika. Thank you for joining us on that top story.
Vedika, if I may make a last comment.
Of course.
I find it ironic that Mike Hesson, of all the people, are complaining. He has been a coach with the Royal Challengers Bengaluru team in IPL. And time and again, we know how the Bengaluru team, after winning, they have closed the door on opposition. They haven't allowed other people to get into the dressing room because they wanted to make it their moment. And hence, I find it ironic that Mike Hesson, of all the people, is complaining.
Well, then the crybaby is there, I guess. That's where we'll have to leave it at for now. But thank you for joining me live, all three of you. This, of course, will remain our top story through the day. And here's a look at what else is going to be something that you need to look out for in our day ahead. First up, Rahul Gandhi is scheduled to visit flood-affected villages and interact with local community at Dinanagar, Gurdaspur. Prime Minister Modi also will be visiting Bihar and will inaugurate the National Makhna Board along with the launch of new terminal building at Purnia Airport, and development projects worth 36,000 crore rupees will be announced. Next up, South Connect, where we bring you stories from down south. News just coming in, the Karnataka High Court on the 15th of September, which is today, has dismissed multiple public interest litigations challenging the state government's invitation to International Booker Prize winning author Banu Mushtaq to inaugurate the Mysuru Dasara this year on the 22nd of September. The court held there was no infringement on the petitioner's rights, allowing the event to proceed as planned amid the ongoing controversy. Rituraj now joins me live. Ritu, give us the details from that hearing.
Well, you see, we do know right now that in a major development here in Karnataka, just ahead of the Dasara festival, which is going to be held in Mysuru in Karnataka, there you have a major development coming in, where the Karnataka High Court has made it very clear where they have dismissed the multiple petitions. Remember, there were multiple PILs, including that one of it which was filed by the BJP former MP Pratap Singh as well, where they had categorically said that inviting specifically Banu Mushtaq hurts the Hindus' sentiment sentiments, and thus this should be dropped off, this should be withdrawn by the state government, was what stated by these petitions. But now you have the High Court coming out very clearly and stating that, in fact, inviting a person from a different faith does not violate any sort of a rules, or for that matter, the constitutional right of these petitioners, is what has been clearly stated in the order of the Karnataka High Court. Now, needs to be seen that how is it going to be now be observed by the BJP and the other petitioners as well, because now the Karnataka High Court, on the one hand, making it very clear. On the other side, you see in Mysuru, there is a full swing in preparations that are on for the Mysuru Dasara festival. So in all that, amid this, therein, you have this major development here in Karnataka.
Thanks, Ritu, for those details. We'll, of course, keep coming back to you for more, but that's a big development in the story. In news coming in, AIADMK veterans push for unity as Tamil Nadu's 2026 polls are closing in, which is going to be next year. Ousted leaders Paneer Selvam, OPS, and VK Sasikala echo calls for reconciliation, while Sengotian, relieved of post, sets a 10-day ultimatum to reinstate expelled leaders.
இயக்கம் ஒன்று பெற வேண்டும். புரட்சித்தினுடைய அவர்கள் அம்மாவுடைய ஆட்சி மனதில் இருந்தபோதுதான் இந்த கருத்துக்களை 5ஆம் தேதி என்று பிரதிபலித்தேன். இதை பொறுத்தவரையிலும் தொண்டர்கள் பொதுமக்களுடைய கருத்துக்களை மனதிலே கொண்டு புரிய வேண்டியவர்கள் புரிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டும் என்ற வேண்டுகோளை நான் வைத்து கடைபிடித்திருக்கிறேன். நம் இயக்கம் வலிமை பெறுவதற்கு, நம் இயக்கம் 2024 வெற்றி பெறுவதற்கு எல்லோரும் உறுதுணையாக இந்த பணிகளை மேற்கொள்ள வேண்டும் என்று வேண்டுகோளை வைத்து விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி.
நிராகரிக்கிறதுங்கிறது பொதுவாக ரொம்ப ஈஸியான வேலை. சேர்க்கிறது அப்படிங்கிறதெல்லாம் ரொம்ப கஷ்டமான வேலை. அது டைம் எடுக்கும் சேர்க்கறது. இப்போ நாங்கள்லாம் தலைவர் மறைவுக்கு பிறகு பார்த்திங்கன்னா சேர்த்தே பழக்கப்பட்டுட்டேன் நான். அதனால் இது நிறைய பேர் இதெல்லாம் தெரிஞ்சுக்கணுங்கிறது தான் என்னுடைய ஆசை.
Big news coming in. The centre has reacted on the Supreme Court's order on the Waqf Act. Centre said that the most of its arguments have been accepted by the top court. Listen into Union Minority Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने वक्फ अमेंडमेंट एक्ट को पूरा सुनवाई करके जो आज ऑर्डर पास किया है, मैं इसका स्वागत करता हूं। सुप्रीम कोर्ट को पूरा विषय का जानकारी है, बहुत विस्तार में पक्ष रखा। सरकार के ओर से हमारे सॉलिसिटर जनरल ने विस्तृत रूप से एक्ट में जो प्रावधान है और उसका मंशा, सरकार का जो सोच है, उसको भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट में रखा है। और मैं मानता हूं कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो बेंच ने जो तय किया है, ये हमारा लोकतंत्र के लिए भी बहुत अच्छा शुभ संकेत है।
Nupur now joining me live. Nupur, in the hearing, I'm sure you were inside the court then, but the judges found that there was no case made for the whole act to be stayed, but parts of it obviously. Just take us through the big takeaways now that we've heard from the centre as well and their reaction on this hearing.
Well, Vedika, first of all, big information and insights have now come on this particular order today after we have received the written order copy from the top court. Now, this order means takeaways, has key takeaways for both sides. It can be said a partial win for both sides, be it the petitioners as well as the centre. I will tell you why. while staying certain key contentious provisions, which were asked majorly by the petitioners, the Supreme Court has now made very big observations about those provision. The first provision the Supreme Court has now observed that often it cannot be denied that waqf itself is used as a clever device by several people to escape creditors and to illegally bypass law by creating waqf illegally just by using waqf-by-user. So while staying certain provisions, the Supreme Court has now made this very important observation and has even given example of how people used to convert to Islam just to marry, to have a second wife. Citing that same example in its written order, the Supreme Court has said that it cannot be denied that people can misuse this waqf law, and if the 5 year of the bar which the Supreme Court stated today, that a person has to be a practicing Muslim for 5 years to donate a waqf, for now it is stayed, but it is stayed only till the time center brings in rules to regulate it, to determine, to ascertain the validity of the person, the authenticity of the person who has converted to Islam, why he has converted to Islam, whether he has just not converted to Islam just solely for the purpose of creating a waqf. So it is a big win for center in that sense also.
All right, Nupur, thanks for those insights. We'll keep coming back to you for more, but you just heard from Kiran Rijiju there on that big judgment that came through about an hour back. Moving on, a truck driver missing after an accident with a car has been traced to the Pune home of sacked IAS officer Pooja Khetkar, bringing fresh trouble for the former officer. In September last, if you remember, the centre dismissed Pooja Khetkar from IAS after the UPSC cancelled her selection in one of the most sought-after branches of the government service. Cut to present, after the accident between a mixer truck and a car at a signal in Navi Mumbai, what people saw was that two people in a car said the police forcibly made Prahlad Kumar sit in their car and took him with them. Upon investigation, the police traced the car, which was found at the house of Khetkar in an area of Pune. The police rescued the kidnapped driver from the ex-officer's home. However, the cops faced resistance from Pooja Khetkar's mother. The cops said that Pooja Khetkar's mother misbehaved with the police, refused to open the door and obstructed police action. Paris now joining me live. Paris, any action being taken against the mother and daughter?
This is a very complicated case in this entire situation. The incident happened on 13 September at 7:15 p.m. and after that there was a FIR which was registered against the two person who was driving the vehicle when this entire incident happened. There is no FIR has been registered against the Pooja Khetkar mother till now, but summons was sent by the Rabale police in this entire matter to mother of Pooja Khetkar, Manorama Khetkar. Now it will be very interesting to see if she will appear before the Rabale police in this entire investigation or not, because the two person who was involved in this entire matter and the person who was kidnapped by this two person who hit the truck first and after that whole incident took place. In this entire matter, the person who was kidnapped was rescued from the residence of Pooja Khetkar's mother, Manorama Khetkar. So it will be very, very important to see what will happen next, what Rabale police will do, because the summons has already been issued in this entire matter. We have to wait till the official things come from Rabale police, Navi Mumbai police. So what will be their next step in this entire matter?
But you know, she's had a controversial past. Very quickly, if you could take us through why Khetkar is as controversial as we are, making her out to be.
Rightly said, Vedika. The past of the whole Khetkar family is very, very controversial. We had seen many controversies. The Manorama Khetkar, the mother of the Pooja Khetkar, has been in controversy since there was a video which went viral where she was flaunting a gun at some villagers in Pune. Before that, we had also seen Pooja Khetkar with his IAS degree, which was in many controversies. So there are many controversies which has been linked to this entire Khetkar family, and one more incident has came into light.
All right, thank you for joining us there. That is a highly controversial story. We, of course, will keep track on all the angles and developments on it. We have some breaking news coming in. Right, I believe that NDTV has spoken with the taxi driver who helped ferry the victim in this case, Navjot Singh, to the hospital. Listen in.
घटना हुई थी उस टाइम में दोनों गाँव की साइड से आ रहा था। मैंने देखा कि एक्सीडेंट हो गया है, कुछ लोग ज़मीन पे पड़े हैं, तो मैंने जो तुरंत ही अपनी गाड़ी साइड में रोक के और उनको उठाया है। कुछ लोगों ने मदद करी है, उठा के जो है मैंने अपनी गाड़ी में रखा है और मैं हॉस्पिटल के लिए तुरंत ही रवाना हुआ।
रास्ते में आसपास बहुत सारे अस्पताल थे, लेकिन इतना दूर क्यों ले गए? कोई बताया मैडम ने?
जी, मैडम ने बताया था कि आप आज़ादपुर की तरफ चलो। हाँ, जैसा मैडम ने बोला वैसा मैंने करा।
तो फ़ोन में वो क्या बातचीत कर रही थी?
जी, बातचीत ये कर रही थी, डॉक्टर्स वगैरह को रेडी रहने के लिए बोल रही थी। और जब हम हॉस्पिटल में पहुँचे हैं तो डॉक्टर्स वगैरह रेडी मिले हमें गेट पे।
अच्छा
जी।
आपकी गाड़ी में कौन कौन था?
हस्बैंड वाइफ थे और वो लेडीज़ थे।
अच्छा
जी।
तो आपने कहा नहीं कि मैडम ये पास में बहुत सारे हॉस्पिटल हैं, आप यहाँ क्यों ले जा रहे हैं, इतना दूर क्यों ले जा रहे हैं?
जी सर, मैंने ये बात नहीं कही। बाकी मेरे को नॉलेज भी नहीं है वहाँ की, कहाँ अस्पताल है कहाँ नहीं है। मेरे को जैसा बोला गया वैसे कहा।
अच्छा, तो आपको हेल्प करने के लिए किसी ने बोला था या आपने अपने मन से हेल्प की?
जी नहीं सर, मैंने अपने मन से ही हेल्प की।
अच्छा
जी, मेरी गाड़ी में स्पेस था पीछे, ये बताते कि दोनों आराम से आ जाएँ।
और क्या पुलिस से आपकी बातचीत हुई है उसके बाद?
पुलिस से बातचीत हुई है, बुलाया गया है थाने ही जा रहा हूँ मैं और देखते हैं क्या जो भी।
अच्छा,
जो सर थे वो लेटे हुए थे और मैडम जो थी वो बैठी थी।
वो बातचीत कर रहे थे उस वक्त?
हाँ,
बातचीत कर रहे? सर भी बातचीत कर रहे थे?
सर नहीं कर रहे।
अच्छा, मैडम कर रही थी?
मैडम।
अच्छा।
That is the taxi driver who ferried Navjot Singh to the hospital. We believe his wife is still in a very critical state. Of course, updates will be here on NDTV 24/7. Slipping to short break. On the other side, we return with the match between India and Pakistan and a report on it.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
This is the Zorawar, India's very own light tank. Built for a very specific requirement to defend our forces and attack when necessary in high altitude areas. Conceived of in the post-Galwan context and in direct response to the emergence of the Chinese Type 15 light tank, the Zorawar is meant to plug holes in India's armored defenses. At the moment, India uses heavy tanks, the T-90 and T-72, way up in the Ladakh heights. These are far too heavy and unwieldy for operations in the rarefied atmosphere. And so, Zorawar was designed and developed in 21 months straight. Weighing in at 25 tons, close to half the weight of the older tanks, the Zorawar can be easily airlifted and is built with the future in mind. Upgradability. Designed to operate with drones, it will also feature an active protection system, a system which intercepts incoming missiles and rockets to protect the tank. But these upgrades will come later. At the moment, the Army appears committed to the tank, which is being trialled not just in high altitude areas, but also the desert. The Zorawar weighs 25 tons It has a power-to-weight ratio of 30 horsepower per ton. That's key in the mountains. It has a 1,000 horsepower engine. It's amphibious. It can ford rivers and lakes. It can fire missiles, has a 105mm main gun, a 12.7mm remote-controlled weapon station, and a 7.62mm coaxial machine gun. In trials in September last year at the Mahajan firing range near Bikaner, the Zorawar hit its targets with pinpoint accuracy using its Belgian-designed gun, proving its lethality. Zorawar's development is a triumph of collaboration and indigenization. Led by the Defence Research and Development Organisation and Larsen & Toubro, with contributions from micro, small and medium enterprises, the tank boasts over 70% indigenous content. From its hull to advanced systems, Indian industries have risen to the challenge, reducing reliance on foreign technology. Unlike the Arjun main battle tank, which faced delays and cost overruns because of an overemphasis on full indigenization, the Zorawar takes a pragmatic approach, incorporating foreign components like the Cummins engine and the Cockerell gun turret while pushing for local manufacturing. The army may eventually end up operating 700 Zorawar tanks.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम, डब्बा टेलिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा.
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसे हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है.
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
Welcome back. India defeated Pakistan by 7 wickets in Asia Cup 2025 group stage clash on Sunday. The Indian team led by Sky, unbeaten 47, and Kuldeep Yadav's 3 wickets led India to victory against Pakistan. This was India's 11th win over Pakistan in 14 T20s.
Heads. Heads is the call. What's it, Andy?
It is a head.
There was no routine handshake between the captains at the toss. The ground was far from packed. Even before the fans who had trickled in and settled into the Dubai International Stadium, 2 Pakistani batters were done in by India's new ball bowlers, Pandya and Bumrah.
I think there is a chance here.
Pakistan's PSL find Shahid Rada Farhan and Fakhar Zaman had a 39-run stand before Akshar Patel and Kuldeep Yadav began to put the spin choke. Zaman danced down the track and found the ball land in Tilak Verma's hands, who had positioned himself nicely under the ring of fire.
That's a big wicket.
Captain Salman Agha looked uncomfortable. He attempted a top-edge sweep but was taken at deep square leg, wicket number 2 for Akshar Patel. The men in green were under pressure and there were too many dot balls. Kuldeep could have taken a hat-trick but for a drop. In the next ball, he got a slog sweeping Hassan Nawaz. 2 wickets in 2 balls for the leg spinner from Kanpur, Pakistan 64 for 6. Farhan scored 40 of 44 balls, but was Kuldeep's wicket number 3.
Takes it.
Shaheen Afridi tried to do what the Pakistani batters failed, took the attack to the opposition with a few massive hits to the fence that also helped them cross a century of runs on the night. Pakistan finished with a flourish, scoring 127 for 9. If it was a rough ride for Pakistan, India did not have it easy either at the start. Just in the second over, Saim Ayub got Shubman Gill. Abhishek Sharma had a brief 13-ball stay at the crease, but delighted the fans with shots like these, scoring 31. India were 41 for 2 by the fourth over, but that was when skipper Surya Kumar Yadav improvised. He was joined by Tilak Verma, who looked like in a hurry to finish the game. Verma was gone with India, 31 runs from the win. The men in blue registered a thumping 7-wicket win against arch-rivals Pakistan with 25 balls remaining, captain Surya Kumar Yadav striking 47 of 37 balls on the night.
And India is looking ominous in this Asia Cup.
Here's what's going viral amid the ongoing buzz around India versus Pakistan Asian Cup 2025. A video of a major blunder before the match began at the Dubai International Stadium on Sunday stunned cricket enthusiasts and especially the Pakistani players on the ground. As the Pakistan team lined up for the national anthem, a DJ error caused this awkward moment. We leave you with these visuals.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है। सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं। लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं। NDTV इंडिया पर।
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years.
Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. And now, Aditya Raj Kaul begins a new chapter at NDTV.
Welcome back. You're watching Breaking Ground with me, Vedika, a show not only about the headlines but the meaning behind them. Let's get started with our top stories. The Supreme Court refuses to stay the entire Waqf Act, stays certain provisions of the law, including the power of district collector and inclusion of non-Muslims in Waqf board. Centre says most of its arguments were accepted by court. It's almost been 24 hours since the death of a senior officer in the finance ministry after a BMW car hit his motorbike in Delhi. No arrest made in the case yet. Son alleges cover-up, asks why the father wasn't taken to a nearby hospital from the accident site. Ahead of Tamil Nadu elections, AIADMK veterans press for party reunity and reunion. Amma's aide ousted Sasikala calls for party unity. Team India puts nation first, refuses to shake hands with Pakistan cricket team on ground. Pakistan lodges complaint. Sources say Pakistan was informed in advance by the match referee. And 15-year-old Owen Cooper becomes youngest ever male actor to win an Emmy Award for his breakout role in Adolescence. Alright, a case has been filed against Manorama Khedkar, the mother of Pooja Khedkar, in Pune at a police station there. The case filed for not cooperating with police and helping the accused escape. The case is related to a road rage incident in Navi Mumbai where two unidentified persons allegedly kidnapped a truck driver's assistant and brought him to Manorama Khedkar's house. I have Paris live with us. Paris, what are the details you have for us? A case has finally been filed against Khedkar's mother, we believe.
Yes, Vedika, as we were speaking earlier on this entire issue, we were reporting on this entire issue. This whole incident is of 13th September at 7:15 p.m. when a car rammed into a truck, and from there this entire incident started. In this entire matter, FIR has been registered against the two unknown person in Rabale, Navi Mumbai. Now what we are getting is that the case has been registered against Pooja Khedkar, mother Manorama Khedkar, at Chatur Shangi police station in Pune. A case has been filed for non-cooperating with police for allegedly helping the accused escape. Manorama Khedkar is mother of controversial former IAS training officer Pooja Khedkar. Pune City Police have registered a case against her. She has been booked under section 221, 238 and 236 of IPC. The case is linked to the case which we are continuously reporting, which has happened on 13 September. And now it will be very interesting to see what will happen in this entire case, because FIR has been registered against Manorama Khedkar in Pune.
Right, thanks for joining us live there. We're starting with that breaking and important story. Another story with the controversial Khedkar involved. Moving on, more breaking news coming in. Now, we're just being told that we have the FIR report now of the incident where the crash took place, the Delhi BMW crash. We have details of that now. NDTV has accessed that FIR report. I have Anushka live with me. Anushka, take us through the details and the key findings or the key statements made in it.
That's right, Vedika. We are seeing that the FIR report has come out now. As per the police sources, when they received 3 consecutive calls regarding a traffic jam, they went outside, the ring road, and they saw that there was a horrific, traffic jam that was in fact at the road, and a horrific accident that took place at around 1 p.m. yesterday, where Navjot Singh, who is the senior finance, ministry official, was, he lost his life in that accident. We are right now also being told that his wife is in critical situation. She's in fact undergoing surgery as we are speaking. Also, in this whole matter, the Delhi police has in fact also said that the forensic team has in fact gathered all the evidence from the spot. Also, they have in fact also lodged FIR under multiple sections, culpable homicide and also tampering with the evidence, because what the son of Navjot Singh has said is that Gaganpreet, who was in fact the woman who was driving the BMW, took Navjot to a hospital that was around 17 kilometers from the accident site. There is said to be some link that is in fact between the hospital and her father. That is why they took all the victims who were involved with the accident to the New Life Hospital. The hospital, has also in fact given bite, and they have said that as soon as they found out a medico-legal case that had in fact come to them, they immediately, took the patients under their care and gave them the medical treatment. Right now, the wife of Navjot Singh is at a different hospital in Dwarka. She is undergoing a surgery. Her situation is said to be still critical at this moment, and also the Delhi police is saying that the investigation is undergoing. The statement of the woman who was driving the car is not yet taken by the police, but they are saying that they are treating this matter with utmost sincerity. We do see that this is not the first case wherein a luxury car was involved in a horrific accident like this. But yes, we did saw the situation of the car that was taken into police custody.
Yes.
And we see how the car overturned at the middle of the road in the ring road, and many of the people were injured when this accident took place. Over to you.
Anushka, do stay with me. I want more details from the FIR. But before that, here's what the son of Navjot Singh had to tell us yesterday.
थोड़ा आप ढाना सके आप ये बता सकते हैं कि क्या हुआ था, कैसे आपको जानकारी मिली?
तो मेरे को एक फैमिली फ्रेंड का कॉल आया था कि ऐसे ऐसे मेरे मम्मी पापा का एक्सीडेंट हो गया, बट आई वॉज वरीड, बट लाइक माइनर एक्सीडेंट हो गया क्योंकि पापा बहुत केयरफुली चलाते हैं, तो आई वॉज नॉट वेरी वरीड। बट फिर उन्होंने मुझे पिकअप करा और हम वहाँ गए। हाउएवर थोड़ा वो था कि वो बंगला साहब गए थे और वापस घर आ रहे थे, तो इट डिडंट मेक सेंस कि आज़ादपुर के किसी हॉस्पिटल में वो एडमिट हुए हैं मुखर्जी नगर के पास, तो वो थोड़ा अजीब लगा था। फिर मैं वहाँ पहुँचा तो हमारे एक और पापा के दोस्त है वो ऑलरेडी वहाँ पहुँचे हुए थे, तो उन्होंने मुझे फिर बताया कि पापा की डेथ हो गई है। और मम्मी से मैं मिला था, उनकी तो हालत ख़राब थी, उनका बहुत सारी चोटें लगी हुई थी, हेड इंजरी भी थी, इवन दो हेलमेट पहना हुआ था उन्होंने, फीमर उनकी पूरी शाटर हो गई है। आफ्टर द एक्सीडेंट धौलाकुआं में हुआ था। उनको फॉर सम रीज़न जो वो थे जिन्होंने जो ड्राइवर थे उन्होंने वहाँ भिजवा दिया 20 किलोमीटर्स अवे इन सम हॉस्पिटल कॉल्ड न्यू लाइफ GTB नगर में, एंड इट डिडंट मेक सेंस। 1 घंटे का रास्ता है यार वो, एंड टाइम इज़ क्रिटिकल आफ्टर एक्सीडेंट। तो अब आई डोंट नो द डिटेल्स एट, CCTV फुटेज अभी नहीं आई है कि एग्जैक्टली कैसा हुआ क्या हुआ, बट आई थिंक ये 1 घंटे क्या पता अगर पास वाले हॉस्पिटल में जाते मे बी ही वुड स्टिल बी हेयर।
उन्होंने अपनी तरफ से तो यही कोशिश किया है कि भाई मैनिपुलेशन करने वाली बात है। जब आप दूर ले जाएंगे, मतलब एक फंडामेंटल रूल है कि किसी का एक्सीडेंट हो जाता है उसको घर उस स्पॉट से नियरेस्ट पॉसिबल और हाई स्पीड से ले जाना होता है ताकि उसके सर्वाइवल के चांसेस ज़्यादा हों। लेकिन इस केस के अंदर उन्होंने उसको फर्दरेस्ट ले गया ताकि उसके सर्वाइवल के चांस बहुत ही रिमोट हो गए और वो चला गया, मर गया।
आपको लगता है कि अगर आसपास करीब 5 से 6 बड़े अस्पताल हैं, अगर वहाँ वो ले आते तो शायद जान बच जाती? बिल्कुल पास में ही बहुत सारे अस्पताल थे।
देखिए, उसके धौलाकुआं के रोड बोर्ड के पास हमारा RR है, रिसर्च एंड रेफरल आर्मी हॉस्पिटल। उधर वो एक बुलिंगडन हॉस्पिटल जिसको बोलते हैं, राम मनोहर लोहिया, उधर है। और भी 1-2 हॉस्पिटल हैं, वहाँ उनको ले जाया जा सकता था, लेकिन इन लोगों ने इंटेंशनली उसको, जैसे आपने बताया कि उसकी औरत के कुछ पेरेंट्स का हॉस्पिटल है जिनमें हमारा लड़का होनहार अकेला लड़का ख़त्म हो गया इसकी इन लोगों की वजह से।
मेरा बच्चा इतना अच्छा होशियार हो तो पता नहीं किसकी नजर लग गई, क्यों मारा, क्यों क्या कसूर किया था उसने। दोनों का, वो भी तो पड़ी हुई है हॉस्पिटल में, उसके भी हड्डियाँ टूटी पड़ी है, पीछे सिर फटा हुआ है, उसका हेलमेट पहनी हुई थी उसने। कोई सोचा ही नहीं, कहता चल मैं गुरुद्वारे जाता हूँ। कई बार जाते हैं, बाइक में भी चले जाते हैं। तभी 11 दिन पहले ट्रेनिंग गया था, ऑफिस की ट्रेनिंग थी यहाँ पर ही।
क्या कहेंगे कि
इंडिया
ये एक हादसा है या कोई साजिश इसके पीछे?
नहीं, बेचारे की कोई साजिश नहीं, कोई नहीं।
Going back to Anushka now. Anushka, the son of the victim has made some very startling and disturbing claims in that conversation with NDTV. Have they found mention in the FIR as well?
That's right, Vedika. In the FIR, the statement of Navjot Singh's wife has been, recorded. In that FIR, the wife has clearly stated that Navjot Singh was alive after the accident took place. She had requested the accused to take him to a nearby hospital, but she deliberately took him to a hospital that was 19 kilometers away. It is also, in fact, being mentioned that she had links with the hospital, that is the New Life Hospital, wherein Navjot Singh was taken after the accident. His wife was also admitted there. Gaganpreet, who is the accused in this whole case, was in fact also in that hospital. The wife of Navjot Singh has clearly said that the BMW was being driven at a very high speed, after which Gaganpreet lost control of the car and that car overturned in the middle of the road. The wife of Navjot Singh has clearly stated that she was wearing a helmet and Navjot Singh was wearing a turban, after which a blue BMW hit them from the back, and after that the car overturned because it was being driven at a high speed. Now remember, Ring Road is an area where we see a lot of traffic jam situation that happens at that particular stretch where the accident took place. Not just that, she has also mentioned that, she was requesting Gaganpreet repeatedly to take her to a nearby hospital so that they could get quick treatment, but she did not listen. Later, her son and acquaintances came to the hospital and admitted them to the Venkateshwar hospital that is in Dwarka, where we are standing at this moment. The girl had also told that her name was Gaganpreet Kaur, and the police took information from the hospital and registered an FIR. The son had claimed that when they went to NU Life Hospital, they tried to track the details of Gaganpreet, but it was being concealed by them. We also saw a video that he made, and it is also being widely circulated in the social media. But these are some starking questions that is in fact raised by the wife of Navjot Singh. She has clearly said that she had requested Gaganpreet to admit them, to get them admitted at a nearby hospital. There are multiple hospitals nearby at the Delhi Cant area. The army hospital is there. Many of multi-specialty hospitals are in fact situated at the Ring Road, but we do see that this situation turned out because the woman, the accused, deliberately took them to a hospital that was 19 kilometers away at GB Pant in Nagar, and after which Navjot Singh lost his life. He was brought dead upon arrival, and right now as we are speaking, his wife is undergoing treatment. She has multiple fractures on her hand and there are 14 stitches all over her body because that was quite a brutal accident. We are seeing the visuals of the accident as well. We can clearly see the BMW which is completely overturned. Anushka. First the BMW hit the car. After that, a bus hit the BMW.
Right, and that's when it overturned. That was a huge impact. Anushka, do stay with me. We're trying to piece together what really happened. We're trying to talk to people on the ground. Our reporters are also getting the FIR copies, trying to piece moment by moment together. So NDTV also spoke with the taxi driver who helped taking the victim to the hospital.
घटना हुई थी उस टाइम में दोनों गाँव की साइड से आ रहा था। मैंने देखा कि एक्सीडेंट हो गया है, कुछ लोग ज़मीन पे पड़े हैं, तो मैंने जो तुरंत ही अपनी गाड़ी साइड में रोक के और उनको उठाया है। कुछ लोगों ने मदद करी है, उठा के जो है मैंने अपनी गाड़ी में रखा है और मैं हॉस्पिटल के लिए तुरंत ही रवाना हुआ।
रास्ते में आसपास बहुत सारे अस्पताल थे, लेकिन इतना दूर क्यों ले गए? कुछ बताया मैडम ने?
जी, मैडम ने बताया था कि आप आज़ादपुर की तरफ चलो। हाँ, जैसा मैडम ने बोला वैसा मैंने कहा।
तो फ़ोन में वो क्या बातचीत कर रही थी?
जी, बातचीत ये कर रही थी, डॉक्टर्स वगैरह को रेडी रहने के लिए बोल रही थी। और जब हम हॉस्पिटल में पहुँचे हैं तो डॉक्टर्स वगैरह रेडी मिले हमें गेट पे।
अच्छा जी। आपकी गाड़ी में कौन कौन था?
वो हस्बैंड वाइफ थे और वो लेडीज़ थे।
अच्छा जी। तो आपने कहा नहीं कि मैडम ये पास में बहुत सारे हॉस्पिटल हैं, आप यहाँ क्यों ले जा रहे हैं, इतना दूर क्यों ले जा रहे हैं?
जी सर, मैंने ये बात नहीं कही। बाकी मेरे को नॉलेज भी नहीं है वहाँ की, कहाँ अस्पताल है कहाँ नहीं है। मेरे को जैसा बोला गया वैसे कहा।
अच्छा, तो आपको हेल्प करने के लिए किसी ने बोला था या आपने अपने मन से हेल्प की?
जी नहीं सर, मैंने अपने मन से ही हेल्प की।
अच्छा
जी, मेरी गाड़ी में स्पेस था पीछे, ये बताते कि दोनों आराम से आ जाए।
और क्या पुलिस से आपकी बातचीत हुई है उसके बाद?
पुलिस से बातचीत हुई है, बुलाया गया है थाने ही जा रहा हूँ मैं और देखते हैं क्या जो भी।
अच्छा,
जो सर थे वो लेटे हुए थे और मैडम जो थी वो बैठी थी।
वो बातचीत कर रहे थे उस वक्त?
हाँ,
बातचीत कर रहे थे। सर भी बातचीत कर रहे थे?
सर नहीं कर रहे।
अच्छा, मैडम कर रही थी।
मैडम।
अच्छा।
Anushka, you and I have spoken about the eyewitnesses. We've spoken about the son and the claims he's made. We've spoken about you accessing the FIR and the details there, the condition of the victim's wife. Let's also very quickly spend a moment understanding who was behind the wheels of that BMW. What details do you have on her?
That's right, Vedika. So far, what we know about the person who was driving the BMW is a woman. In fact, her name is Gaganpreet. She's also being told that she has connections with the NU Life Hospital, where she deliberately took Gagan, Navjot Singh and his wife. Well, they were requesting them. Clearly, Navjot Singh was in fact awake, was in his senses when the accident happened, and both of them, Navjot Singh and his wife, both of them requested her that she should take them at a nearby hospital, because clearly there was a lot of blood loss that happened, and Navjot Singh had, a lot of injuries were sustained by Navjot Singh. His wife was also in a stable condition. She was repeatedly requesting Gaganpreet so that she could immediately take them to the nearest care center in Delhi. And there are multi-specialty hospitals that are situated just 1.6 kilometers away from the site where the accident took place. But then she was taken 19 kilometers away from the hospital, and that is when Navjot Singh, when he was brought to the hospital, he was declared brought dead, and her, his wife is right now also in fact undergoing surgery, and she's said to be in a very critical situation. Over to you.
Thanks for joining me there. We'll keep coming back to you for more. We're praying that the victim's wife survives and recovers soon. Her husband's been in hospital. He's been extremely emotional, is what we're being told. This is not a moment, of course, for us to reach out to him. It's a moment for all of us to pray that the family recovers from this huge loss. The other big story, key provisions in the Waqf Act, which sparked nationwide protests, have been paused as the Supreme Court flagged that some of them will lead to arbitrary exercise of power. The bench of Chief Justice of India, B.R. Gavai, and Justice A.G. Masi said it found no case was made out to stay the whole statute, but some sections need some protection. These provisions have been paused till the petitions challenging the constitutionality of the Act are decided. Here's a look at all the political reactions coming in on this big story.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने वक्फ अमेंडमेंट एक्ट को पूरा सुनवाई करके जो आज ऑर्डर पास किया है, मैं इसका स्वागत करता हूं। सुप्रीम कोर्ट को पूरा विषय का जानकारी है, बहुत विस्तार में पक्ष रखा। सरकार के ओर से हमारे सॉलिसिटर जनरल ने विस्तृत रूप से एक्ट में जो प्रावधान है और उसका मंशा, सरकार का जो सोच है, उसको भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट में रखा है। और मैं मानता हूं कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो बेंच ने जो तय किया है, ये हमारा लोकतंत्र के लिए भी बहुत अच्छा शुभ संकेत है।
ये बहुत अच्छा फैसला है और सरकार की साजिश और सरकार की मंशा पर माननीय उच्चतम न्यायालय ने बड़े पैमाने पर रोक लगा दी है, अंकुश लगा दी है। तो पूरे देश में अपनी ज़मीनें दान करने वाले लोग, धार्मिक कामों के लिए, सामाजिक कामों के लिए, जिनको ये डर था कि सरकार उनकी ज़मीनें लूटने की कोशिश करेगी, फौरी तौर पर उनको बहुत बड़ी राहत मिली।
नहीं, हमें इंतज़ार करना चाहिए, सुप्रीम कोर्ट का पूर्ण निर्णय आ जाए, फैसला आ जाए, और उस पर फिर हम लोग उसको ध्यानपूर्वक उसको देखेंगे कि वो निर्णय सही मानों में वो जनहित में है या इस देश के अल्पसंख्यक के हित में है या नहीं है। फिर उसके बाद ही हम अपनी राय दे सकेंगे।
इसमें जो हम लोगों की डिमांड थी कि कंप्लीट एक्ट पर स्टे हो, वो नहीं डिमांड फुलफ़िल हुई है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी काफ़ी रिलीफ कोर्ट ने दी है, उसको हम लोग वेलकम करते हैं। और हम लोग ये उम्मीद करते हैं कि जब इंशाल्लाह फाइनल फ़ैसला आएगा तो उसमें कंप्लीट रिलीफ हासिल होगी। और मिसाल के तौर पे जो किसी भी प्रॉपर्टी को वक्फ करने के लिए जो मुसलमान 5 ईयर प्रैक्टिसिंग मुस्लिम होने की शर्त थी, उस पर स्टे हुआ है, सेक्शन 3 और 4 पर स्टे हुआ है, और वक्फ बोर्ड का CEO हो, मुसलमान ही हो, इसको वाजे किया गया है।
So court said that we are not pronouncing it the whole judgment. They have said it's a long judgment, we'll have to read. But जितना अभी तक बताया है उसमें थोड़ा सा हमें डिसअपॉइंटमेंट इसका है कि रजिस्ट्रेशन वाला स्टे नहीं किया, लेकिन उसमें टाइम लिमिट बढ़ा दी गई है। तो हमें उम्मीद है कि अभी हम जब पढ़ेंगे तो उसमें और भी चीज़ों पे हमारे सामने जाहिर होगा कि इसमें क्या क्या है इस ऑर्डर में।
प्रैक्टिसिंग मुस्लिम वाला जो प्रावधान था उस पे क्या
उस पे स्टे कर दिया गया है। और नॉट द कंप्लीट एक्ट, सर्टेन प्रोविजंस हैव बीन स्टेड। नॉन मुस्लिम मेंबर्स पे ये कहा है कि उसमें आपके बोर्ड में 3 से ज़्यादा नहीं रह सकते, और उसमें सेक्शन 9 के हिसाब से 4 से ज़्यादा नहीं रह सकते नॉन मुस्लिम में। काफ़ी हद तक बैलेंस्ड ऑर्डर है, जहाँ तक हमें लग रहा है। अभी हमें इसे डिटेल में पढ़ना पड़ेगा, तब हमें ज़्यादा बेहतर आइडिया होगा।
As part of our detailed coverage, we're cutting across to our correspondents, Aishwarya Jain joining me live and Nupur joining me live from outside the Supreme Court. For the bigger picture, Aishwarya, I'm going to come to you first. Key takeaways from the judgment.
The Supreme Court, had given an interim stay on three of the major, issues that was pertaining. In fact, it was the government and the opposition both had reacted to it and welcomed as they read out with their own perspective. The government had clearly stated that the entire act has not been stayed. Only there are partial interim stays that had been granted. Of course, on the condition that a person should be a practitioner of Islam at least for 5 years. That had been stayed by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court also had put on a stay on the provisions of the government to, de-recognize a waqf land during a pendency of a decision by the government. That means Supreme Court allowing said that allowing collector to decide the dispute is against the separation of powers, and that has been also stayed as far as the members of the Waqf Council. It has been stated that non-Muslim members cannot exceed 3, and the CEO cannot be mandatory a non-Muslim. But perhaps looking at a bigger picture, it is, of course, the government and Minority Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju went on to say that they welcome the kind of order because all the things have been put forward in the hearings by the Solicitor General, and the Supreme Court knows about the ruling, and they have not put an entire stay because Parliament has gone through the procedure of passing this act, and only a few of the provisions had got stay in the act. But the opposition parties, we have heard them as well. They have said that it's a win for them as well because the kind of demands that they have put forward, partially they have got that, and they will fight this case till the end in the Supreme Court, as the court stated that the provisions will be discussed at the later half as far as the entire act is concerned as well.
Do stay with me, Aishwarya. Going across to our legal correspondent, Nupur. Now, Nupur, what does this order mean for the abolition of the waqf-by-user as a concept?
Well, Vedika, this is in fact a big development when it comes to centre's contentions and arguments. Acknowledging centre's stake, the Supreme Court has today, while granting an interim stay on certain key provisions of the Waqf Act, has now said that the move of abolishing the waqf-by-user as a concept by the centre is not prima facie arbitrary. This means that the Supreme Court has in fact gone on to take a prima facie view in favour of the centre when it comes to the legality of Waqf Amendment Act, because abolishing waqf-by-user was one of the biggest move by the centre in this act, and now the Supreme Court says that it prima facie agrees with the centre's take. It also went on to say, in the written order copy that we have access, the Supreme Court has clarified that the bar on a Muslim to be practicing, that is in the new law, a Muslim has to be practicing for 5 years before he creates a waqf. Now this bar is only till the time the state governments come up with proper rules and regulation to ascertain the authenticity of claims and creation of waqf. So this is also which this likely appeared to go in favor of the petitioner. Now this is also slightly in favor of the centre's argument, because the Supreme Court has stayed this contentious provision only till the time centre and state governments bring in the mechanism to ascertain, because the Supreme Court has also observed that how waqf is misused by several non-Muslims. It observed that previously we have seen cases where non-Muslims used to convert to Islam just to marry and get a second wife, and similarly waqf is now being used as a clever device by several people to escape creditors and to illegally declare properties as waqf. So these observations, the prima facie view taken by the Supreme Court, has now made the petitioner's task a bit tough. Going ahead, the battle will not be easy for the petitioner. Yes, they have managed an interim stay, and it is a big thing. It is a rare thing to get an interim stay on a law passed by the Parliament. But still, the road ahead for the petitioners is not easy, as the Supreme Court has taken several prima facie views in favour of the centre today.
All right, Nupur, thanks for bringing us up to speed with that complicated but very significant hearing and judgment that was passed today. Moving on now, Pakistan coach Mike Hesson was left fuming after the Indian contingent refused to shake hands with his players. There was no customary handshake between the two players of the two teams. The Pakistan Cricket Board, the PCB, has lodged a protest with the ACC, the Asian Cricket Council, over this. The PCB also issued a statement saying that the match referee had earlier asked Pakistan captain Salman Agha to not shake hands with the Indian captain. They also said that the move goes against the very spirit of sports. In fact, the board emphasized that their captain Salman Agha skipped the post-match presentation as a sign of protest. Now, Surya Kumar, on his part, said the decision to not shake hands with the opposition was their way of showing solidarity with the families of the victims of Pahalgam terrorist attack. Clearly, for Team India, it was nation over sports.
You refused to shake hands with the Pakistani players after the match. Was it politically motivated, or it was just to match the vibes of the people back home after the recent skirmishes between the two countries? And don't you think that it was against the sportsmanship?
I feel few things in life are ahead of sportsman spirit also. We actually stand with all the victims of Pahalgam terror attack, and we stand with their families also, express our solidarity. Also, as I said at PC, that we dedicate this win to our brave armed forces who took part in Operation Sindoor, and as they continue to inspire us all, we'll try our best whenever given an opportunity to inspire them as well, if possible.
We were ready to shake hands at the end of the game. We obviously were disappointed that our opposition didn't do that. We sort of went over there to shake hands, and they'd already gone into the changing room. So that was a disappointing way, obviously, for the match to finish, and a match that we were disappointed the way we played, but certainly were willing to go and shake hands.
अभी भी बहुत ज़्यादा क्रिकेट बाकी है इस मैच में, बट इम्पॉर्टेंट ये था कि ये मैच इसलिए भी इम्पॉर्टेंट था बिकॉज एज अ टीम we wanted to show our solidarity towards the victim of all the families that has what they've gone through during the Pahalgam attack, and more importantly we want to thank the armed forces for their successful Operation Sindoor, and I'm sure we'll try and make the country proud and try and make the
ये जो इसका सोच है अपोजिशन पार्टी का हर समय राजनीति करने का, वो ठीक नहीं है। और जहाँ तक ये जो क्रिकेट खेला है, ये पाकिस्तान इंडिया का बायलैटरल खेल नहीं है, एशिया कप है। उसमें अगर इंडिया नहीं खेलेंगे तो इंडिया ऐसे आउट हो जाएगा, और ओलंपिक्स एशिया कप पाकिस्तान के लिए नहीं होता है, वो पूरा देशों के लिए होता है। पाकिस्तान का साथ तो भारत ने कोई मैच खेला ही नहीं है, कोई बायलैटरल पाकिस्तान में भी गया नहीं है, पाकिस्तान को अलग से बुलाया नहीं है। सेंटीमेंट सही है, लेकिन सेंटीमेंट के पीछे जो एक रैशनल थिंकिंग होना चाहिए कि भारत अलग से कहाँ पाकिस्तान के साथ बायलैटरल मैच खेल रहा है।
And a political war of words has broken out over this incident that took place yesterday of no handshake between the two teams. Listen it.
देखिए, अब ये सब सिलसिला तो चलता रहेगा, लेकिन एक बात स्पष्ट है कि भारत को ये फैसला करना पड़ेगा कि अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मैच में हमको भाग लेना है या नहीं लेना है। अगर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मैचों में या कप में या किसी तरह के इस तरह के कार्यक्रम में अगर भाग लेना है तो फिर सबसे हाथ तो मिलाना पड़ेगा।
ये पुनः उसी बात का सम्मान, अगर आप किसी से हाथ मिला रहे हैं और वही लोग आपके परिवार वालों को आकर इस तरीके से उनके ऊपर हमला करके उनकी हत्या करने का काम कर रहे हैं, तो यकीनन ऐसी तस्वीरें उनकी भावनाओं को भी विचलित कर सकती थी कि जिन्होंने हमारे अपनों को मारा उनके साथ आप इस तरीके से हाथ मिला रहे हैं, मधुर संबंध आप बना रहे हैं, इन भावनाओं को ठेस। बहरहाल जिस व्यवस्था में वो लोग थे, एक खेल खेला जाना था और उसका भी हमारे खिलाड़ियों ने उतना ही सम्मान रखा और उसी भावना से उस खेल को खेला और जीत कर सही मायनों में जिस तरीके से उन पीड़ितों को सम्मान देना चाहिए था वो हमारे खिलाड़ियों ने ज़रूर दिया।
And months ahead of the assembly elections in Bihar, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be in Purnia district today to address a rally and launch development projects worth 36,000 crore rupees. The Prime Minister will also inaugurate a newly developed airport terminal at the North Bihar town, which will fulfill the region's long-standing demand for air connectivity. Another key highlight is the scheduled inauguration of the National Makhna Board, the setting up of which was announced in the union budget earlier this year. Listen in to what the political parties had to say ahead of the Prime Minister's Bihar touchdown.
प्रधानमंत्री बिहार से बहुत प्यार करते हैं। जब भी बिहार जाते हैं, बिहार में अपना खजाना खोल देते हैं। बिहार के लोगों को बहुत खुशी है। प्रधानमंत्री के आने से जहां पूरा बिहार खुश है, वहां विपक्ष के नेताओं को मिर्ची लग रही है। उन्हें मालूम है कि जब नरेंद्र मोदी जी बिहार की धरती पर आते हैं तो बिहार पूरी तरह भाजपा मय, एनडीए मय हो जाता है। लेकिन जब मोदी जी आते हैं तो विपक्ष के लोग इसी तरह बयानबाजी करने लगते हैं।
अब प्रधानमंत्री जी आ रहे हैं तो जुमलों की बारिश करने आ रहे हैं। कहीं कोई विकास का काम नहीं हो रहा, कहीं मुद्दे पे प्रधानमंत्री बात नहीं करेंगे, केवल घुसपैठिया की बात करेंगे। लेकिन लोगों की तरक्की, बिहार की तरक्की, गरीब के बारे में बात नहीं करेंगे, पढ़ाई, दवाई, कमाई, सिंचाई के बारे में बात नहीं करेंगे। हम तो उम्मीद करते हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री जी पूर्णिया आ रहे हैं तो वहाँ के मेडिकल कॉलेज भी चले जाएं और साथ में हमारे चाचा को भी लेके चले जाएं, स्थिति जान जाएंगे क्या है।
इस बात में कहीं कोई दो राय नहीं है कि जिस तरीके से बिहार में प्रधानमंत्री जी के तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री पद की शपथ लेने के बाद एक के बाद एक विकास की बड़ी परियोजनाओं को धरातल पर उतारा गया है। अलग अलग क्षेत्र से जुड़े हुए छोटी बड़ी तमाम परियोजनाओं को इस सोच के साथ कि किस तरीके से बिहार को एक विकसित राज्य बनाया जा सके। अब ऐसे में अगर विपक्ष को ये सारी बातें नहीं दिखती और उनको सिर्फ भ्रमित करने वाले मुद्दों को ही जनता के बीच लेकर जाना है, तो ये विपक्ष की सोच हो सकती है और इसी नकारात्मक सोच ने बिहार का नुकसान किया।
Okay, we have some breaking news coming in. There's been a lathi charge in Patna, is what we're being told, over the police recruitment exams. Candidates tried to break barricades. Those are the visuals you're getting from Patna of the incident. We'll try and connect with our reporter shortly, but highly dramatic visuals from the ground in Patna. We're being told this lathi charge by the police in Patna has happened in relation with the recruitment exams. Prabhakar joining me live as well. Prabhakar, we're seeing violent scenes here. There's been a lathi charge as well. Take us through what happened on the ground.
See, these are the aspirants of the police recruitment exam, rather the sub-inspector recruitment exam, which was scheduled to be happening in Bihar, and because of some reason it got delayed. And so these agitated aspirants actually are protesting for regularization of exam and for that exam to be conducted as soon as possible. So they had today held a protest, and that protest march, which started from the Patna University, actually reached Patna's Dagbanglo roundabout, where the police tried to stop them. But seeing the number of students and the crowd swelled over there, and then they broke the barricade. The police was forced to use force there, so water cannon was used, lathi charge was used, and few of the protesters, they have got injured. We are trying to ascertain the exact number of people who have got injured in this particular protest, and few of them have also been taken under preventive custody, we are told. They have been taken to the local police station, which is the Kotwali police station, and as we talk, the protest continues, and the agitation continues over there, and police is trying to contain the situation on the ground.
Any injuries reported there? Tell us more about the background to this entire controversy, Prabhakar, because what you're saying is this protest is still on right now.
Yeah, the protest is still on. The police has so far not been able to contain the situation to full normalcy, but we are told that few people have been taken under custody, 4 to 5 people, especially those who were leading this protest. Then the few students haven't sustained injuries, but we are told there are no major injuries as of now. There are no major injuries, so they have been taken to the local hospital. And as I told, the protesters were demanding the immediate examination to be conducted of the sub-inspector recruitment in Bihar.
And what the protesters are also saying, Prabhakar, is that there's been no recruitment for these posts for 2 years now.
Pardon, you'll have to come again, please.
Prabhakar, my question is that the protesters are also claiming that for 2 years there's been no recruitment for these posts.
Yeah, exactly. That is what the major protest is. This protest is all about. They are saying that that entire recruitment exam, the process of recruiting not only the cops but also the sub-inspectors in the Bihar police, it has been delayed, and it has been delayed because of the slackness on the part of the government.
Yes.
So they are saying that you please conduct that examination ASAP, as soon as possible, so that more and more youngsters, more and more aspirants actually can get into the secured government job. That is what they are protesting about.
Prabhakar, any word from the government on this in the recent past as well? Because what we're seeing on the ground is anger over this issue and the stalemate over it. What is the government's stand been on this?
See, government officially has not reacted on it, but the government body which actually conducts the exam, they had issued a statement in past saying that this entire process was in progress, and very soon they'll be able to conduct the exam on the ground. But as of now, they have not come up with any date as such. So they are saying that very soon we'll try to actually address the concern of these aspirants, and we'll conduct the exams as soon as possible. But the students are demanding that that exact date should be announced so that they can prepare well for that exam and get into the government job if they qualify.
Do stay with me, Prabhakar, while we recap for our viewers. What you see on your screens is a lathi charge that is taking place on these protesters by the Patna police. This incident taking place in Patna in Bihar. This is over recruitment exams and candidates trying to break barricades. There's what we're being told. The protesters claim that there has been no recruitment for 2 years now for the post of sub-inspectors. You're seeing angry scenes there on the ground. And Prabhakar still with us, recapping for our viewers. Prabhakar, what is really happening on the ground? Angry youth there that we can see, and the police trying to contain the outrage on the ground in Patna.
Exactly. See, this agitation, this demand has been for long. These are all the visuals you see on our screen. The protesters you see on our screen, they are the aspirants for the Bihar sub-inspector recruitment exam. Now these students, they had been waiting for the exam dates to be announced. Their demand is that government should expedite that, government should put it on the speedy mode and get those examinations conducted as soon as possible, because they have been waiting for quite long, and they don't want this wait to never end actually for them.
All right, thanks for joining me live there. Angry voices there on the ground, protesters claiming that it's been a while since the recruitment for this post has happened. And what you can see there is a face-off between the Patna police and young protesters on the ground in Patna. With that, we're sipping a short break. We will return with news and updates in moments from now. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
The Supreme Court refuses to stay the entire Waqf Act, stays certain provisions of the law, including the power of district collector and inclusion of non-Muslims in Waqf board. Centre says most of its arguments were accepted by court. It's been almost 24 hours since the death of a senior official in the finance ministry after a BMW car hit his motorcycle in the national capital. No arrests made yet. FIR accessed by NDTV. Ahead of Tamil Nadu elections, AIA-DMK veterans press for party reunion. Amma Zaid ousted. Sasikala calls for party unity.
Pulling us into this country.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
We see the problems, but you as a social entrepreneur see the solutions. You are not just creating solution, you are creating a future where everyone has a chance to thrive. For the change makers, the innovators, the ones building a better world, one solution at a time. The Adani Green Talk Social Impact Awards are created for you. Green Talk Social Impact Awards 2025, coming soon.
We're the only country with such a large population of youth and युवा.
Pure talent और कुछ नहीं है.
बुलाने वाला फ्यूचर काफी अच्छा है स्पोर्ट्स का.
Luck, patience and a lot of tolerance.
Life can change overnight.
जीवन में मैंने कोशिश की है सदैव चुनौती को अपनाने.
We need to work towards an egalitarian society, regardless of gender and orientation.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो NDTV सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है.
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं. उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Now the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players.
Welcome back. A quick check on the international headlines in our World View segment. Donald Trump has condemned the killing of Nagamalya, an Indian origin motel manager beheaded in Dallas last week by a Cuban migrant, assures strictest action against the perpetrator. US President Donald Trump has once again said he is willing to impose sanctions on Russia, but added that Europe needed to act in a way that aligns with Washington and what it wants to do. US officials have said Charlie Kirk's alleged killer is refusing to cooperate with investigators and has not admitted to carrying out the shooting. US President Donald Trump has strongly condemned the brutal killing of Chandramouli Bob Nagamalya, an Indian-origin motel manager beheaded in Dallas, Texas last week by a Cuban migrant. In a post on Truth Social, Trump vowed to make America safe again and declared that his administration would not be soft on illegal immigrant criminals. And staying with Trump, Donald Trump on Sunday reiterated his stance that he's willing to impose sanctions on Russia, but called out Europe to act in a way that is commensurate with what Washington, D.C. was doing. Asserting that Europe is buying oil from Russia, Trump told the media, Europe is buying oil from Russia. I don't want them to buy oil, quote unquote. The US president said that the sanctions that Europe is imposing on Russia are not enough and that the European Union needs to be tough.
NATO has to get together, Europe has to get together and do it. Look, Europe they're my friends, but they're buying oil from Russia. So we can't be expected to be the only ones that are, full bore. But Europe is buying oil from Russia. I don't want them to buy oil. And the sanctions that they're putting on are not tough enough. And I'm willing to do sanctions, but they're going to have to toughen up their sanctions commensurate with what I'm doing.
But just to clarify, you wouldn't move ahead until NATO moves ahead.
Well, I'm ready to move ahead, but they have to do it. I think they will. But right now they're talking and they're not doing it. Look, they're buying oil from Russia. We're not buying oil from Russia. They're buying a lot of oil from Russia. That's not the deal.
Utah Governor Spencer Cox has said that the Charlie Kirk's alleged killer is refusing to cooperate with investigators and has not admitted to carrying out the shooting. The suspect, 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, was arrested roughly 33 hours after Kirk's assassination. The 31-year-old right-wing activist was fatally shot, if you remember, in Orem on Wednesday. In an interview with ABC News, Cox, a Republican, noted that while Robinson himself has not been forthcoming, those close to him have been assisting authorities with this very crucial investigation.
Boyfriend, the roommate, is cooperating with investigators. What specifically have you learned from this individual, and is the suspect cooperating?
So what we have learned specifically is that this person did not have any knowledge, was shocked when they found out about it. When he found out about it, the suspect has not been cooperating so far, and so we're getting all of this information from family members, again people around the suspect, and then the forensic information that we have, which is confirming everything and more than what we were able to share in that initial press conference.
Some breaking news coming in, the latest in the BMW crash that had taken place in Delhi yesterday. The Delhi police team has reached the hospital where the accused, the woman who was behind the wheels of the BMW, Gaganpreet, was taken post her injuries. The police are likely to take her into custody, we're being told, and question her. Anushka now joins me on the phone line. Anushka, we already have spoken about the FIR and the details there. What is the likelihood now, based on that FIR, that Gaganpreet will be taken into custody?
That's right, Vedika. Gaganpreet has been taken into custody. The Delhi police had reached the NU Life hospital few minutes from now, after which now the police has in fact taken Gaganpreet into custody. Gaganpreet is the same woman who was driving the BMW yesterday around 1 p.m. when the accident happened. Now, according to the FIR report also that has been accessed by NDTV, the wife of Navjot Singh had clearly stated that Navjot Singh was alive after the accident. Wife had requested the accused woman to take him to a nearby hospital. She deliberately took Navjot to a hospital of her acquaintance that was 19 19 kilometers away. She was also admitted to the same hospital, after which now the police team had, upon registering the FIR, they had reached NU Life Hospital today, and they have taken Gaganpreet into custody. This is a recent update that we are telling the viewers about how this whole investigation has taken a U-turn, where Gaganpreet has been taken into custody by the police. In a written statement recorded in the FIR, that the woman driving the BMW, whose Gaganpreet was driving the car at a very high speed. She lost control of the car and hit the brake directly. According to FIR and the statement that was filed by Navjot Singh's wife, she has clearly stated that her husband and her were, returning home after a lunch on a motorcycle.
Yes.
They were going from Dhola Kuan towards Delhi Camp metro station on the ring road. She was sitting behind. Her husband was driving the bike. She was wearing a helmet, and the husband was, had tied a turban. And after which the BMW came from behind at a high speed and carelessly hit the brake from behind. After the collision, both, Navjot and his wife fell on the road. The husband suffered severe injuries on his head, face and legs. She was in his senses after the accident took place, and the wife of Navjot Singh had clearly requested the woman Gaganpreet, who has been taken into custody by the Delhi police, to take them to the nearest hospital so that he could be saved. But she took him deliberately 19 kilometers away from the ring road.
So Anushka, that's the breaking news. Do stay with me. A quick recap for our viewers that the Delhi police had reached the hospital a couple of minutes ago. They have taken the main accused in the case, the BMW case, into custody. Anushka is still with us. She's been tracking all the movements in this story, all the developments as well. Anushka, there should be some clarity now once the police starts questioning Gaganpreet on why she took the victim and his wife 19 kilometers away to a small, obscure hospital, because that's also a part of the FIR that has been registered against her.
That's right, Vedika. The police is probing the matter, wherein it is, in fact, being speculated that the NU Life Hospital is linked to Gaganpreet and his father somehow. There are speculations that was made by, the victim's family. Navjot Singh's son has, in fact, also gone on to say that there was a possible attempt to take away all the evidence from the site, and that is also a case that has been registered in the FIR. Gaganpreet, while she was driving the car, at a very high speed, and Ring Road is an area where there's a lot of traffic jam around.
All right, I think, Anushka, we're seeing the visuals right now from outside the hospital. That is the accused, viewers, that you're looking at on your screens, being taken away by the Delhi police. They reached there sometime earlier. Now she's being put into the car. She was taken in a wheelchair to the car that you see on your screens. The media right outside that van trying to question her, but the Delhi police surrounding the accused. First on NDTV here, the visuals and the video that you see of the main accused, Gaganpreet, being taken away by the Delhi police in that car. Huge media presence outside the hospital, but key questions that the police really need to put to this woman, especially why she drove about 19 kilometers out to take the victim, Navjot Singh, and his wife to a small, obscure hospital. We still have with us Anushka on the phone line. Anushka, we've just seen the visuals of Gaganpreet being taken away. Clearly, it seems that she's being treated medically for all the issues she had. The arrest we were expecting after she would be discharged from hospital, which has now happened.
That's right, Vedika. After 24 hours since the accident, the Delhi police has now made a first arrest. Gaganpreet was driving the BMW when the accident happened at the Ring Road yesterday. In the FIR also, the wife of Navjot Singh has clearly mentioned that he was alive after the accident. The wife had requested the accused woman, Gaganpreet, to take him to a nearby hospital. She deliberately took Navjot to a hospital of her acquaintance 19 kilometers away. Now, the Delhi police is also probing the fact that why she took the victims 19 kilometers away when they were clearly requesting that she should be taking them to a nearby hospital, which she deliberately ignored. It is written in the statement recording in the FIR that driving the BMW was driving the car. She lost control of the car and hit the brake directly, according to FIR. And also what Navjot Singh's wife has mentioned, they were going from Dhola Kuan towards Delhi Camp metro station on the Ring Road. She was sitting behind. Her husband was driving the bike. She was wearing a helmet. The husband had tied a turban. Then a blue-colored BMW car came from behind at a high speed and carelessly hit the brake from behind.
Anushka, we can see on our screens that the main accused has also covered her face with a stole there. She was taken off the wheelchair after getting to the police vehicle. Now, we've already spoken about one of the issues and one of the claims made by the victim's son, where Navnoor Singh has said that 17 kilometers covered to take them to an obscure small hospital. Now, barring that claim, what are the other statements made in the FIR against the person that we just saw on our screen?
That's right, Vedika. Gaganpreet had also sustained several injuries. She was taken to NU Life Hospital, where she had, went there.
An audio problem there with Anushka. We'll try and get her back on the phone line. But what you're seeing on your screens are the moments of the arrest of Gaganpreet, the person, the main accused in the BMW accident case that we have been highlighting here on NDTV 24/7, escorted by police officers, taken in a wheelchair, her face covered. She was then put into a car, a police vehicle. You could see a huge media presence outside the vehicle, a lot of media personnel stationed outside that hospital, where even you have Navjot Singh's wife battling for her life. But now, almost 24 hours later, you are now seeing the main accused being wheeled away and taken in a police car to the police station. NDTV 24/7 has also accessed the FIR. Some of the key findings that our reporter has brought to us from the FIR also includes why a 19-kilometer distance was covered to take the victim and his wife to a hospital which was small and obscure. We will try and get Anushka back on the line, but this is a life lost that we're seeing due to negligence perhaps, and those are questions that the Delhi police will be posing to this main accused in the case, who has now been taken away by the Delhi police. This incident happened between 1:30 and 2 p.m. yesterday in Dhaula Kua, in the heart of New Delhi, the national capital. And now 24 hours later, you are seeing that big arrest being made. The son of the victim has claimed that there has been a cover-up in the case. He has also alleged that the main accused knew some people in the hospital that she had taken his father and mother to. And like I said, those questions will now be answered during the interrogation of the main accused in the BMW case. We'll try and get Anushka on the phone line there, but the accused, Gaganpreet, is now in custody. Viewers, the person who was inside hospital for the last close to 18 to 20 hours, also getting medical attention is what we were being told, has now been taken away by the Delhi police. This case, in fact, this incident took place yesterday. We also got you very disturbing visuals of the impact and the aftermath of the impact on a road in Dhaula Kua, where you could see the victim, Navjot Singh, lying lifeless on the road, and you had his wife right next to him, who we believe is extremely critical. She is undergoing surgeries. The son, who NDTV spoke to yesterday, has been extremely emotional. He is obviously fearing the worst at this point with his mother. But we have Anushka back with us on the phone line. Anushka, now the case is gaining momentum with this arrest.
That's right, Vedika. First arrest has been made in this case. Gaganpreet, who was driving the BMW when the accident happened. Also in the FIR, where Navjot Singh's wife has in fact also claimed that while she was driving at a very high speed, and after the accident happened, Navjot Singh's wife had clearly requested her to take them to a nearby hospital, but then she had taken them to a hospital that was 19 kilometers away from the location, possibly losing the critical 1.5 hours after the accident, which is considered to be of essence when the accident happens. And we clearly saw that she refused the request of Navjot Singh's wife and took them to a hospital that is said to be linked to her acquaintance. Now, the Delhi police is also probing into this possible angle that the hospital was in fact linked to her acquaintance, and that is why she took them to a hospital that was very far away from the hospital. It is also written in the statement recorded in the FIR that the woman driving the BMW was driving the car at a very high speed. She lost control of the car and hit the brake directly. We did see the visuals of the car that was overturned at the ring road. The impact that the car had taken after the accident, can clearly imagine the kind of hit the bike had taken after the BMW lost control. The woman lost control of the BMW, according to FIR also, and as for the statement that was filed by Navjot Singh's wife, she had clearly stated that they went to Gurdwara Bangla Sahib for for a visit, and after that they went to Karnataka Bhavan to have a lunch, after which they were coming back to their house. They were coming back to their residence at Harinagar, during which the accident took place. She was sitting behind, her husband was driving the bike. She was wearing a helmet, her husband had a turban tied on his head. Then a blue-colored BMW car came from behind at a high speed and carelessly hit on the bike from behind. After the collision, both Navjot Singh and his wife fell on the road. Husband suffered severe injuries on his face, head and legs. He suffered.
The details of the charges against this main accused. The case has been registered. Just take us through the charges against the accused at this point. What has she been booked under?
That's right. Multiple cases has been, filed against, in IPC sections like 281, 125, 105, and 238 of VNS, which means culpable homicide, and also tampering of evidences are some cases that we are looking on to. Not just that, the cases investigated by the police. The doctors also wrote that it was a road accident, that is RTA, and the husband was declared brought dead when he was taken to the hospital. The police took information from the hospital and registered the FIR. The girl had told her name was Gaganpreet Kaur, and she had also given her vehicle number. Later, the son of Gaganpreet Singh and acquaintances came to hospital and in Dwarka, which is the Venkateshwar Hospital, where Navjot Singh's wife is currently undergoing medical treatment. She is said to be in a critical condition. Also, she kept requesting her repeatedly to take them to a nearby hospital so that they could get quick treatment, because there was a lot of blood loss. We did see the horrible visual that in fact came, in front of her, the video that NDTV accessed, and it can clearly be seen the kind of impact that happened after the accident, the situation in which the car could be seen from the visuals also. We can clearly see that this was completely a case where rash driving was involved, and that is why an accident of this intensity happened at the Ring Road yesterday around 1 p.m. in the afternoon. Over to you.
Anushka, every aspect of this case, what we're seeing in the FIR, what we're seeing from, or rather what we've heard from the son of the victim in this case, smacks of VIP privilege.
That's right, Vedika. This is not the first time that a luxury car has been involved in such kind of accident, and after that they are trying to somehow manage the situation. They are trying to tamper with the evidence. Not just that, they're also trying to call on their special privileges so that they can take the victim to the hospital of their own choosing, while the time was of essence, and all of them were requesting her to take them to a nearby medical facility. Now remember, around Ring Road, within 1.6 kilometers of a distance, there are multiple hospitals. There is even an army hospital that is situated in a nearby location, but not, ignoring all of those requests, ignoring everything that was critical at that time during which the accident happened. She took all of them to a hospital that was clearly linked to one of her associates. This is also a possible angle that the police is probing at this time, but also this reeks of special privilege, and also how she kept on ignoring the pleas of the people who were involved. Navjot Singh, who spoke to NDTV after the accident, had clearly said that he had requested, and it does not make sense that when they were on the Ring Road, their last location and the location of the hospital is somehow 1.5 hours away from where the accident happened. He had also raised question about foul play as to how they were trying to tamper with the evidence. We also saw the statement that came from the hospital's authority. They said that this was a medico-legal case, and after they were admitted, they called the hospital, they called the police station, and they gave the information about what all happened there. The police recorded the statement of Navjot Singh's wife, and now we are seeing that the police has taken into custody, rather arrested, Gaganpreet Singh, who was behind the wheels yesterday. A very unfortunate day when a 52-year-old man's life was snatched away in that unfortunate accident.
Heartless, shameful negligence, VVIP negligence in the capital, every aspect of this incident, extremely disturbing incident, smacks of VIP privilege. But the Delhi police has been quick on their feet. They have finally also arrested the main accused, who was till now inside a hospital being treated for medical injuries. Slipping to a short break, but before that, we're going to go across to Uma now for the Southern View. Stay tuned.
Very good afternoon to all of you. At 2 p.m., all the news from the south of the country. We bring you all the breaking news on all that is relevant and all that you would want to know and need to know from the south of the country. I am joined by my colleagues Vijay Gopal Muralidharan from Chennai, Deepak Bopanna from Bengaluru, Ashish Pandey from Andhra Pradesh, and also Ritu from Bengaluru as well. First, we will bring you all the headlines and the big news developments happening in Chennai. Vijay, over to you. With all these Sengotayan, whether it is a Sasikala, OPS, all of them now raising this hue, saying that the AIADMK needs to be united to take on a DMK. What's the latest on that front?
Thank you, Uma. That's right. You know that today is the birth anniversary of DMK icon and Dravidian icon and former Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Annadurai. In this day, various political parties paid tribute to Annadurai. In this occasion, ADMK leader Sengotayan and former ADMK leader Sasikala and O. Panneerselvam reiterates that the call for unified ADMK. We know that a few days back, Sengotayan calls for unified ADMK and set a deadline of 15 days, which ends today. You know that deadline, 10 days, which ends today. In this day, when we asked Sengotayan about what happened to unified ADMK, he said that he expressed the opinion and sentiment of cadre and people. Even the same opinion was expressed by former ADMK leader O. Panneerselvam and Sasikala also. Sasikala said that only unified ADMK can bring back MGR and Jayalalitha governance in Tamil Nadu. United ADMK would be tough, but it is the need of the hour. This is what the development around ADMK so far.
நோக்கம் இயக்கம் ஒன்று பெற வேண்டும். புரட்சித்தினுடைய அவர்கள் அம்மாவுடைய ஆட்சி மனதில் இந்த கருத்துக்களை 5ஆம் தேதி என்று பதிவு வைத்தேன். இதை பொறுத்தவரையிலும் தொண்டர்கள் பொதுமக்களுடைய கருத்துக்களை மனதிலே கொண்டு புரிய வேண்டியவர்கள் புரிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டும் என்ற வேண்டுகோளை நான் வைக்க கடமைப்பட்டிருக்கிறேன். நம் இயக்கம் வலிமை பெறுவதற்கு நம் இயக்கம் 2024 வெற்றி பெறுவதற்கு எல்லோரும் உறுதுணையாக பணிகளை மேற்கொள்ள வேண்டும் என்று வேண்டுகோளை வைத்து விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி.
நிராகரிக்கிறதுங்கிறது பொதுவாக ரொம்ப ஈஸியான வேலை. சேர்க்கிறது அப்படிங்கிறதெல்லாம் ரொம்ப கஷ்டமான வேலை. அது டைம் எடுக்கும் சேர்க்கறது. இப்போ நாங்கள்லாம் தலைவர் மறைவுக்கு பிறகு பார்த்திங்கன்னா சேர்த்தே பழக்கப்பட்டுட்டேன் நான். அதனால் இது நிறைய பேர் இதெல்லாம் தெரிஞ்சுக்கணுங்கிறது தான் என்னுடைய ஆசை.
இன்றைக்கு அண்ணாவுடைய பிறந்த நல்நாளை முன்னிட்டு பிரிந்து கிடக்கின்ற அனைத்து இந்திய அன்னார முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தினுடைய சக்தியில் அனைவரும் ஒன்று சேர்ந்தால்தான் மீண்டும் புரட்சித் தலைவர் எம்ஜிஆர் அவர்கள் எந்த நோக்கத்திற்காக இந்த இயக்கத்தை உருவாக்கினார்களோ அந்த இயக்கத்தினுடைய கொள்கைகள் கோட்பாடுகள் கீழ்த்தட்டு மக்கள் மேற்தட்டு மக்களுக்கு இணையாக தங்களுடைய வாழ்க்கை நடைமுறையை கொண்டு வந்து அந்த மக்களுக்கு சேர்த்திட வேண்டும் என்று இருவரும் தலைவர்களும் 50 ஆண்டுகால அனைத்து இந்திய அன்னார முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தினுடைய வரலாற்றில் 30 ஆண்டு காலம் ஆளுகின்ற பொறுப்பை தமிழக மக்கள் பெற்று நாட்டு மக்களுக்கு அவருடைய நல்வாழ்விற்கு என்ன தேவையோ அதைத்தான் புரட்சித் தலைவர் எம்ஜிஆரும் புரட்சித் தலைவி மாண்புமிகு அம்மா அவர்களும் தங்களுடைய பொற்கால ஆட்சியில் தமிழக அரசிலிருந்து பெறப்படுகின்ற மாநிலத்தினுடைய சொந்த வருவாயை கொண்டு நம்முடைய மாநிலத்தினுடைய அனைத்து மக்களுக்கும் கிடைக்கச் செய்கின்ற
And another big development in Tamil Nadu is, that actor turned politician Vijay held a massive rally in Trichy. Following that, the war of words intensified between DMK and TVK chief Vijay. Several leaders of DMK ministers criticized Vijay, saying that the crowd which gathers for Vijay is just to see him as he is an actor. And even one minister claimed that Vijay's speech was so narrow, he failed to speak important issue like SIR and SS related to SSA related funds. Even one minister said he can't be a MGR. Comparing MGR with Vijay is not good for Tamil Nadu. It's such criticism. TVK chief also gave a counter to this, saying that DMK got frustrated over seeing the crowd in the recent rally which was held by Vijay. Vijay also said that very soon TVK will form the government in 2026. This same DMK only instigated hatred against MGR, but this is happening now also. But people understand that DMK, which uses ideology and principle outside, but maintaining close relationship with the BJP. We have reactions from DMK minister. Let's look into that.
We are not worried. We do accept that he is a charismatic person, having a lot of influence of the people who are sitting before a screen. That we do agree. But changing this into words has a lot of challenges that we need to understand. People say that when there is a vacuum, somebody comes. But in Tamil Nadu, there is no political vacuum. The leader, the DMK leader, is a person who is being accepted by people across communities or any other barrier. He is a person who is being accepted. So we also have a charismatic leader who can never be so easily challenged by what people think.
யாராவது நடிகர் தூத்துக்குடிக்கு வந்தாங்கன்னா எப்படி இருக்கும் கூட்டம்? எப்படி கூட்டம் இருக்குமா இராதா? அதுதான் இருக்கும். இவ்வளவு காலத்துக்கு பிறகு இப்பதான் அவருக்கு அறிவு வந்துச்சா? மக்களுக்கு இதுக்கு முன்னால எங்க போனாரு? அவர் சம்பாதிச்ச பணத்துல எங்க வச்சிருக்காரு? என்ன அப்பமா இப்போ உதாரணத்துக்கு சொல்ல போனா எம்ஜிஆர் அவர் உதாரணத்துக்கு சொல்றாரு. எம்ஜிஆருக்கும் விஜய்க்கும் ஏணி வச்சாலும் எட்டுமா? எம்ஜிஆர் திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தினுடைய பொருளாளர், திராவிட முன்னேற்ற அண்ணாவுடைய வழிகாட்டில வாழ்ந்தவர், கலைஞரோடு இருந்தவர், அது மட்டுமல்ல மக்களோடு மக்களாக இருந்தவர், தான் சம்பாதித்த பணத்தை எல்லாம் ஏழைகளுக்கு வழங்கியவர். இவர் யாரு? இவர் என்ன செய்திருக்காரு சொல்லுங்க, ஒரு இதை சொல்லுங்க.
இப்போ நேற்றிலேருந்து நீங்கள் பார்த்துருப்பீங்க, விமான நிலையத்திலேருந்து வந்ததுலேருந்து நம்முடைய சென்ட்ரல் மீடியாலேருந்து எல்லாமே அந்த வந்த பசங்களாக இருந்தாலும் ஏன் நம்ம அனைத்தோடைய வரிப்பணத்தில் தான் ஒரு நாடு ஒரு நகரம் வந்து கட்டமைக்கப்படுகிறது. அது ஒட்டுமொத்தமாக அதெல்லாம் செதைச்சிட்டு போகிற மாதிரி எல்லாமே வந்து நேற்று போகும்போது வயிற்றுச்சிடாது. எங்களுடைய சைட் முட்டுசா பள்ளியை சார்ந்திருக்கிற மேல் கூரையால் நின்று உடஞ்சி அந்த பிள்ளைங்களுக்கான டாய்லெட்டு எங்கள் வீணடிச்சிட்டு போயிட்டு. ஸோ அது அதான் சொல்கிறேன்னா, இது வந்து ஒரு பிரச்சாரம் அப்படிங்கும்போது இவ்வளோ இளைஞர்கள் வந்தாங்களே, எல்லாத்தையும் கூப்பிட்டு பேசினார். வெரி ஃபஸ்ட் டைம் எல்லா தமிழ்நாட்டிலேருந்து இருந்தாங்க. கோயம்புத்தூர் சொன்னாங்க, கோயம்புத்தூர்லேருந்து வண்டி வந்திருக்கு, கேரளாலேருந்து வண்டி வந்திருக்கு, எல்லாம். ஏன்னா ஃபஸ்ட்டு ஆரம்பிக்கிறனால எல்லாருமே ஒன்று சேர்ந்து அவருக்கு வாழ்த்து தெரிவித்து கூட அவர் ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்கலாம். ஸோ இவ்வளோ இங்கே யங்ஸ்டர்ஸ் நான் கேதர் பண்ணிட்டேன். அப்போ இந்த யங்ஸ்டர்ஸ்க்கு நாட்டு நடப்பு, நீங்கள் வந்து அரசியல் எதிரிகளை பற்றி பேசுங்க, அதே நேரத்தில் உங்களுடைய கொள்கை எதிரிகள் அப்படின்னு நீங்கள் சொல்கிறீங்களா, அந்த கொள்கை எதிரிகள் பார்த்து நீங்கள் பேசும்போது அப்பா இவ்வளோ பேர் இருக்கிறாங்க, நான் எல்லா குழந்தைங்க பிள்ளைங்க மனசுலாம் இடம் பிடிச்சிட்டேன் அப்படின்னு நான் பெருமையாக சொல்லணும். அந்த பிள்ளைங்களுக்கான படிப்புக்கான பணத்தை அவங்க விடுவிக்காமல் இருக்கிறாங்களா, அந்த ஏங்க இந்த பணத்தை விடுவிக்கல, என் பிள்ளைங்களுக்கெல்லாம் வந்து என் ரசிகர்கள் தான் இந்த பிள்ளைங்க எல்லாமே, அந்த பிள்ளைங்க படிப்பதற்கான பணத்தை விடுவிச்சாதான் என்ன அந்த ஒன்றிய அரசு என்று அவங்களை கேட்டுருந்தான். எஸ்ஐஆரை பற்றி அவர் பேசினாங்க. இப்படி நாட்டு நடப்பு சார்ந்து பல விஷயங்கள் இருக்குது. இவ்வளோ யங்ஸ்டர்ஸ் நான் கேதர் பண்ணிட்டேன், இப்போ நான் இந்த யங்ஸ்டர்ஸ்க்கு நான் ஒரு விழிப்புணர்வு கொடுக்க போகிறேன்னு சொன்னால் அது நல்லா இருக்குமே தவிர ரொம்ப நேரோ மைண்டடாக அவர் பேசிட்டு போயிட்டாரோ அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு எண்ணம் தான் எனக்கு தோன்றுது.
சில பேர் இன்று அரசியலுக்காக ஏதோ பேசிக்கொண்டு சுற்றி கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். அவர்களெல்லாம் தலைவர் என்று தாங்களே நினைத்து கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். மக்கள் அவர்களெல்லாம் ஒருபோதும் தலைவராக என்றைக்கும் அவர்களெல்லாம் ஆதரிக்க மாட்டார்கள். கூட்டம் சேர்வதெல்லாம் வெற்றி பெறுவதற்காக அல்ல. அவருடைய கூட்டத்தை பற்றி நீங்களே நேற்று பார்த்திருப்பீர்கள். இதுக்கு மேலே அந்த கூட்டத்தை பற்றி நாங்கள் ஒன்றும் சொல்கிறதுக்கு இல்லை. கொள்கை இல்லாத கூட்டம். மக்களிடத்தில் அவர் வந்து இது வரைக்கும் என்ன மக்களை சந்திச்சிருக்காருன்னு யாராவது தெரியுமா உங்களுக்கு? இது வரைக்கும் யாராவது மக்களை சந்திச்சிருக்காரு அவர்? எப்போ போனாலும் கூட ஒரு 500 பேர் 1000 பேர் அதே கூட்டம் தான், எந்த ஊருக்கு போனாலும் அதே கூட்டம் தான். அதை காட்டி இந்த மாதிரி மீடியாக்களுடைய ஆதரவோடு அவர் இப்போது ஒரு சனிக்கிழமை நாடகத்தை நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கிறார். அது ரொம்ப நாளைக்கு நீடிக்காது.
That's all from Tamil Nadu. My colleague Deepak joins from Bangalore. Deepak, over to you.
Well, thank you, Vijay. As we start off with news from Karnataka, there's some breaking updates. Now, Bengaluru city, of course, over the last several months has been seeing a series of cyber crimes. With the latest, actor and director Upendra and his wife Priyanka have fallen victim to a cyber crime. Hackers have got access to WhatsApp and several other applications on the actor and his wife's phone. Now, both Upendra and his wife have come out on social media just a while ago and have announced that there are messages being sent out from their phones to friends and family members, almost everyone in their contacts, to send money. Different amounts being asked. We've also got access to some of those messages where the hackers have demanded 22,000 rupees and claimed that they will return the money in just a couple of hours. Now, very quickly, the actor and his wife have gone to the police station where they've filed a complaint right now. As we speak, the cops are, investigating this. We also should note that, as far as such cases are concerned, many people in Bengaluru, of course, have fallen prey to such, hacks. But this is now a noted personality, a popular personality in Bengaluru, actor Upendra, of course, who's fallen prey. He's made an appeal to all his fans, he's made an appeal to family members and everyone who could possibly receive a message not to believe any message. We in fact have a reaction of actor Upendra making that appeal. Let's listen into what he said and what exactly happened.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ವಿಷಯ. ಪ್ರಿಯಾಂಕಾಗೆ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ನಂಬರ್ ಬಂತು, ಯಾವುದೋ ಹ್ಯಾಶ್ಟ್ಯಾಗು ಈ ನಂಬರ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಆ ನಂಬರ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಅವಳು ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಲು, ಅದು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ಬ ಹ್ಯಾಕರು ಈ ಥರ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವಳ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ನ ಹ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನನ್ನ ಕೈಲೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಪ್ರಿಯಾ ಅವರು ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಸೋರು, ನಾನು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಫೋನು ಪ್ರಿಯನ್ ಫೋನು ಹ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ನನ್ನ ಫೋನಿಂದ ಅಥವಾ ಪ್ರಿಯಾ ಅವ್ರ ಫೋನಿಂದ ಯಾವ್ದಾರ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕಳಿಸಿ ಅಂತ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಬಂದರೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಯಾರು ದುಡ್ಡು ಕಳಿಸ್ಬೇಡಿ. ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಹುಷಾರಾಗಿರಿ. ಪ್ರಿಯಾಂಕಾ ಫೋನಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಫೋನಿಂದ ಯಾರ ದುಡ್ಡು ಗಿಡ್ಡು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಕಳ್ಸಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಡಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
Well, that was actor-director Upendra talking about how this hack happened. He says that there was a order that was supposed to be delivered. There was a message that he received, and the message suggested that there should be a number that should be dialed so that the order is placed to his residence. He says that the number included a lot of hashtags and star symbols as well. And first, the number was dialed from his wife's phone and then from his as well. His wife too made a similar appeal. Let's listen to what she said as well.
So, hello everyone. So my phone and Upi's phone has been hacked and somebody is asking to send money to our UPIs. Please don't send any money. That is not us. So please don't send any kind of money at all. Please. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, moving on to some of the news from Karnataka. Now, the Dasara inauguration, of course, has been a center of controversy ever since the Karnataka Chief Minister announced that noted writer Banu Mushtaq would be inaugurating it. There have been a series of political comments that have been made, especially by the BJP and the JDS. The defense is coming quite strong from the Congress. But very recently, multiple PILs were filed in the Karnataka High Court, including from Pratap Simha, the former BJP MP from Mysuru, saying that this hurts religious sentiments and this is, what the state government has done is not right. The Karnataka High Court, of course, today dismissing those PILs. Now, whether this will be considered as a win for the Karnataka Chief Minister, well, that is for him to say because we were expecting him to react over the same in a short while from now. My colleague Ritu has more information about this. She joins us, of course, at the Bengaluru Bureau here. Ritu, tell us what exactly did the High Court observe while dismissing this PIL?
Well, you see, even as the
preparations are in full swing here in Karnataka's Mysuru for the Dasara. You see, it's just 1 week left, and therein you have a major development taking place here in the Karnataka, because the Karnataka High Court has now dismissed the plea against the International Booker Prize winning Banu Mustaq, wherein categorically it was stated in the Karnataka High Court that this particular a person being from a different faith does not violate any sort of a rule, and more importantly, it is also not a violation of the constitutional rights of these petitioners. Now remember, Deepak, as we know that one of the petitioners was also former BJP MP Pratap Simha as well, who has come out to tell that bringing in her for the inauguration is clearly going to hurt the sentiments of the Hindu. This was the clear statement that was provided by him. Now needs to be seen how is that the BJP is going to take this on one hand, and also on the other side, how is that the Karnataka CM is going to react to this whole controversy, and specifically about the Karnataka High Court now coming out and dismissing this plea.
Well, stay on with us, Ritu. We have more news coming in from Karnataka. Now, the caste census is going to be taken out in Karnataka. It's called the Socio-Economic Survey. This is the second time, of course, the Karnataka Chief Minister has ordered something like this. Previously, it was in his first tenure as Karnataka Chief Minister in 2015 that survey was ordered. It was not accepted until earlier this year. The cabinet reviewed it, and eventually there was a lot of opposition that came for that from within the Congress. Now, citing that it's already been 10 years since the previous survey, they've decided to commission a new one. But here in this survey, of course, the some of the categories that are included, especially among Christians, raised speculations about what the intention behind this survey was, especially by the BJP, who raised the aspect of why people who converted from Hinduism to Christianity, the subcastes are mentioned along with the religion, was a question that several of the BJP posed. When this was asked to the Karnataka Chief Minister, he went on speaking about conversion and why conversion has actually happened. And during that, he goes on to say that there are several inequalities in Hindu religion which has actually led to people converting, and it is not something that anybody can stop. First, let's listen to what the Karnataka Chief Minister has said.
Conversion ಆಗದು ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಕೆಲವರು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯ ಪರಿಣಾಮವಾಗಿ ಕನ್ವರ್ಷನ್ ಆಗಿಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ, ಹಿಂದೂ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಮಾನತೆ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಕನ್ವರ್ಷನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ? ಸಮಾನ ಈಕ್ವಲ್ ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟೀಸ್ ಇದ್ದರೆ, ಸಮಾನತೆ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಅಸ್ಪೃಶ್ಯತೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಬಂತು? ನಾವು ಊಟ ಹಾಕಿದ್ವಾ?
ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ಕ್ರಿಶ್ಚಿಯನ್ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಾರೆ, ಅಸಮಾನತೆ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಇದೆ.
ಯಾರ ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲೇ ಇರ್ಲಪ್ಪ,
ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಕಡೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ.
ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ್ ಧರ್ಮದಲ್ಲರೂ ಇರಲಿ, ಕ್ರಿಶ್ಚಿಯನ್ ಧರ್ಮದಲ್ಲರೂ ಇರಲಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ನಾವು ಯಾರು ಕೂಡ ಅಥವಾ BJP ಅವರು ಯಾರು ಕೂಡ ಕನ್ವರ್ಷನ್ ಆಗಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಕನ್ವರ್ಷನ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದೇರ್ ರೈಟ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಕನ್ವರ್ಷನ್ ಆಗೋದು ಅವರು.
Well, that was the reaction of the Karnataka Chief Minister, but of course it drew a lot of criticism from the BJP, who say that if there is so much inequality, what did the Congress do for all these years while they were in power at the center is the question that some of them are raising. My colleague Ritu is back with us. Ritu, you've been speaking to multiple leaders. What are they really saying, especially the BJP, because they seem to have a real issue with what the Karnataka Chief Minister had to say?
Well, you see, Deepak, following the statement of Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah about the inequality within the Hindus, you see now therein you have the BJP, which is up in the arms, stating that the Karnataka CM is often making these anti-Hindu statements, and this clearly also states that he is also against Sanatan Dharma as well, and he should therefore stop making such statements. But more importantly, you see the BJP has now locked its horns, stating that the Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah needs to understand this whole of things, because one, of course, the BJP states that it's been 65 years that the Congress was in the power, and what did they exactly do for the Hindus? If that was sorted back then, this probably wouldn't be the situation right now. If that so is the Karnataka CM trying to justify. Now, it needs to be seen, because on the other side, you also have this many Congress leaders backing Karnataka CM's clear statements that this is the fact and this is what we are seeing right now happening in the society as well. But you see, all this has been again stated without any facts and figures again though. So, it needs to be seen what is that the BJP is going to come up with next to prove Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah wrong, or for that matter, ensuring that the CM issues an apology for that matter.
Right, Ritu, thank you for joining us. Now over to my colleague Uma, who brings you some breaking updates from other parts of the southern part of India.
The Kerala Assembly session has begun, and controversial MLA from Palakkad, Rahul Mamkutathil, actually decided to attend the assembly session even as there is a controversy raging about him being involved in a case of sexual misconduct, and a case has been booked against him by the crime branch, and at the same time the Congress has suspended him from the party. So he's a suspended Congress MLA from Palakkad, and he came to the assembly. There were the Students Federation of India students who in fact had a protest even as he was entering the assembly, demanding that he should resign as MLA. Interestingly, inside the assembly, on the request of the UDF leader, Mr. Satishan, he was given a separate place to sit, which means he was away from the LDF and the UDF, and was given a separate place because he is now suspended from the UDF. Rahul Mamkutathil has been facing these allegations of sexual misconduct, of stalking, as well as of harassment of women, and there was some audio tapes that had become viral, which suggested that he was allegedly threatening a woman and asking her to undergo abortion. All that has become extremely politically charged atmosphere in Kerala because of that, after which the Congress had suspended him, and now his appearance at the assembly today in a session where they were paying tributes to former Chief Minister Achyutanandan. The assembly session will go on till the 10th of October. Whether he will continue to attend those sessions is something that we have to wait and see. Moving now to news from Telangana, where in fact right now, even though it is appearing that the roads are all dry, yesterday in the evening there was a huge downpour here, almost 12 centimeters of rain in areas like Sikandrabad and Mushirabad, and as many as 3 people were washed away in the rains, and both Hydra as well as the disaster response force are on the job of trying to look for these people who are missing. One more person, in fact, Shekhar Mondal, was reported to have died when a wall collapsed in Vattinagulapalli area, and after which at least about 5 people were also shifted to hospital because of injuries. In the Mushirabad area, which received 12 centimeters of rain, we saw a young man, just a 26-year-old Dinesh, also called Sunny. He was on his bike when he was washed away. The bike as well as Dinesh seemed to have gone into a manhole, an open drain, after which they have not been able to find Dinesh as of now. Both Arjun and Rama went missing in the Habib Nagar police station limits, and the police have not yet been able to, the rescue workers have not yet been able to find any whereabouts of Arjun or Rama. All of them in their 20s, actually all 4 of them, those people, 3 who went missing and 1 person who died, all of them 25 to 26 years old. So once again raising the question of safety when a sudden downpour happens, a cloudburst happens, and the roads get flooded. To the credit of Hyderabad, however, after such a huge downpour, the roads have become not waterlogged, but the water drained off quite quickly. But yellow alert still in place for Hyderabad, and light to moderate rain is expected over the next couple of days as well. Moving now to my colleague Ashish Pandey in Andhra Pradesh, who brings us all the news about this politically always vibrant state. Ashish?
Thanks, Uma. Thanks, Uma. Like you mentioned, that this Andhra Pradesh is always politically charged, and since assembly session is going to start from 18th of this month, ahead of the session, a statement from Deputy Speaker of Andhra Pradesh Assembly has sparked a new political debate and political fight, slugfest between YSR Congress Party, the opposition party, and TDP, the ruling party. What Andhra Pradesh Deputy Speaker, Andhra Pradesh Assembly Deputy Speaker has said that since Jagan Mohan Reddy, the chief of YSR Congress Party, is not attending the assembly, so he might face disqualification. What the Assembly's Deputy Speaker is saying that a period of 60 days is necessary to attend Assembly Speaker as an MLA, and Jagan has failed time and again to attend Assembly, and that's why he deemed to be picked to get disqualified. That's what Deputy Speaker of Andhra Pradesh Assembly, Raghuram Krishnam Raju, has said. This has triggered a sharp reaction from YSR Congress Party. We have in fact spoken to YSR Congress Party, and what party has said that assembly session and disqualification doesn't work like that way, and whatever Deputy Speaker is saying, it's a politically motivated. Remember, Deputy Speaker Raghuram Krishnam Raju is from TDP, and he got elected on TDP ticket prior to getting elected in assembly. In last assembly election, he was YSR Congress Party MP. He represented YSR Congress Party in Lok Sabha, and then he was that time suspended from YSR Congress Party. And there is a bitter rivalry between Raghuram Krishnam Raju and YS Jagan Mohan Reddy. Now he is in assembly. He is at the chair, and definitely he is saying and he is claiming, in fact, that the rules say that if a certain member doesn't attend the assembly for 60-day period, he might face disqualification. We need to see how this unfolds in the upcoming assembly session. That's it from Andhra Pradesh. We will go to now to Deepak for further news and update.
Well, that's all. Well, that's all we have in today's edition of the Southern View. News and updates continue on NDTV. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Well, we're on an incredible piece of Indian engineering. Shiv and I are absolutely privileged to be here with Larsen & Toubro in Hazira near Surat. This is a tank. It's called the Zorawar. It takes the battle to the Chinese in altitudes upwards of 15,000 feet.
You know, Vishnu, it's actually incredible that for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude, a country didn't know until it had another war on its hands that it needed a tank like the Zorawar.
No, you're
that's the kind of tank we're sitting on.
You're absolutely right. Now, India does have a history of light tanks.
Yeah.
We've had the Sherman tank, pushed up the Zojila Pass in 1948. We've had the AMX light tank. We've had the PT-76, but they weren't Indian.
Yeah.
This is an Indian tank for a new modern Indian requirement, and it stands out as the best tank of its class, possibly in the world.
There are tanks like the T-15, which the Chinese deployed in Ladakh during the standoff. There is the Sprut, which is a Russian tank, which the Russians have been offering us, hoping that India will buy it along with all the other Russian weapons. But the Indian Army and the Indian government took a decision that this was a requirement that needed to be met here in India. And that's the reason why, we use the phrase mission mode, Vishnu, which is building a weapon system like the Zorawar in response to a live threat or a live combat situation, which is what Eastern Ladakh really is. And that's the reason why Vishnu and I sitting here on the Zorawar means so much, Vishnu. This is the actual tank that was there in the mountains.
And this was a tank which was designed and developed and prototyped and rolled out in 21 months. This has already done trials quite successfully by LNG, not yet user trials, up in Ladakh, out in the desert as well. They are fixing it to make it even better, and very soon it's going to be handed over to the Indian Army to put it through some incredibly rigorous trials, because acquisition of these tanks in very large numbers takes place only once that's done.
Well, let's just talk a little bit about why mountain tanks are necessary, Vishnu. In places like Ladakh, where
You've got very steep slopes. Access is difficult. The closest a tank can get to a roadhead can be many hundreds of meters because of snow, etc. How does a tank like this really help? And what is it like fighting in those altitudes? A tank like this is
Welcome back after the break. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Bahel. We are starting this edition with our big focus, Gaganpreet Kaur, whose BMW crashed into a bike in Delhi last afternoon and claimed the life of a senior government officer. Navjot Singh has been arrested today, where charges of culpable homicide, destruction of evidence and rash driving have been added to the FIR that has been registered in connection with the matter. We are learning now, this is the big update that's coming in at the moment. The driver of the car has been arrested. Finance Ministry Deputy Secretary Navjot Singh was killed in this fatal crash yesterday. His wife is critically hurt and hospitalized. As per the latest information that's coming in is that Gaganpreet Kaur now has been arrested after 24 hours after the accident took place in Delhi's Dhaula Kuan. Which was yesterday, and we understand now Gaganpreet Kaur, the woman driver who's been arrested in connection with this case, was at the New Life Hospital, from where she's been taken into custody. The New Life Hospital, remember, is the same hospital where the accused had taken the victim for treatment right after the accident, and questions of course are also being raised as to why the victim was taken to a hospital which was about 19 kilometers away from the accident site. While the accident took place in Delhi's Dhaula Kuan, the victim was taken to GTB Nagar near Azadpur. That's about a 1 hour drive from the accident site. While what we are also learning at the same time is that the other victim in the case, the wife of Navjot Singh, who was critically injured, also has said that she had repeatedly told the accused not to take the victim, her husband, to this hospital, to a hospital so far, and she was repeatedly asking them to take them to a hospital close by. But the accused, who was also in that van, in that car that was taken, from which the victims were taken to the hospital, repeatedly said that she wants them to be taken to the New Life Hospital. There was a Good Samaritan also who had helped them, who was driving this vehicle, but what we are being told is that the victims in this case were taken to a hospital which was about 19 kilometers away from the accident site. And now the BMW driver Gaganpreet Kaur has been taken into custody. She's been taken into custody from the very same hospital, the New Life Hospital in GTB Nagar. This is the latest that's coming in. This comes after the Finance Ministry official's death in the car crash. The woman who was driving the BMW car that hit and killed the Finance Ministry official has been arrested now. Listen into reactions coming in.
उन्होंने अपनी तरफ से तो यही कोशिश किया है कि भाई मैनिपुलेशन करने वाली बात है। जब आप दूर ले जाएंगे, मतलब एक फंडामेंटल रूल है कि किसी का एक्सीडेंट हो जाता है उसको घर उस स्पॉट से नियरेस्ट पॉसिबल और हाई स्पीड से ले जाना होता है ताकि उसके सर्वाइवल के चांसेस ज़्यादा हों। लेकिन इस केस के अंदर उन्होंने उसको फर्दरेस्ट ले गया ताकि उसके सर्वाइवल के चांस बहुत ही रिमोट हो गए और वो चला गया, मर गया।
आपको लगता है कि अगर आसपास करीब 5 से 6 बड़े अस्पताल हैं, अगर वहाँ वो ले आते तो शायद जान बच जाती? बिल्कुल पास में ही बहुत सारे अस्पताल थे।
देखिए, उसके धौला कुआं के रोड रिपोर्ट के पास हमारा RR है, रिसर्च एंड रेफरल आर्मी हॉस्पिटल। उधर वो एक विलिंगडन हॉस्पिटल जिसको बोलते हैं, राम मनोहर लोहिया, उधर है। और भी 1-2 हॉस्पिटल है, वहाँ उनको ले जाया जा सकता था, लेकिन इन लोगों ने इंटेंशनली उसको, जैसे आपने बताया कि उसकी औरत के कुछ पेरेंट्स का हॉस्पिटल है जिनमें हमारा लड़का होनहार अकेला लड़का ख़त्म हो गया इसकी इन लोगों की वजह से।
मेरा बच्चा इतना अच्छा होशियार हो, वो तो पता नहीं किसकी नजर लग गई, क्यों मारा, क्यों क्या क्या कसूर किया था उसने दोनों का। वो भी तो पड़ी हुई है हॉस्पिटल में, उसके भी हड्डियां टूटी पड़ी है, पीछे सिर फटा हुआ है उसका, हेलमेट पहनी हुई थी उसने। कोई सोचा ही नहीं, कहता चल मैं आज गुरुद्वारे जाता हूँ, कई बार जाते हैं, बाइक में भी चले जाते हैं। तभी 11 दिन पहले ट्रेनिंग गया था, ऑफिस की ट्रेनिंग थी यहाँ पर ही।
क्या कहेंगे कि ये
इंडिया
एक हादसा है या कोई साजिश इसके पीछे का?
नहीं नहीं, बेचारे की कोई साजिश नहीं, कोई नहीं।
आप थोड़ा ढाना सके, आप ये बता सकते हैं कि क्या हुआ था, कैसे आपको जानकारी मिली?
तो मेरे को एक फैमिली फ्रेंड का कॉल आया था कि ऐसे ऐसे मेरे मम्मी पापा का एक्सीडेंट हो गया, बट आई वॉज वरीड, बट लाइक माइनर एक्सीडेंट हो गया क्योंकि पापा बहुत केयरफुली चलाते हैं, तो आई वॉज नॉट वेरी वरीड। बट फिर उन्होंने मुझे पिकअप करा और हम वहाँ गए। हाउएवर थोड़ा वो था कि वो बंगला साहब गए थे और वापस घर आ रहे थे, तो इट डिडंट मेक सेंस कि आज़ादपुर के किसी हॉस्पिटल में वो एडमिट हुए हैं मुखर्जी नगर के पास, तो वो थोड़ा अजीब लगा था। फिर मैं वहाँ पहुँचा तो हमारे एक और पापा के दोस्त हैं, वो ऑलरेडी वहाँ पहुँचे हुए थे, तो उन्होंने मुझे फिर बताया कि पापा की डेथ हो गई है। और मम्मी से मैं मिला था, उनकी तो हालत ख़राब थी, उनका बहुत सारी चोटें लगी हुई थी, हेड इंजरी भी थी, इवन दो हेलमेट पहना हुआ था उन्होंने, फीमर उनकी पूरी शाटर हो गई है। आफ्टर द एक्सीडेंट धौलाकुआं में हुआ था। उनको फॉर सम रीज़न जो वो थे जिन्होंने जो ड्राइवर थे उन्होंने वहाँ भिजवा दिया 20 किलोमीटर्स अवे इन सम हॉस्पिटल कॉल्ड न्यू लाइफ GTB नगर में, एंड इट डिडंट मेक सेंस। 1 घंटे का रास्ता है यार वो, एंड टाइम इज़ क्रिटिकल आफ्टर एक्सीडेंट। तो अब आई डोंट नो द डिटेल्स एट CCTV फुटेज अभी नहीं आई है कि एग्जैक्टली कैसा हुआ क्या हुआ, बट आई थिंक ये 1 घंटे क्या पता अगर पास वाले हॉस्पिटल में जाते मे बी ही वुड स्टिल बी हियर।
उनको इतना पसंद करते थे कि बस ही वॉज एवरीबडीज फेवरेट, एवरीवन्स फेवरेट। आपने एक फैमिली बर्बाद कर, आपको एक लिखा आता है स्पीड थ्रिल्स बट स्पीड किल्स ऑल्सो, यू नो। बड़ा मज़ा आता है तेज़ चलाने में, बट सी व्हाट हैज दिस एक्सीडेंट, व्हाट हैव यू डन, यू नो।
I got a call that the patient is not, there has been an accident and the patient is being brought. I said, le aiye. That was my answer. I did not know where the patient is being brought. Even I also thought that somewhere nearby the accident has happened. So I made my emergency team immediately ready and I told them that patient can come anytime. I was not aware where the patient, मुझे ये नहीं पता था कि मरीज कहाँ से लाया जा रहा है। मुझे सिर्फ एक इन्फॉर्मेशन आई है फ़ोन पे जिसमें मुझे ये पूछा गया कि आपके यहाँ क्रिटिकल केयर टीम और सब लोग हैं, अभी यहाँ सेवाएं उपलब्ध हैं। तो मैंने कहा आप मरीज ले आइए, हम इलाज करेंगे। मुझे ये नहीं पता था कि मरीज कहाँ से लाया जा रहा है।
All right, the family of the victim in this case clearly saying that their father could have been saved if a decision would have been taken by the accused to bring them to the nearest hospital. But the family now has alleged cover-up in connection with the matter and saying that that they were intentionally, willfully taken to a hospital about 19 kilometers away from the accident site. My colleague Anushka also joins us from New Delhi, getting us more on that. Anushka, we understand now, big development coming in at the moment. The driver Gaganpreet Kaur has been arrested finally. We understand this woman was also missing for some time now and has been taken into custody from the very same hospital, New Life Hospital.
That's right, Kitty. Gaganpreet Makkad, who was admitted to NU Life Hospital, because we do know that after the accident, her car was overturned and she was also severely injured in that accident. Also, according to the FIR and the statement that was recorded by Navjot Singh's wife, she has clearly claimed that she was over-speeding and was in fact also driving at a very high speed. At the ring road, the general speed limit is at 60 kilometer, but we have 60 kilometer per. No, but we are seeing that at this particular case, she was rash driving, and several cases have been registered against her. Some of them are culpable homicide, rash driving, or not just that, endangering public life also, because we did see the kind of horrific visuals that was in fact accessed by NDTV. According to FIR, Navjot Singh's wife has in fact claimed that she had requested Gaganpreet to take them to a nearby hospital, but she refused the request and she took them to NU Life Hospital, after which her son and the acquaintances came there and took her to Venkateshwar Hospital. She was referred to Venkateshwar Hospital in Dwarka. Right now, her situation is also said to be very critical at this point of time. But also, we are learning that in a few minutes from now, Gaganpreet is slated to reach the Delhi Cantonment Police Station. She has been arrested by the Delhi Police. Nearly after 24 hours, the incident took place. Yesterday, Navjot Singh and his wife had gone to
Anushka, we understand that she was not alone while she was driving the BMW. She was also accompanied by her husband and children. Any action that has been taken against the husband as well?
That's right, Kitty. Gaganpreet was the person who was in fact behind the wheels, and that is why the action is being taken against Gaganpreet, because all of them were sitting on the back seat of the car. Also, what we are learning by now is that the Delhi police has registered multiple FIRs, including culpable homicide, rash driving, endangering public life and property, and tampering with evidence. Many of these cases are non-bailable, and we are seeing that the Delhi police has made the arrest right now, 24 hours after the incident took place, when Navjot Singh was in fact out to have a quiet Sunday with his wife. He went to Gurudwara Bangla Sahib. After that, he went to Karnataka Bhavan to have a lunch, and he was returning back to his residence at Harinagar. During which, when he was at Delhi Cantonment near the ring road, he met with the accident at the fateful day when Gaganpreet, who was the woman behind the wheel, she was rash driving, over speeding, and was in fact also hit by a bus, after which her car overturned.
The other victim in the case, Navjot Singh's wife, is currently recovering. She is in the hospital at the moment, and that is the latest that's coming in. We'll come back to you, Anushka, for more details. Meanwhile, thank you so much for getting us all those latest updates on this story. We'll be tracking this big story. Meanwhile, it's time for a quick break here. We'll be right back.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Prime Minister Modi today tweeted saying that on Engineers Day, I pay homage to Sir M. Visvesvaraya, whose brilliance left an indelible mark on India's engineering landscape. He goes on to say that he extends warm greetings to all engineers who, through their creativity and determination, continue to drive innovation and tackle tough challenges across the sectors. Our engineers will continue playing a crucial role in the collective efforts to build a Viksit Bharat.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
This is the Zorawar, India's very own light tank. Built for a very specific requirement to defend our forces and attack when necessary in high altitude areas. Conceived of in the post-Galwan context and in direct response to the emergence of the Chinese Type 15 light tank, the Zorawar is meant to plug holes in India's armored defenses. At the moment, India uses heavy tanks, the T-90 and T-72, way up in the Ladakh heights. These are far too heavy and unwieldy for operations in the rarefied atmosphere. And so Zorawar was designed and developed in 21 months straight. Weighing in at 25 tons, close to half the weight of the older tanks, the Zorawar can be easily airlifted and is built with the future in mind. Upgradability. Designed to operate with drones, it'll also feature an active protection system, a system which intercepts incoming missiles and rockets to protect the tank. But these upgrades will come later. At the moment, the Army appears committed to the tank, which is being trialled not just in high altitude areas, but also the desert. The Zorawar weighs 25 tons. It has a power to weight ratio of 30 horsepower per ton. That's key in the mountains. It has a 1000 horsepower engine. It's amphibious. It can ford rivers and lakes. It can fire missiles, has a 105mm main gun, a 12.7mm remote-controlled weapon station, and a 7.62mm coaxial machine gun. In trials in September last year at the Mahajan firing range near Bikaner, the Zorawar hit its targets with pinpoint accuracy, using its Belgian-designed gun, proving its lethality. Zorawar's development is a triumph of collaboration and indigenization. Led by the Defence Research and Development Organisation and Larsen & Toubro, with contributions from micro, small and medium enterprises, the tank boasts over 70% indigenous content. From its hull to advanced systems, Indian industries have risen to the challenge, reducing reliance on foreign technology. Unlike the Arjun main battle tank, which faced delays and cost overruns because of an overemphasis on full indigenization, the Zorawar takes a pragmatic approach, incorporating foreign components like the Cummins engine and the Cockerell gun turret while pushing for local manufacturing. The Army may eventually end up operating 700 Zorawar tanks.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground.
Big breaking news now coming in amid the new controversy surrounding suspended IS officer Pooja Khedkar. The Pune cops have now claimed that dogs were set loose on them by Khedkar's mother. They have made this shocking claim now. The cops have said that the mother of Pooja Khedkar tried to scare them by setting out dogs, and case now has been filed against Pooja Khedkar's mother as well. Remember, this comes after a truck driver who's missing after an accident with a car was traced to the Pune home of sacked IS officer Pooja Khedkar, bringing fresh trouble for the former officer. And what we are given to understand at this point in time is that the Pune police has made this shocking claim, saying that the mother of Pooja Khedkar, as the police had gone to investigate the case to her home, she set dogs loose on the cops and she tried to scare the cops by setting out the dogs. All right, listen in to what the police has to say.
नवी मुंबई पोलीस तपास करण्याकरता चतुसंगी पोलीस स्टेशनच्या हद्दीमध्ये आलेले होते. त्यांना आम्ही मदत दिलेली होती. ते मदत घेऊन मनोरमा खेडकर यांच्या बंगल्यामध्ये ते गेलेले होते, परंतु त्या ठिकाणी त्यांना कुठल्याही प्रकारचं सहकार्य केलेलं नाही, गेट उघडलेलं नाही, तसेच त्यांच्या अंगावर कुत्री वगैरे असं घालून त्यांना भीती घालण्याचा प्रयत्न त्यांनी केलेला आहे. आणि त्यानंतर जे गाडी होती ती गाडीही पळवून लावण्याचा त्यांनी पळवून लावलेली आहे. त्यामुळं नवी मुंबई पोलिसांचे जे अधिकारी होते त्यांनी चतुसंगी पोलीस स्टेशनला गुन्हा दाखल केलेला आहे आणि त्यांच्या तक्रारीवरून आपण चतुसंगी पोलीस स्टेशनला BNS 221, 238 आणि 263 प्रमाणे गुन्हा दाखल केलेला आहे.
All right, my colleague Paras also joins us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Paras, this is a very shocking claim made by the cops here. What action now has been taken against the mother? We understand the cops had gone to the house today itself.
rightly said, this is a very shocking claim which has came from Pune Police, as Pune Police is claiming that when Navi Mumbai Police and Pune Police went to Manorama Khedkar residence to investigate more in the entire matter, which happened on 30th September at 7:15 p.m. And the kidnapping of a truck cleaner, a truck helper, was done by two unknown person who was riding a car when a car hit a truck, and after that this whole situation occurred. So in this entire matter, FIR was registered in Rabale, Navi Mumbai by Navi Mumbai Police against two unknown people. After investigation was done, it was shown that Manorama Khedkar is a person where this two person has went after tracking the car. It was known to Navi Mumbai Police that these two unknown people are at the residence of Manorama Khedkar. Navi Mumbai Police and the Pune Police went yesterday over there, and at that time, as Pune Police is claiming, dogs were set free to scare the police to stop them coming inside the residence of Manorama Khedkar. So in this entire matter, now FIR has been also registered on Manorama Khedkar of obstructing the work of police. So in this matter, there are many things which came into light, and right now Manorama Khedkar has also been summoned by Rabale Police in this entire matter, and she needs to be appear before the Rabale Police in this entire matter, and Pune Police has also registered an FIR against her.
All right, Paras, thanks so much for getting us those details there. We'll come back to you later as more comes in. Meanwhile, this is the big development coming in connection with the matter. We'll keep an eye on the details. With that, it's time for a quick break here. More coming up on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Dolphin star Rowan Cooper makes history at Emmys. Youngest ever Emmy-winning male actor. Rowan Cooper says he is now the youngest actor ever to win an Emmy. He bagged the award in the Outstanding Supporting Actor in a Limited Series or Movie category.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम, डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा.
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसे हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है?
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire Dabba trading scam.
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है, सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं, लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं। NDTV इंडिया पर।
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years.
Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years,
covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power,
from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. And now, Aditya Raj Kaul begins a new chapter at NDTV.
Actually, I'm taking off because the stories I cover don't sit still. To bring the world to India and to take India to the world, I need to be where action is.
Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV network.
Pulling us into this country.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
We see the problems, but you as a social entrepreneur see the solutions. You are not just creating solution, you are creating a future.
Headlines coming in this Monday afternoon. Latest in the BMW crash in Delhi. Cops arrested driver. It's been almost 24 hours since the death of a senior official in Finance Ministry after a BMW car hit his motorcycle in Delhi. No arrests have been made so far, Sun alleges cover-up. Supreme Court refuses to stay the entire Waqf Act, says certain provisions of the law, including the power of district collector and inclusion of non-Muslims in Waqf board, have been said. Centre says most of its arguments were accepted by the apex court. Ahead of Tamil Nadu elections, AIA-DMK veterans press for party reunion. OPS and Amma's aide, along with Sengotian, have ousted, and Amma's aide ousted Shashikala, calls for party unity. Team India puts nation first, refuses to shake hands at Pakistan cricket team on ground. Pakistan lodges complaints. Sources say Pakistan was informed in advance by the match referee. And 15-year-old Owen Cooper becomes youngest ever male actor to win an Emmy Award for his breakout role in Adolescence. All right, let's start the show with breaking inputs coming in as we speak. Delhi BMW horror update coming in at police suspect tampering of medical reports. Police say that the patient was taken to a far-off hospital instead of medical aid being given to the nearest medical hospital. Reports say that the evidence may have been tampered on the way to the hospital, which was 19 kilometers away. Why was the decision to take the victim to a hospital which was 19 kilometers away is the key question. Police impose sections of proof tampering. Those are big updates coming in as far as the Delhi BMW horror is concerned. Police suspect tampering of medical report. All right, let's get in my colleague Anushka for more on this. Anushka, fill us in. What is it that the police are saying?
That's right, Gauri. What we are learning so far is that FIR has been filed against multiple sections. Also, we are hearing that culpable homicide, rash driving and endangering public life are some of the cases that has been registered against Gurpreet Makkad, who was driving the BMW that fateful day. After 24 hours of the incident that took place yesterday around 1 p.m. in the afternoon, she has been arrested by the Delhi police. Now, she is expected to reach the Delhi Cantonment police station in a few minutes from now. Not just that, we are also hearing that according to FIR, the statement of Navjot Singh's wife is that they had requested her to take them to a nearby hospital, but she refused. She took them to New Life Hospital, that is 19 kilometers away from the accident spot. Not just that, the Delhi police is also trying to probe in the angle as to the possible association of her with the New Life hospital. She will be taken to the magistrate, after which the police will ask for a custody. She will be taken into custody and she will be questioned as to why she was driving this rashly and was there any motive of tampering the evidence while she was taking them to the hospital. Navjot Singh, while he was driving the car, he was wearing a turban and his wife was wearing a helmet according to the FIR. Both of them were driving after having a breakfast at Karnataka Bhavan. They had left their house to visit the Gurudwara Bangla Sahib, and after which they were returning to the ring road. The maximum speed limit is 60 km per hour at a ring road, and we are seeing that she was overspeeding, and we did see the impact that it took on the BMW, luxurious car that was in fact mangled after the impact. Not just that, we are also seeing that in this particular case, the son has in fact also come out and has said that it does not make sense that when their last location was at Ring Road, they were admitted at a hospital that was 19 kilometers away from the accident site, while the multiple requests were being made to Gurpreet Makkad that they wanted to go to a nearby hospital so that a life can be saved. She did not heed to any of the requests that were made at that particular point, where at the Delhi Cantonment police station, the BMW that was in fact involved in the accident is in fact right now also seized and has been kept here in custody. In few minutes from now, she will be reaching this police station, where the police will be filing her statement as well, her version of what happened at the accident site, and they will be asking her multiple questions regarding her involvement in this particular accident and why she was driving at a speed that was not allowed at the Ring Road. Also, was there any attempt made to tamper the evidence? All of these questions are something that the Delhi police are about to ask Gurpreet Makkad. Over to you.
Anushka, any reason why and what was the reason given exactly for the hospital to be 19 kilometers away instead of the nearest medical hospital?
Gauri, there is a possible angle as to she was trying to get them admitted to a hospital that is linked to her father. This is an angle that the Delhi police is still probing, but also she had taken them to a hospital that was 19 kilometers away. Now in Delhi Cantonment area, there are multiple multi-specialty hospitals that are in the radius of 1.6 kilometers. When the accident happened, they were also in fact asking the accused, which is Gurpreet Kaur, to take them to nearby hospital, and there was a lot of blood loss. Navjot Singh was, injured critically, and also right now as we are speaking, his wife is also undergoing a severe medical treatment because she has also lost a lot of blood and her femur is damaged as per her son. He is also accusing that there was foul play in this particular matter, why they were taken to a hospital that was 19 kilometers away from where the accident happens. Now this reeks of, lavish culture, this reeks of VIP privileges.
What is the possible tampering that could have been done? What is it? How is it that the police are substantiating it? Do they suspect something more? Do they have any details?
That's right, Gauri. The police is yet to record the statement of Gurpreet Makkad as to what her version is in this particular case. It is also being speculated that the hospital in which they had taken the victims are in fact associated with his father. His father is said to be one of the trustees in that hospital, and that is why when they will be taken to the hospital, there would be a possible tampering that would be done in this whole evidence. Multiple sections have been, lodged against Gurpreet Makkad as to culpable homicide, tampering of evidences, hit and, not just that endangering public life when the speed limit was in fact set to be there at 60 km/h? Why was she driving rashly? And when she hit the car, why did she not take them immediately to a nearby hospital? These are some possible questions that the Delhi police will also be asking them, and they will be required to answer these possible questions. We are showing you the visuals of the particular police station where both the vehicles that were involved in the accident were in fact seized and are in fact right now here in police's custody. The FSL team had gathered all the evidence yesterday when the accident happened around 1 p.m. in the afternoon. After 24 hours, the arrest has been made. The Delhi police have arrested Gurpreet Makkad, who was driving the car, and also in the FIR, Navjot Singh's wife has claimed that she was driving at a very high speed, after which she hit the behind of the bike, and the BMW also in fact overturned because of the impact of the driving that was in fact being done by Gurpreet Makkad. She lost control of the car, and this accident happened. A 52-year-old man who was out to have a quiet Sunday lost his life because of some woman who was driving rashly and refused to abide by the laws, the traffic rules.
For our viewers tuning in right now, two aspects that need to be pointed out. One is the fact that the police are suspecting that possibly some important proofs could have been tampered, some evidence could have been tampered because of the long journey that the victim was forced to undertake, 19 kilometers, in terms of ensuring he gets first aid, medical aid. But the other issue, the optics that we are putting out on our screens of Gaganpreet being wheeled out of hospital, all those add up to something, don't they? In terms of the optics, the perception here. Talk to us about what is it that police are saying to that.
That's right. When she was admitted to NU Life Hospital, it was said that she was also severely injured. We did see the visuals of her getting outside of the NU hospital. She was sitting on a wheelchair, and after which she was in fact shifted to the police vehicle. She's slated to reach the Delhi Cantonment police station in just a few while from now. She had been arrested few minutes from now, and she will be reaching Delhi Cant police station, after which her statements will be recorded here. She will have to state as to why she did not heed to the pleas of the victims who were involved in the car accident when they requested her that they need to be shifted to a nearby hospital immediately. Why did she take them 19 kilometers away from the accident site? Time is of essence when such severe accident happens, and there were several hospitals, multi-specialty hospitals that were at the nearby areas in Delhi Cantonment, and she did not heed to any of their requests. She took them 19 kilometers away, possibly to a hospital that she has links to. So that is also a possible angle that the police will be probing as to why she took them to a hospital of her choosing, and why any hospital that is situated at GB Pant Nagar, which is 19 kilometers away and takes about 1.5 hours to reach if there is no traffic jam. Also, there is a possible aspect as to she was trying to get them to a hospital where she has possible links. Not just that, Delhi police has in fact also said that the car that was being driven by the woman was driving at a very high speed. The car is completely mangled. This is a BMW car, which is safe and luxury car, and is in fact also has multiple airbags installed in it. We did see after the impact, all of the airbags were in fact completely torn off because they had to be taken out of the car. Also,
you can just imagine the speed at which
was also completely mangled.
You can just imagine the speed at which she must have been driving for each of those airbags of BMW to have actually come out. Anushka, stay with me. I want to quickly now put out some of those big questions for our viewers tuning in right now as to why is it that this is not adding up. First and foremost, what was the need to actually choose a hospital that was about 17, some say 19 kilometers away? I mean, when you have a victim who's critically injured, you want to go to the nearest hospital, not something that is so far away. Was it because it was influenced by other factors in a hospital where it is said that the person actually had possible linkages? And what does that mean? Delay in medical attention. How significant could that be in terms of ensuring maybe Singh had a fighting chance after that very critical injury? When you lose that much amount of travel in getting first aid, it has an impact on survival chances. Next up, why were victims transported in a taxi instead of an ambulance? Why was there not an ambulance? What is this taxi? Which means that further delay in terms of providing any first aid, any medical attention to the victims. Next up, were emergency services promptly alerted? How soon you make that alert? Whom do you make it to? Are you prepared for your initial first statements? All those are aspects that need to be fitted in, and which is why whether they were dispatched in time or not is another key question. And last up, let's put out the other big question that we are asking: was the crime scene actually tampered with? How soon medical aid was given? How soon some emergency services kicked in? Why the taxi instead of the ambulance? All of that indicates a possible tampering of evidence. Remember, in all these high-profile cases, these major accidents that take place because of high speeding, evidence is of key priority. And was that actually tampered here? That's the other key question. Let's quickly now play out some of those reactions that have been coming in on this big story.
थोड़ा आप ढाना सके, आप बता सकते हैं कि क्या हुआ था, कैसे आपको जानकारी मिली?
तो मेरे को एक फैमिली फ्रेंड का कॉल आया था कि ऐसे ऐसे मेरे मम्मी पापा का एक्सीडेंट हो गया, बट आई वाज वरीड, बट लाइक माइनर एक्सीडेंट हो गया क्योंकि पापा बहुत केयरफुली चलाते हैं, तो आई वाज नॉट वेरी वरीड। बट फिर उन्होंने मुझे पिकअप करा और हम वहाँ गए। हाउएवर थोड़ा वो था कि वो बंगला साहब गए थे और वापस घर आ रहे थे, तो इट डिडंट मेक सेंस कि आज़ादपुर के किसी हॉस्पिटल में वो एडमिट हुए हैं मुखर्जी नगर के पास, तो वो थोड़ा अजीब लगा था। फिर मैं वहाँ पहुँचा तो हमारे एक और पापा के दोस्त है, वो ऑलरेडी वहाँ पहुँचे हुए थे, तो उन्होंने मुझे फिर बताया कि पापा की डेथ हो गई है, और मम्मी से मैं मिला था, उनकी तो हालत ख़राब थी, उनका बहुत सारी चोटें लगी हुई थी, हेड इंजरी भी थी, इवन दो हेलमेट पहना हुआ था उन्होंने, फीमर उनकी पूरी शाटर हो गई है। आफ्टर द एक्सीडेंट धौलाकुआं में हुआ था। उनको फॉर सम रीज़न जो वो थे जिन्होंने जो ड्राइवर थे उन्होंने वहाँ भिजवा दिया 20 किलोमीटर्स अवे इन सम हॉस्पिटल कॉल्ड न्यू लाइफ GTB नगर में, एंड इट डिडंट मेक सेंस। 1 घंटे का रास्ता है यार वो, एंड टाइम इज़ क्रिटिकल आफ्टर एक्सीडेंट। तो अब आई डोंट नो द डिटेल्स एट CCTV फुटेज अभी नहीं आई है कि एग्जैक्टली कैसा हुआ क्या हुआ, बट आई थिंक ये 1 घंटे क्या पता अगर पास वाले हॉस्पिटल में जाते मे बी ही वुड स्टिल बी हेयर।
उन्होंने अपनी तरफ से तो यही कोशिश किया है कि भाई मैनिपुलेशन करने वाली बात है, जब आप दूर ले जाएंगे, मतलब एक फंडामेंटल रूल है कि किसी का एक्सीडेंट हो जाता है उसको घर उस स्पॉट से नियरेस्ट पॉसिबल और हाई स्पीड से ले जाना होता है ताकि उसके सर्वाइवल के चांसेस ज़्यादा हों। लेकिन इस केस के अंदर उन्होंने उसको फर्दरेस्ट ले गया ताकि उसके सर्वाइवल के चांस बहुत ही रिमोट हो गए और वो चला गया, मर गया।
आपको लगता है कि अगर आसपास करीब 5 से 6 बड़े अस्पताल हैं, अगर वहाँ वो ले आते तो शायद जान बच जाती? बिल्कुल पास में ही बहुत सारे अस्पताल थे।
देखिए, उसके धौलाकुआं के रोड बोर्ड के पास हमारा RR है, रिसर्च एंड रेफरल आर्मी हॉस्पिटल, उधर वो एक विलिंगडन हॉस्पिटल जिसको बोलते हैं, राम मनोहर लोहिया उधर है, और भी 1-2 हॉस्पिटल है, वहाँ उनको ले जाया जा सकता था। लेकिन इन लोगों ने इंटेंशनली उसको, जैसे आपने बताया कि उसकी औरत के कुछ पेरेंट्स का हॉस्पिटल है जिनमें हमारा लड़का होनहार अकेला लड़का ख़त्म हो गया इसकी, इन लोगों की वजह से।
मेरा बच्चा इतना अच्छा होशियार हो था, पता नहीं किसकी नजर लग गई, क्यों मारा, क्यों क्या कसूर किया था उसने। दोनों का, वो भी तो पड़ी हुई है हॉस्पिटल में, उसके भी हड्डियाँ टूटी पड़ी है, पीछे सिर फटा हुआ है उसका, हेलमेट पहनी हुई थी उसने। कोई सोचा ही नहीं, कहता चल मैं गुरुद्वारे जाता हूँ, कई बार जाते हैं, बाइक में भी चले जाते हैं। तभी 11 दिन पहले ट्रेनिंग गया था, ऑफिस की ट्रेनिंग थी यहाँ पर ही।
क्या कहेंगे कि
इंडिया
ये एक हादसा है या कोई साजिश इसके पीछे?
नहीं, बेचारे की कोई साजिश नहीं, कोई नहीं।
उनको इतना पसंद करते थे कि बस he was everybody's favorite, everyone's favorite. आपने एक फैमिली बर्बाद कर, आपको एक लिखा आता है स्पीड थ्रिल्स बट स्पीड किल्स ऑल्सो, यू नो. बड़ा मज़ा आता है तेज़ चलाने में, बट सी व्हाट हैज दिस एक्सीडेंट, व्हाट हैव यू डन, यू नो.
I got a call that the patient is not, there has been an accident and the patient is being brought. I said, le aiye. That was my answer. I did not know where the patient is being brought. Even I also thought that somewhere nearby the accident has happened. So I made my emergency team immediately ready and I told them that patient can come anytime. I was not aware where the patient, मुझे ये नहीं पता था कि मरीज कहाँ से लाया जा रहा है. मुझे सिर्फ एक इन्फॉर्मेशन आई है फ़ोन पे जिसमें मुझे ये पूछा गया कि आपके यहाँ क्रिटिकल केयर टीम और सब लोग हैं, अभी यहाँ सेवाएं उपलब्ध हैं. तो मैंने कहा आप मरीज़ ले आइए, हम इलाज करेंगे. मुझे ये नहीं पता था कि मरीज़ कहाँ से लाया जा रहा है.
Shifting focus now to another breaking news that's coming in as we speak. Source-based information coming in to the other shocker of a story where information is being received that Pune police will reach Pooja Khetkar's house in Pune shortly. It is being ascertained whether Manorama and Dilip Khetkar are still in their house in Pune or they have absconded. Meanwhile, information is being received that a team from Chaturshringi police station of Pune will soon reach Pooja Khetkar's house and conduct raids and searches. This is after an abducted truck driver was actually found in Pooja Khetkar's residence. There is fresh details coming in on that story. I believe there is a reaction from Uttam Bhajnawale, who is the police inspector in Pune. Let's quickly listen in to him and then we get in Anuj Rayate.
नवी मुंबई पोलीस तपास करण्याकरता चतुश्रृंगी पोलीस स्टेशनच्या हद्दीमध्ये आलेले होते. त्यांना आम्ही मदत दिलेली होती. ते मदत घेऊन मनोरमा खेडकर यांच्या बंगल्यामध्ये ते गेलेले होते, परंतु त्या ठिकाणी त्यांना कुठल्याही प्रकारचं सहकार्य केलेलं नाही. गेट उघडलेलं नाही. तसेच त्यांच्या अंगावर कुत्रे वगैरे असं घालून त्यांना भीती घालण्याचा प्रयत्न त्यांनी केलेला आहे. आणि त्यानंतर जे गाडी होती ती गाडीही पळवून लावण्याचा त्यांनी पळवून लावलेली आहे. त्यामुळं नवी मुंबई पोलिसांचे जे अधिकारी होते त्यांनी चतुश्रृंगी पोलीस स्टेशनला गुन्हा दाखल केलेला आहे आणि त्यांच्या तक्रारीवरून आपण चतुश्रृंगी पोलीस स्टेशनला BNS 221, 238 आणि 263 प्रमाणे गुन्हा दाखल केलेला आहे.
My colleague Anuj Rayate joins me for more on this. Anuj, fill us in with what are the latest updates that are coming in on this really a very shocking story that's coming to light as far as Pooja Khetkar is concerned. Fill us in with the latest that's coming in.
Well, yes, and trouble keeps on mounting for the Khetkar family, and this is not the first time that anything of this sort is happening with them. The latest in this case is that what we are learning from the police sources in Pune and of course in Navi Mumbai is that very soon the Chaturshringi police officers will officially visit the house of the Khetkar family because a complaint has been filed against the mother of Pooja Khetkar, that is Manorama Khetkar, on the grounds of not cooperating with the police. And now, when we heard the police official speak just a while back, there was an important revelation that was made where he said that when the Navi Mumbai police officials came into the Chaturshringi constituency or jurisdiction and tried to enter the house of the Khetkar family, they were denied the entry. In fact, they were also being tried to be intimidated by the dogs present in the premises. And hence, because there was lack of cooperation shown by the Khetkar family, an official complaint about the same has been registered as well. And on the basis of that, one can expect the action to be taken by the Pune police against the Khetkar family. As I said earlier, this is not the first time that something of this sort has been happening. But just to give a bit of context of what this entire matter is about, not too long ago, the Khetkar family, in fact, the mother of Pooja Khetkar, that is Manorama Khetkar, was found allegedly assisting two people who had kidnapped a truck driver's assistant. The fact that they were allegedly hiding in the house, and that is why, on the pretext of that, the Navi Mumbai police wanted to have a look of the house, but also because they were not cooperating, the family was not cooperating with the police, has given the police even more reasons to believe that the Khetkar Khedkar family is directly involved in the in the kidnapping of that particular individual. What the police is still not completely certain about is whether the Khedkar couple, that is Mr. Khedkar and Manorama Khedkar, are still in the house or they are away, because the police never got the entry into the house. So that will be an important detail for the police to find out. What we are learning is, as I said earlier, that the Chaturshringi police, the Pune unit of the Chaturshringi police will soon be arriving at Pooja Khedkar's house, and more action is expected after that. Back to the studio.
You know, this story is so bizarre at so many levels when it comes to Pooja Khedkar. And, you know, if you connect the dots here, it is extremely shocking that how did this actually happen? Anuj, you've been working the phones. What are your sources telling you as to what really led to the sequence of events to actually unfold the way they did?
As I've been pointing it out earlier, the Khedkar family has been in the middle of a lot of controversies lately. Now, when this entire kidnapping case was unfolding, it had, of course, the active involvement of the Navi Mumbai police as well, because it was in their jurisdiction that such kind of an activity was unfolding. And earlier, of course, they were looking at unidentified individuals who were directly involved into the killing. But after knowing, through their sources, this is the police, that there is an active involvement of the, of the mother of Pooja Khedkar, Manorama Khedkar, in this family, they tried to zero in on that particular individual, but after the lack of cooperation that was shown by the Khedkar family and the Khedkar couple, they got to know that there is something extremely fishy in this matter, and that is exactly why one can see that the Khedkar family is not just showing lack of cooperation to the Pune police, but also to the Navi Mumbai police. And on the basis of that, they filed what can also be termed as an official complaint for the first time against the mother in this entire conundrum, where they will have some amount of elbow space to take legal action against her. Now, again, earlier as well, of course, the first case that came into the headlines of the Khedkar family was when Pooja Khedkar, allegedly submitted fake caste documents to secure an IS spot, and after that, a lot of videos went viral. One of them showed the, the mother, that is Manorama Khedkar, showing a gun to the farmer on a land dispute. So yes, this is one of the many cases that the Khedkar family has been in between, at least in the last 1 or 2 years.
Out of controversy, never out of what many say is unchecked, unruly behavior, questionable conduct. We leave it there. Anuj, thanks much for filling us in with all those details. Shifting focus now to the other big story that we're tracking on the show. Well, Supreme Court's waqf verdict. Supreme Court has granted partial stay as far as the Act is concerned, specifically for 3 key provisions that have been stayed, contentious provisions. These are, and a crucial verdict that has come in, which includes, and it had, remember, sparked nationwide protest in terms of when the Waqf Act was actually passed. And now the Supreme Court, though, has not stayed the entire Act per se, but only specific provisions, one of which is the 5-year clause, most importantly. Second, the one where should district collectors actually be the ones deciding whether the property is Waqf or not. That is something that will now be decided by tribunal and not by the executive, because that, the Supreme Court said, is violation of the separation of powers between the executive and others. Let's get in Nupur for more on this. Nupur tracks the courts very closely for us. Nupur Dogra joining us live. Now, Nupur, as far as this case is concerned, it comes after a clutch of petitions were filed challenging the Act itself. That hasn't happened. In fact, there were 12 provisions that were challenged. Walk us through some of these 2 or 3 provisions that have been stayed by the court and what happens next.
Well, first of all, the first provision, as you rightly said, the Supreme Court has stayed this provision that had held that a person to be eligible to donate a property as a waqf property should be a practicing Muslim for 5 years. Now, the Supreme Court has stayed this provision for now, but it has also added this observation that this provision will only remain stayed till the time centre and states come up and formulate proper procedure and rules to implement this particular clause. So this is per se a stay only till the time centre and states form rules
and regulations regarding this particular provision. Now, second provision which is the most important provision the Supreme Court has stated today is the powers of the collector to denotify a waqf property. Now, the Supreme Court has struck down for now. It has put an interim stay on the powers that have been granted to the collectors in the new Umeed Act, that is the Waqf Amendment Act of 2025. The Supreme Court has said that whenever a property is disputed by the government, saying that this is not a waqf property, this is a government land, and there is a case of dispute, then it has to go through a tribunal and up till the High Court. That is how things were before this act was brought in. So basically, now collector cannot adjudicate upon whether a property can be called a waqf property or it can be notified or not. The third important direction that the Supreme Court included today was the inclusion or the limit on the inclusion of non-Muslims in the Waqf board and Waqf councils at center and state level. The Supreme Court clarified that it recommended that ex officio members in the Waqf board and councils should not be non-Muslims. They should be Muslims, the Supreme Court suggested. And along with that, it has set a limit that it cannot increase from 3 to 4 members in Waqf board and council respectively when it comes to the constitution of or the strength of the board. So this ensures the majority remains with the Muslim population when it comes to adjudicating upon Waqf properties.
All right, we leave it there. Nupur Dogra, my colleague, who's been tracking the case very closely for us. Shifting focus now to more breaking news that's coming in. Update as far as the Asia Cup, that was the match that was played between India and Pakistan. Now the row escalates as the Pakistan Cricket Board has demanded that the India-Pakistan match referee be removed. Pakistan Cricket Board has said that remove the match referee from Asia Cup due to violations. Let's get in Rika, who's been tracking this very closely for us for more on this. Now, Rika, this is a controversy that's only getting bigger, and it seems that the Pakistan Cricket Board has registered its complaint, even as India was very clear that there is not going to be any shaking of hands, and it seemed that they had indicated that even prior to the match.
That's right, and let me point to a few facts here. Pakistan Cricket Board asking for removal of Andy Pycroft means that they would have registered the complaint with Asian Cricket Council. The chair of Asian Cricket Council is Mohsin Naqvi, and the chair of Pakistan Cricket Board is also Mohsin Naqvi. In this case, the judge becomes the jury. So we'll really have to wait and see what the decision is regarding Andy Pycroft. But it is true that Mr. Pycroft, who is a respected ICC match referee, was aware of the fact that Surya Kumar Yadav and Salman Agha will not be shaking hands during the match. He was okay with it for the pre-match ceremony, which was the toss, and even he was aware that there was not going to be any handshake post-match, which means at the end of the match. And apparently, while Surya Kumar Yadav was given a go-ahead not to shake hands, Salman Agha was not told about it. This is the claim of the Pakistan cricket team. And as a result, they kept waiting while Surya Kumar and Shivam Dubey walked away, and the entire Pakistan cricket team kept waiting. After the match was done, the manager of the Pakistan team, Mike Hesson, who's a Kiwi, he went to the Indian dressing room. He found the dressing room of the Indian team locked. He lodged a protest with the match referee, which is when the match referee also said sorry to them, because certain things may have got lost in translation. But now it so happens that the Pakistan Cricket Board is asking for the removal, who is one of the members of the Asian Cricket Council, is asking for the removal of this match referee.
All right, we leave it there. Rika Roy bringing us up to speed with that. Well, viewers, as far as the story is concerned, this comes after Team India gave a big snub to Pakistan, where it chose to not shake hands after the match. Team India's stand was against terror and in solidarity with Pahalgam victims. Pakistan had complained to the Asia Cricket body, even as Suryakumar Yadav had said the team took a call on no handshake, and we gave Pakistan a reply, no handshake, and a big statement. Even as Pakistan coach Mike Hesson was left fuming after the Indian contingent refused to shake hands, there was no customary handshake between the two playing squads. The Pakistan Cricket Board has lodged a protest with the Asian Cricket Council. The PCB also issued a statement saying that the match referee had earlier asked Pakistan captain Salman Agha to not to shake hands. They also said that the move goes against the very spirit of sports. In fact, the board emphasized that their captain Salman skipped the post-match presentation as a sign of protest. Suryakumar Yadav, the Indian captain, or Sky as he is called, on his part said the decision to not shake hands with the opposition was their way of showing solidarity with the families of the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack. Listen in to reactions coming in on that big story.
You refused to shake hands with the Pakistani players after the match. Was it politically motivated, or it was just to match the vibes of the people back home after the recent skirmishes between the two countries? And don't you think that it was against the sportsmanship?
I feel few things in life are ahead of sportsman spirit also. We actually stand with all the victims of Pahalgam terror attack, and we stand with their families, also express our solidarity. Also, as I said at PC, that we dedicate this win to our brave armed forces who took part in Operation Sindoor, and as they continue to inspire us all, we'll try our best whenever given an opportunity to inspire them as well, if possible.
We were ready to shake hands at the end of the game. We obviously were disappointed that our opposition didn't do that. We sort of went over there to shake hands, and they'd already gone into the changing room. So that was a disappointing way, obviously, for the match to finish. And a match that we were, disappointed the way we played, but certainly were willing to go and shake hands.
भी बहुत ज़्यादा क्रिकेट बाकी है इस मैच में, बट इम्पॉर्टेंट ये था कि ये मैच इसलिए भी इम्पॉर्टेंट था बिकॉज एज अ टीम we wanted to show our solidarity towards the victim of all the families that has what they've gone through during the Pahalgam attack, and more importantly we want to thank the armed forces for their successful Operation Sindoor, and I'm sure we'll try and make the country proud and try and make the
ये जो इसका सोच है अपोजिशन पार्टी का हर समय राजनीति करने का, वो ठीक नहीं है। और जहाँ तक ये जो क्रिकेट खेला है, ये पाकिस्तान इंडिया का बायलैटरल खेल नहीं है, एशिया कप है। उसमें अगर इंडिया नहीं खेलेंगे तो इंडिया ऐसे आउट हो जाएगा, और ओलंपिक्स एशिया कप पाकिस्तान के लिए नहीं होता है, वो पूरा देशों के लिए होता है। पाकिस्तान का साथ तो भारत ने कोई मैच खेला ही नहीं है, कोई बायलैटरल पाकिस्तान में भी गया नहीं है, पाकिस्तान को अलग से बुलाया नहीं है। सेंटीमेंट सही है, लेकिन सेंटीमेंट के पीछे जो एक रैशनल थिंकिंग होना चाहिए कि भारत अलग से कहां पाकिस्तान के साथ बायलैटरल मैच खेल रहा है।
See, I personally believe sports and politics should not be mixed up, and we don't really have a right to choose our opponents or teams who we play against in tournaments. And once we enter a tournament, we are obligated to play whoever we are drawn against, and this not only holds for cricket, but holds good for any other sport in any other tournament which we participate in. So sports and politics must be kept aside.
Well, a political war of words which has broken out on no handshake between the two teams has intensified. Congress MP Tariq Anwar said the teams must shake hands in international matches. LJP chief Chirag Paswan says he supports the Indian team's decision to not shake hands with the Pakistani squad.
देखिए, अब ये सब सिलसिला तो चलता रहेगा, लेकिन एक बात स्पष्ट है कि भारत को ये फैसला करना पड़ेगा कि अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मैच में हमको भाग लेना है या नहीं लेना है। अगर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मैचों में या कप में या किसी तरह के इस तरह के कार्यक्रम में अगर भाग लेना है तो फिर सबसे हाथ तो मिलाना पड़ेगा।
ये पुनः उसी बात का सम्मान, अगर आप किसी से हाथ मिला रहे हैं और वही लोग आपके
परिवार वालों को आकर इस तरीके से उनके ऊपर हमला करके उनकी हत्या करने का काम कर रहे हैं, तो यकीनन ऐसी तस्वीरें उनकी भावनाओं को भी विचलित कर सकती थी कि जिन्होंने हमारे अपनों को मारा उनके साथ आप इस तरीके से हाथ मिला रहे हैं, मधुर संबंध आप बना रहे हैं, इन भावनाओं को ठेस। बहरहाल जिस व्यवस्था में वो लोग थे, एक खेल खेला जाना था और उसका भी हमारे खिलाड़ियों ने उतना ही सम्मान रखा और उसी भावना से उस खेल को खेला और जीत कर सही मायनों में जिस तरीके से उन पीड़ितों को सम्मान देना चाहिए था वो हमारे खिलाड़ियों ने ज़रूर दिया।
Well, viewers, on that note, a quick break. We return on the other side with more news and updates. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
We're the only country with such a large population of youth and युवा.
Pure talent और कुछ नहीं है.
बुलाने वाला फ्यूचर काफी अच्छा है स्पोर्ट्स का.
Luck, patience and a lot of tolerance.
Life can change overnight.
जीवन में मैंने कोशिश की है सदैव चुनौती को अपनाने.
We need to work towards an egalitarian society, regardless of gender and orientation.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
Well, we're on an incredible piece of Indian engineering. Shiv and I are absolutely privileged to be here with Larsen & Toubro in Hazira near Surat. This is a tank. It's called the Zorawar. It takes the battle to the Chinese in altitudes upwards of 15,000 feet.
You know, Vishnu, it's actually incredible that for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at
Shifting down south to the other big story of the day, AIA-DMK veterans push for unity as Tamil Nadu's 2026 assembly elections near. Ousted leaders OPS or O Selvam and VK Sasikala echo calls for reconciliation, while KA Sengotian, relieved of his post, set a 10-day ultimatum to reinstate expelled leader. Will the AIA-DMK able to get its house in order ahead of the elections is the key question. Let's play out some of these updates and sound bites for you to get a sense of where things stand right now as far as Tamil Nadu politics is concerned.
நோக்கம் இயக்கம் ஒன்று பெற வேண்டும். புரட்சித்தினுடைய அவர்கள் அம்மாவுடைய ஆட்சி மனதில் போதுதான் இந்த கருத்துக்களை 5ஆம் தேதி என்று பிரதிபலித்து இதை பொறுத்தவரையிலும் தொண்டர்கள் பொதுமக்களுடைய கருத்துக்களை மனதிலே கொண்டு புரிய வேண்டியவர்கள் புரிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டும் என்ற வேண்டுகோளை நான் வைக்க கடமைப்பட்டிருக்கிறேன். நம் இயக்கம் வலிமை பெறுவதற்கு நம் இயக்கம் 2024 வெற்றி பெறுவதற்கு எல்லோரும் உறுதுணையாக பணிகளை மேற்கொள்ள வேண்டும் என்று வேண்டுகோளை வைத்து விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி.
நிராகரிக்கிறதுங்கிறது பொதுவாக ரொம்ப ஈஸியான வேலை. சேர்க்கிறது அப்படிங்கிறதெல்லாம் ரொம்ப கஷ்டமான வேலை. அது டைம் எடுக்கும் சேர்க்கறது. இப்போ நாங்கள்லாம் தலைவர் மறைவுக்கு பிறகு பார்த்திங்கன்னா சேர்த்தே பழக்கப்பட்டுட்டேனா. அதனால் இது நிறைய பேர் இதெல்லாம் தெரிஞ்சுக்கணுங்கிறது தான் என்னுடைய ஆசை.
இன்றைக்கு அண்ணாவுடைய பிறந்த நல்நாளை முன்னிட்டு பிரிந்து கிடக்கின்ற அனைத்து இந்திய அன்னார முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தினுடைய சக்தியில் அனைவரும் ஒன்று சேர்ந்தால்தான் மீண்டும் புரட்சித் தலைவர் எம்ஜிஆர் அவர்கள் எந்த நோக்கத்திற்காக இந்த இயக்கத்தை உருவாக்கினார்களோ அந்த இயக்கத்தினுடைய கொள்கைகள் கோட்பாடுகள் கீழ்த்தட்டு மக்கள் மேற்தட்டு மக்களுக்கு இணையாக தங்களுடைய வாழ்க்கை நடைமுறையை கொண்டு வந்து அந்த மக்களுக்கு சேர்த்திட வேண்டும் என்று இருவரும் தலைவர்களும் 50 ஆண்டு கால அனைத்து இந்திய அன்னார முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தினுடைய வரலாற்றில் 30 ஆண்டு காலம் ஆளுகின்ற பொறுப்பை தமிழக மக்களுக்கு பெற்று நாட்டு மக்களுக்கு அவருடைய நல்வாழ்விற்கு என்ன தேவையோ அதைத்தான் புரட்சித் தலைவர் எம்ஜிஆரும் புரட்சித் தலைவி மாண்புமிகு அம்மா அவர்களும் தங்களுடைய பொற்கால ஆட்சியில் தமிழக அரசிலிருந்து பெறப்படுகின்ற மாநிலத்தினுடைய சொந்த வருவாயை கொண்டு நம்முடைய மாநிலத்தினுடைய அனைத்து மக்களுக்கும் கிடைக்கச் செய்கின்ற.
Staying with the south and shifting focus to Karnataka, where the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has commented on conversion and the caste system in Hinduism, has drawn a blistering response from the BJP. R. Ashok, the leader of opposition in Karnataka Assembly, has hit back at the Chief Minister and said if there is equality in Islam, why are women not allowed to enter mosques? He has also dared the Chief Minister that does the CM have the courage to speak out against Islam? While questioning and in fact taking answers from the media questions on about caste census, Siddaramaiah said that in our Hindu community, if there was equality and equal opportunities, why would anyone convert? Karnataka BJP Chief B.Y. Vijayendra has escalated the attack, accused the Congress of instigating Hindus to convert to other religions and challenged the Chief Minister, asking if he would dare question equality in Islam. Vijayendra called the remark and a very clear attempt to divert attention from the caste survey and claimed it exposed the CM's intolerance towards the Hindu community. In his strongest attack yet, he said the comment reflected Congress's deep-rooted anti-Hindu mindset, and the political heat in Karnataka is clearly far from cooling down.
ಕನ್ವರ್ಷನ್ ಆಗೋದು ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಕೆಲವರು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯ ಪರಿಣಾಮವಾಗಿ ಕನ್ವರ್ಷನ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ, ಹಿಂದೂ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಮಾನತೆ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಕನ್ವರ್ಷನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ? ಸಮಾನ ಈಕ್ವಲ್ ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟೀಸ್ ಇದ್ದರೆ, ಸಮಾನತೆ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಅಸ್ಪೃಶ್ಯತೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಬಂತು? ನಾವು ಹುಟ್ಟಾಕಿದ್ವಾ?
ಮುಸ್ಲಿಂ ಕ್ರಿಶ್ಚಿಯನ್ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಾರೆ, ಸಮಾನತೆ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಇದೆ.
ಯಾರ ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲೇ ಇರ್ಲಪ್ಪ,
ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಕಡೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ.
ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ್ ಧರ್ಮದಲ್ಲರೂ ಇರಲಿ, ಕ್ರಿಶ್ಚಿಯನ್ ಧರ್ಮದಲ್ಲರೂ ಇರಲಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ನಾವು ಯಾರು ಕೂಡ ಅಥವಾ BJP-ಯವರು ಯಾರು ಕೂಡ ಕನ್ವರ್ಷನ್ ಆಗಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಕನ್ವರ್ಷನ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದೇರ್ ರೈಟ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಕನ್ವರ್ಷನ್ ಆಗೋದು ಅವರು.
So the statement of Karnataka Chief Minister about conversion and the reason why people convert, especially because of inequalities in Hindu religion, some of your leaders, including yourself, of course, have been raising objection. What is the issue that you have with the statement?
He was telling there is no equality in the society. See, under the Constitution, we are all working. If there is no equality, what this Congress was done? Almost 65 years they have ruled this country. What is their contribution? They should have changed the society. Why Siddaramaiah is mentioning Vakkaliga Christian, Dalit Christian, ST Christian, Kuruba Christian? What is this? Veerashaiva Christian? It is not there. See, for every community, he is mentioning Christian. Means he is creating a new era. Like a Manu. See, this is not correct. Immediately they should drop these things.
Slipping into a short break, we come back with more news and updates on the other side. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
It's been almost 24 hours since the death of a senior official in Finance Ministry after a BMW car hit his motorcycle in Delhi. No arrests made so far. Son alleges cover-up. Supreme Court refuses to stay the entire Waqf Act, says certain provisions of the law, including the power of district collector and inclusion of non-Muslims in Waqf board. The state centre says most of its arguments were accepted by court. Ahead of Tamil Nadu elections, AIADMK veterans press for party reunion. OPS, Sengutian and Amma's aide ousted Sasikala, call for party unity. And Team India puts nation first, refuses to shake hands with Pakistan cricket team on ground. Pakistan lodges complaint. Sources say Pakistan was informed in advance by the match referee.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
This is the Zorawar, India's very own light tank. Built for a very specific requirement to defend our forces and attack when necessary in high altitude areas. Conceived of in the post-Galwan context and in direct response to the emergence of the Chinese Type 15 light tank, the Zorawar is meant to plug holes in India's armored defenses. At the moment, India uses heavy tanks, the T-90 and T-72, way up in the Ladakh heights. These are far too heavy and unwieldy for operations in the rarefied atmosphere. And so, Zorawar was designed and developed in 21 months straight. Weighing in at 25 tons, close to half the weight of the older tanks, the Zorawar can be easily airlifted and is built with the future in mind. Upgradability. Designed to operate with drones, it will also feature an active protection system, a system which intercepts incoming missiles and rockets to protect the tank. But these upgrades will come later. At the moment, the Army appears committed to the tank, which is being trialled not just in high altitude areas but also the desert. The Zorawar weighs 25 tons. It has a power to weight ratio of 30 horsepower per ton. That's key in the mountains. It has a 1,000 horsepower engine. It's amphibious. It can ford rivers and lakes. It can fire missiles, has a 105mm main gun, a 12.7mm remote controlled weapon station, and a 7.62mm coaxial.
From record-smashing wins to bold red carpet statements, the 77th Emmy Awards had it all. Big laughs, historic firsts, and some very political puns. Take a look at this report that has all the details.
Hollywood's biggest night for television glittered at the Peacock Theatre in Los Angeles, as the 77th Primetime Emmy Awards celebrated the best on the small screen. Comedian Nate Bargatze made his Emmy hosting debut, keeping things light as the trophies rolled out. Seth Rogen's comedy The Studio swept the night with 13 wins, a new record for a comedy series. Meanwhile, HBO Max drama The Pit scored the night's top prize, Best Drama, edging out the heavyweight contender Severance. At just 15, British actor Owen Cooper made Emmy history, the youngest male winner ever for his chilling turn in Netflix's limited series Adolescence, which also took home Best Limited Series. And beyond the glitz, a political flashpoint. Several stars wore artists for ceasefire red pins, calling for an end to Israel's military campaign in Gaza. Among them, Megan Stalter and Javier Bardem, lending star power to the movement. A night of record breakers, bold statements, and fresh wave of winners. The Emmys proving once again, television is still the stage for the biggest stories. Bureau Report, NDTV.
With that, it's a wrap. Thanks so much for watching. We're slipping into a break. News and updates continue on the other side. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
APML International, moving globally. Trust APML. Call 9300 300 300.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम डब्बा टेकिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसे हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है।
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire Dabba trading scam.
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है, सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं, लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं। NDTV इंडिया पर
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years. Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. And now, Aditya Rajkol begins a new chapter at NDTV.
Actually, I'm taking off because the stories I cover don't sit still. To bring the world to India and to take India to the world, I need to be where action is.
Aditya Rajkol, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
Pulling us into this country.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night.
The Pakistan Cricket Board demands India-Pakistan match referees removal. The PCB says remove Andy Pycroft from the Asia Cup. PCB alleges violation of the ICC Code of Conduct. The latest in the Delhi BMW crash case, police arrest the driver. It's been almost 24 hours since the death of a senior official in the finance ministry after a BMW car hit his motorcycle in Delhi. The Sun alleges cover-up. The Supreme Court refuses to stay the entire Waqf Amendment Act, stays certain provisions of the law, including the power of district collector and inclusion of non-Muslims in Waqf board. The centre says most of its arguments were accepted by the court. Ahead of the Tamil Nadu elections, AIA-DMK veterans press for party reunion. O. Paneer Selvam, Sengotian and Amma's aide ousted. Sasikala calls for party unity. "15-year-old Owen Cooper becomes youngest ever male actor to win an Emmy Award for his breakout role in Adolescence." Well, starting this bulletin with breaking news that is now coming in. Prime Minister Modi reaches pole-bound Bihar. Prime Minister Modi launches the Purnia Airport Terminal. This is the big infrastructure push in Bihar's Purnia. Launch of projects worth over rupees 36.
National, whatever the makhana is produced in the entire country, 80% of it is produced in Bihar. And Purnia happens to be the hub. So there's a makhana center which Prime Minister would actually dedicate to the nation and to this region, and that would go a long way in benefiting the makhana farmers of this particular region. And politically speaking also, this is a very important, very significant region, this entire Himachal region. It has a dense Muslim population. It also has an influence of TMC, that is Trinamool Congress, because the entire region borders Bengal and also has a huge tribal population. So JMM also tries to make a dent into it. And we have seen OSC's party actually winning few seats out here. So politically speaking, very significant phase. It has around 24 seats. So Prime Minister is gifting projects worth 36,000 crore rupees to this region, and he would hope, the NDA would hope that actually that would actually pay some dividend when the polling happens for the NDA.
Right, Prabhakar, also give us a sense of how our parties, especially like the Congress and the RJD, are going to react to this inauguration of the Purnia Airport by the Prime Minister.
See, they are towing the usual line. They are towing a very predictable political line, I would say. They are saying that it's a bribe to this region, and it's too late, too little is what the Congress and RJD is saying. They're saying the Prime Minister is avoiding the basic issue as education, as health, as crime, as migration. And remember, this entire area is also is a migration-prone area. This entire area, you have a huge number of laborers actually going to other states for various other activities, be it working in the fields or in the factories. So migration has been a big issue here, and that is exactly what the opposition is alleging. They are saying that Prime Minister needs to talk on the basic issue which these regions actually is facing, but he's avoiding those, and he's creating a political rhetoric. He's talking about his mother, trying to create an emotional uproar among the voters, and that is how it is. Since morning, since the day began today, the opposition has been actually making these allegations against the Prime Minister.
Right, Prabhakar, also, before I let you go, also give us a sense of the itinerary of the Prime Minister in Bihar today.
See, he lands here in Purnia. As we told, his first stoppage was the Purnia Airport. I'm sorry, the Purnia Airport. Purnia gets a new terminal building here. The flights have started from Purnia, so that's a big win for the people of this particular region, because it was a long pending demand, and this will give a huge connectivity benefit to around 7 to 8 districts adjoining Purnia. So it's not only the Purnia, but 7 or 8 adjoining districts will get benefited out of it. Prime Minister also inaugurates or lays a foundation stone for one of the huge power projects in Bihar, which is happening at Bhagalpur, Pirpanti at Bhagalpur. So around 26,000 crore is being invested over there. So that's a big boon for the state of Bihar. He's flagging off two trains today, the Vande Bharat and Amrit Bharat, the two trains which will be flagged. And apart from these three, there are several other smaller schemes which he will be dedicated to Bihar. So altogether, it would be to the tune of 36,000 crore is what people of Bihar would be benefiting out of Prime Minister's visit today.
All right, Prabhakar, thank you very much for getting us all those details. In fact, there are hosts of political reactions that have come in as Prime Minister reaches Bihar in Purnia. Listen in to all those reactions.
प्रधानमंत्री बिहार से बहुत प्यार करते हैं. जब भी बिहार जाते हैं, बिहार में अपना खजाना खोल देते हैं. बिहार के लोगों को बहुत खुशी है. प्रधानमंत्री के आने से जहां पूरा बिहार खुश है, वहां विपक्ष के नेताओं को मिर्ची लग रही है. उन्हें मालूम है कि जब नरेंद्र मोदी जी बिहार की धरती पर आते हैं तो बिहार पूरी तरह भाजपा मय, एनडीए मय हो जाता है. लेकिन जब मोदी जी आते हैं तो विपक्ष के लोग इसी तरह बयानबाजी करने लगते हैं.
अब प्रधानमंत्री जी आ रहे हैं तो जुमलों की बारिश करने आ रहे हैं. कहीं कोई विकास का काम नहीं हो रहा, कहीं मुद्दे पे प्रधानमंत्री बात नहीं करेंगे, केवल घुसपैठिया की बात करेंगे. लेकिन लोगों की तरक्की, बिहार की तरक्की, गरीब के बारे में बात नहीं करेंगे, पढ़ाई, दवाई, कमाई, सिंचाई के बारे में बात नहीं करेंगे। हम तो उम्मीद करते हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री जी पूर्णिया आ रहे हैं तो वहाँ के मेडिकल कॉलेज भी चले जाएं और साथ में हमारे चाचा को भी लेके चले जाएं, स्थिति जान जाएंगे क्या है।
इस बात में कहीं कोई दो राय नहीं है कि जिस तरीके से बिहार में प्रधानमंत्री जी के तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री पद की शपथ लेने के बाद एक के बाद एक विकास की बड़ी परियोजनाओं को धरातल पर उतारा गया है। अलग अलग क्षेत्र से जुड़े हुए छोटी बड़ी तमाम परियोजनाओं को इस सोच के साथ कि किस तरीके से बिहार को एक विकसित राज्य बनाया जा सके। अब ऐसे में अगर विपक्ष को ये सारी बातें नहीं दिखती और उनको सिर्फ भ्रमित करने वाले मुद्दों को ही जनता के बीच लेकर जाना है तो ये विपक्ष की सोच हो सकती है और इसी नकारात्मक सोच ने बिहार का नुकसान किया।
Well, the US-India trade talks are set to resume tomorrow with Steve Witkoff, the US chief negotiator, arriving in India. The negotiations aim to strengthen the commerce ties between the two nations with a goal to more than double the bilateral trade by 2030. Now, the talks will focus on refining the details of this particular deal, including tariff adjustments and measures to ease market access. Remember, the United States is seeking increased access for its dairy products, corn, soybean, apples, almonds, as well as ethanol, while India is pushing for better market access for its goods. And both the countries, they're now working to address trade barriers and unlock the limitless potential of the India-US partnership.
ट्रंप और टैरिफ्स और अमेरिका के साथ जो इस वक्त कशमकश चल रही है, डू यू सी एन एंड टू दैट? आपको लग रहा है कुछ समाधान निकलता है या ऐसे ही उलझते रहेंगे हम लोग?
देखिए, मैं एस्ट्रोलॉजर तो नहीं हूँ, लेकिन मेरा कन्विक्शन है कि भारत सही ट्रैक पे है और भारत जो कर रहा है अपने देश के हित में कर रहा है, अपने जनता के हित में कर रहा है। मुझे ये विश्वास है कि हमने जो अपने किसान हो, अपने मछुआरे हों, अपने जो छोटे उद्योग जगत से जुड़े हुए इकाइयां हैं, एमएसएमई सेक्टर है, हमारे कारीगर, हमारे कामगार, विश्वकर्मा, हमारे हथकरघा, इन सब की जो इंटरेस्ट है इसको सर्वप्रथम रखना पड़ेगा, सर्वप्रिय रखना पड़ेगा और उसको संभालते हुए जो भी हम निर्णय लेते हैं वो मैं आपको विश्वास दिला सकता हूँ माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी इन इंटरेस्ट को कभी सैक्रिफाइस नहीं करेंगे, भारत के हित को कभी सैक्रिफाइस नहीं। उसके अलावा तो बहुत मौके हैं, बहुत अच्छे डील करने की संभावना है और मेरा विश्वास है कि यूएस और भारत दो इतनी कॉन्सिक्वेंशियल डेमोक्रेसीज हैं, इतने महत्वपूर्ण देश हैं। हम दोनों की सोच, हम दोनों के लोगों के बीच जो आपसी रिश्ता, संबंध और आत्मीयता है, जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री और राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के बीच मित्रता है, जिस प्रकार से हम सब मंत्रियों के बीच में लगातार संपर्क बना रहता है, दोस्ती बनी रहती है, मुझे लगता है कि कभी कभार समय लगता है एंड ऑल गुड थिंग्स टेक टाइम, ऑल गुड थिंग्स कम आफ्टर अ लॉट ऑफ हार्ड वर्क, लॉट ऑफ पेशेंस एंड लॉट ऑफ एफर्ट। तो मैं चिंता नहीं करता हूँ, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि भारत का भविष्य भी बड़ा उज्जवल है और जो लोग भारत के साथ रिश्ते बढ़ाएंगे, भारत के साथ व्यापार बढ़ाएंगे, उन सब का भविष्य भी बहुत है।
And my colleague Himanshu now joins us on the phone line to get us more on this. Himanshu, the big question at this point of time is how does India now plan to address the US demands, especially for the increased market access for dairy products, and what concessions is the United States willing to make for Indian goods?
Well, definitely, that's a very important question that needs to be addressed. We have been told by senior Commerce Ministry officials that a US team of senior officials are arriving tonight, and they are here only for one day. As you know, 5 rounds of negotiations have been held so far, in which no consensus has emerged on the big question. is still insisting that it is not possible for India to give concessions, tariff concessions, as far as agriculture, dairy, etc. sector is concerned. We have been told by senior officials that the US team is here. Tomorrow the talks will be held. It will be just a one-day visit of the US delegation. And this is more of a kind of a trust-building exercise in the sense that there was a lot of tension between India and the US following the imposition of 50% reciprocal tariff by President Trump and a series of statements that President Trump had made against India. So this arrival of the US officials here for trade talks, of course, is a very categorical assertion from the US that it stands committed towards the finalization of the first tranche of the bilateral trade agreement by October, November this year. That's a solemn commitment that President Trump and Prime Minister Modi had made. And as you know, that both the leaders have also decided to talk. So this is essentially to bring the negotiations back on the talking table. And I think once the officials, the negotiators sit face to face, many of these concerns and differences can be resolved. But we'll have to wait and see how they address these issues. But as far as India is concerned, the stand of Indian government is very categorical. It is not possible for India to give any kind of trade or tariff-related concessions as far as agriculture and dairy sectors are concerned. Osama.
Himanshu, also break it down for our viewers. What specific trade barriers are being addressed in these negotiations? And more importantly, how might this resolution also impact the bilateral trade between the two nations?
Well, in the February agreement that was held in Washington, as you know, the joint very categorically says that the first tranche of the proposed bilateral trade agreement actually targets increasing the bilateral trade from the existing $190 billion to $500 billion by 2030. That's a very ambitious target that has been set. And so that is the larger goal. And through these negotiations, a new space for enhancing bilateral trade is being worked out. But at the moment, lots of differences also exist. Lots of new agreements have also been reached at. And this visit by the U.S. team is essentially to affirm to India that U.S. stands committed to take the negotiation process forward. And as you know, there is a deadline that was committed by President Trump and Prime Minister Modi when they met in Washington in February, where they had said that by the fall of 2025, the first tranche of the bilateral trade agreement has to be finalized. So there is not much time left. Little over a month is left. So I think this is an exercise towards keeping that commitment that U.S. had made. But we'll have to wait and see how both India and the U.S. trade negotiators actually try and address all the concerns that they have, because India also has certain concerns with regard to the trade barriers that U.S. has imposed.
All right.
And U.S., of course, is pushing India to open up its agriculture and dairy sector.
Right. In fact, the U.S. President Donald Trump has already accepted that this has hurt the relations between U.S. and India. Now, the big question remains, how might this shape the future of U.S.-India trade relations? We'll have to wait and watch. Himanshu Shekhar, thank you very much for getting us all those details. Moving on to our other big story that we have been tracking, the Pakistan coach Mike Hesson, he was left fuming after the Indian contingent refused to shake hands with his players. There was no customary handshake between the players of the two teams. The Pakistan Cricket Board, it has now lodged a protest with the Asian Cricket Council. The PCB has also issued a statement saying that the match referee had earlier asked Pakistan captain Salman Agha not to shake hands with the Indian captain. They also said that the move goes against the very spirit of the sport. In fact, the board has also emphasized that their captain, Salman Agha, skipped the post-match presentation as a sign of protest. Surya Kumar Yadav, the Indian captain, on his part, said that this entire decision to not shake hands with the opposition was their way of showing solidarity with the families of the victims of Pahalgam terrorist attack.
You refused to shake hands with the Pakistani players after the match. Was it politically motivated, or it was just to match the vibes of the people back home after the recent skirmishes between the two countries? And don't you think that it was against the sportsmanship?
I feel few things in life are ahead of sportsman spirit also. We actually stand with all the victims of Pahalgam terror attack, and we stand with their families, also express our solidarity. Also, as I said at PC, that we dedicate this win to our brave armed forces who took part in Operation Sindoor, and as they continue to inspire us all, we'll try our best whenever given an opportunity to inspire them as well, if possible.
We were ready to shake hands at the end of the game. We obviously were disappointed that our opposition didn't do that. We sort of went over there to shake hands, and they'd already gone into the changing room. So that was a disappointing way, obviously, for the match to finish, and a match that we were, disappointed the way we played, but certainly were willing to go and shake hands.
भी बहुत ज़्यादा क्रिकेट बाकी है इस मैच में, बट इम्पॉर्टेंट ये था कि ये मैच इसलिए भी इम्पॉर्टेंट था बिकॉज एज अ टीम we wanted to show our solidarity towards the victim of all the families that has what they've gone through during the Pahalgam attack, and more importantly, we want to thank the armed forces for their successful Operation Sindoor, and I'm sure we'll try and make the country proud and try and make the...
All right, my colleague Rika Roy joins us to get us more on this. Rika, there has been a lot of conversation as far as the pre-match situation. There was no handshake, and the post-match, these sound bites that both the captain and the coach gave. There is a lot of talks about the spirit of sports, spirit of cricket, and what I want to understand is Team India's perspective when you look at the larger picture. Break it down for us.
Osama, should I give you the top news first before we get into Team India's perspective?
Sure, Rika, go ahead, please.
Well, the news that we are reporting at this hour is that Asian Cricket Council has written to ICC, or the International Cricket Council, asking for the removal of Andy Pycroft, the match referee who officiated this game, from the panel of match referees for the Asia Cup, because as we know that there was a significant involvement of the match referee in the whole incident that played out, or the series of incidents that played out yesterday, when the handshakes didn't happen ahead of the match, that is during the toss. Mr. Pycroft was in the know, and Indian team didn't want to do a handshake, and he said it was okay. He asked Salman Aliaga to stay away and not to indulge in any handshakes. Similar conversations did happen between the match referee and the teams. That's what we are given to understand for the end of the match. So while the Indian captain was aware that he did not need to indulge in any pleasantries with the Pakistani cricket team, he did not need to go and shake hands. His team did not need to go and shake hands with Pakistan at the end of the match. But Pakistan apparently was not told about this. So they felt humiliated. They were standing and waiting for the team, for the Indian cricketers to come out and shake hands with them, which is a norm at the end of the match, but that didn't happen. Apparently, Mike Hesson, the manager of the Pakistan team, at the end of the match went to the Indian dressing room and found that the dressing room door was shut, at which point they registered a complaint about the Indian cricket team, alleging that they had violated the spirit of sport. But Andy Pycroft, who was in know of the entire series of events, said that he may have communicated about no handshake to the Indian team, but not to the Pakistan team, and said sorry to the Pakistan manager, who in fact registered the complaint about the Indian team. Now, having said sorry, it seemed that the case was open and shut. But now the Pakistan Cricket Board chairman, who's also the chair of Asian Cricket Council, has written to ICC urging removal of match referee Andy Pycroft.
Right, Rika Roy, thank you very much for getting us all those details. As Rika was mentioning, the PCB is now demanding India-Pakistan match referees removal. PCB has said to remove Andy Pycroft from the Asia Cup. It is alleging that it is a violation of the ICC Code of Conduct. But also, let's give you a sense of what exactly happened, a sequence of events as what transpired in the India-Pakistan match. Just before the match, the toss happened, but there was no eye contact, there were no handshake. between the two captains. It is a customary handshake that follows after the toss, but that did not happen. The batters, Surya Kumar Yadav, the captain of Team India, and Shivam Dube, after beating Pakistan in that match, they walked to the dressing room without shaking hands. The Pakistan team, they were left waiting. The Pakistan were left on the field. There was no handshake post-match as well. Post which, the coach, he stepped in. The Pakistan coach, Mike Hesson, he heads to the Indian dressing room and he finds the door closed for the Pakistan team. The Indian dressing room door was shut. He was visibly upset. The Pakistan coach then approaches the match referee. Salman Agha, in the meanwhile, the captain of Pakistan, he was missing after the match. There was in the post-match presentation party, the Pakistan captain, Salman Agha, he skipped that presentation. Pakistan has been speaking about sportsmanship. Pakistan says that this behavior is against the spirit of sportsmanship. An official complaint has now been launched. Pakistan has complained with the Asian Cricket Council after this entire fiasco. In fact, listen in to some of the reactions.
India is well within their rights not to let any Pakistani come in. How many examples do you want me to give? 1932 bodyline. How many examples do you want from sport where we've actually, come on here, I'll give you an example from a series Nikhil played. Shoaib Akhtar was bowling to Virendra Sehwag, bouncer after bouncer in Multan. Finally, Sehwag called him and said, ball down. And he was saying, kyun nahi maar raha hai? Kyun nahi maar raha hai? Sehwag called him and said, bheek maang raha hai ki ball dal raha hai? Why are you begging for a handshake? You've lost the match fair and square. Don't beg for a handshake. Make yourself sore losers and make yourself pitiful in front of the world. Who's closing your door and not door? Come on. Behave yourselves properly. Go out there and fight India on the field. India is well within their rights to shut the door, whether it's the dressing room door or not shake hands. Absolutely fine. As far as I'm concerned, that's how you use sport for international diplomacy. That's why sport is soft power.
In a high voltage game, high emotional game, even if you take that game away yesterday, normally what happens is when you finish the game, you're in a multi-nation tournament, you win the game. Sometimes as a team, we do shut the doors and the skipper will come and have a word with the rest of the team, the support staff, everybody in there. Gautam Gambhir probably would want to address his team as well. That at the end of the day, we were a professional bunch. It was a clinical performance. We are out here to win the Asia Cup and putting our best foot forward. Big, huge margin of victory. Maybe they were just celebrating at that moment in time. And it could have been just that timing that Mike Hesson wanted to walk across and have a word or shake hands with the Indian dressing room, but the dressing room was shut. So it does happen. Sometimes we do shut the dressing room door when the entire team is being addressed by the skipper or the coach.
You've got to play this game. Nobody wants to play this game, but because of the bigger things, we have to, just bear this. But then we don't have to do the kind of things we normally do. We have far too long been the nice guys of cricket, and I think they don't deserve our niceness. And yes, it's unsporting, but this is the time we live in. So I totally, support this, and I'm of the opinion that we should snub them wherever we can. So sure, I mean they are taking out their frustration with the system. So I think because India is the host, and it doesn't really matter because they are sore losers, and by showing he was not happy with what happened, and by not turning up, if they lose out, because they should have come out and say that why did they bat first and all that for their sake of their fans. So I think this is a problem with Pakistan cricket, because 2 steps forward and 3 steps back.
Definitely, it's a very strong, but that's against the terrorism, and that's where we, as a country, we stand together. And another thing is there was so much controversy before the match, but at least the match happened, and it's their decision, Indian team decision whether they're going to shake hand or not, and I appreciate that they have shown that sort of thing and togetherness. That's what it matters, show the world that you are. The terrorism cannot go, like that, They have to stop all this. Pakistan has to stop all this thing, But that must be the coach and the team must have decided that that's what we're going to do. Let the Pakistan think of whatever they want to think about it, because they're not going to change, you know. They're going to be the same. You know, like, have you seen for the last 75 years, have they changed their attitude against the terrorism? They, you know, like, that's what they do, you know, that's what, just for them is a match, is a, you know, like, okay, right, you know, we are playing against India, so we try to beat them so we can go one up. But that's not going to happen, you know, nowadays, you know.
Meanwhile, there is a lot of back and forth as far as the politicians are concerned over the India-Pakistan match and what transpired before and after the match. Akhilesh Yadav of the Samajwadi Party says that how will the BJP now face the victims' families, while Priyank Kharge says, what is this drama of not shaking hands? The government chose profit over patriotism is what the opposition is alleging.
What is this drama of not shaking hands? What is this drama of not going and wishing the Pakistan team after the loss? Whom are they trying to fool? The people are watching. The martyrs' families are watching. And it is extremely shameful that the BJP and the government of India chose profits over patriotism. And where are these so-called nationalists hiding, who run hashtags every time? What happened to all those great news anchors who claim to be more nationalists than the martyrs?
ये फॉरेन पॉलिसी के बहुत सेंसिटिव इश्यूज हैं, बहुत सेंसिटिव इश्यूज हैं। आप जो बात पूछ रहे हो, मुझसे सवाल क्यों पूछ रहे हो? ये सवाल मुझसे क्यों पूछा जा रहा है? ये सवाल अगर पूछा जाए तो जो मरने वाले लोग हैं, जो शहीद हुए हैं, जिनके परिवार, उनसे सवाल पूछना चाहिए। किस मुंह भारतीय जनता पार्टी जाएगी उनको? क्या फेस करेगी उनको? तो ये सवाल तो उन परिवारों से पूछना चाहिए इनके परिवार के लोगों की जान गई है, वो सही जवाब देंगे भारतीय जनता पार्टी को।
Well, just months ahead of the assembly elections in Bihar, the Prime Minister, he is in Purnia district. He is going to be addressing a public rally. He is also going to launch developmental projects worth 36,000 crore rupees. The Prime Minister also inaugurated a newly developed airport terminal at the North Bihar town, which will fulfill the region's long-standing demand for air connectivity. Now, another key highlight in this scheduled inauguration of the National Makhana Board, in fact, the setting up of which was announced in the Union Budget earlier this year. So, the Prime Minister is there in Purnia at this point of time, and he will be addressing a public rally in just a short while from now. So the Prime Minister has now reached pole-bound Bihar. He is in Purnia. Prime Minister launched the Purnia Airport Terminal, a mega infrastructure push for the north town of Bihar. He is also launching projects worth rupees 36,000 crore. And the Prime Minister is also going to be launching the Makhana Board. Listen in to what the Chief Minister of Bihar had to say.
लेकिन इन्होंने आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो काम किया उसके चलते ये काम पूरा हो गया। इस हवाई अड्डा के शुरू होने से इस क्षेत्र के लोगों को बहुत फायदा होगा। अब इसके अलावे बिहार में तो सब काम कर ही दिया गया। अब पहले जो सरकार आई थी, जिसमें हम लोगों के पहले हम लोग तो आए थे 24 नवंबर 2005 को एनडीए का, जिसमें बीजेपी और जेडीयू की सरकार बनी, और उसके पहले कुछ नहीं था। पहले की सरकार ने कोई काम नहीं किया, अब बहुत बुरा हाल था। और जैसे ही ये सरकार आई, लगातार काम किया गया है। तो इसीलिए आप इस बात को जान लीजिए। और गड़बड़ तो हुआ था बीच में, उन लोगों में से कुछ लोगों को लेने का, और उसका सब गड़बड़ करता था, उसको छोड़ दिया गया। ये कभी संभव नहीं है, ये हमारी पार्टी के कुछ लोग कर देते थे। अभी एक वो नेता हमारे पास बैठे हुए हैं, तो इसीलिए अब बेकार हो गया, अब सवाल ही नहीं पैदा होता है। अब किसी के साथ कोई तरह का होगा नहीं। अब जानते क्या है, अरे शुरू से सरकार बनी ना, तो सरकार बनी यही ना भाई, बीजेपी और जेडीयू का, एनडीए का, और उससे तो सब काम हुआ। अरे बीच में थोड़ा बहुत इधर उधर हो गया, वो छोड़ दीजिए, अब कोई सवाल ही नहीं पैदा होता। हम लोग कोई चीज नहीं करेंगे, हम लोग मिल करके ही सारा काम, और कितना ज्यादा काम करवा रहे हैं। तो यहां पर तो जितना काम हुआ उतना काम हुआ, और बहुत कुछ कर दिया गया है। आप जानते ही हैं कि बहुत काम किया गया है। सभी वृद्धजनों, ये जो हैं दिव्यांगजनों और विधवा महिलाओं को मिलने वाली पेंशन की राशि जो पहले 400 रुपया थी, उसको बढ़ाकर 1100 कर दिया जाए, 1100 कर दिया गया है। अब इसमें 1,13,00,000 लोगों को फायदा हो रहा है। तो हर एक तरह का बहुत काम किया गया है। और दूसरी बात है, पहले कोई हर घर बिजली थोड़ी थी, बहुत बुरा हाल था। हम लोगों ने उसको जो पूरा किया, अपने सरकार में ही जो शुरू किया, और उसके चलते ये काम हुआ, और उसके चलते हर घर में बिजली पहुंचा दिया गया, और उसको बहुत कम पैसे पर किया जाता था। लेकिन अब इसके बाद हम लोगों ने तय कर दिया कि अब उनको बिल्कुल मुफ्त में मिलेगा। अब आप सब लोगों को जो घर में जितना है बिजली मुफ्त में दिया जाएगा, कहीं इधर उधर नहीं। ये सब हम लोगों ने तय कर दिया है। एक एक तरह से सब काम कर दिया गया है। बहुत तरह से सब तरह से काम हो ही रहा है, और हर प्रकार से हम लोगों ने तो बहुत तरह का काम किया है। और इसके बाद आप तो जानते हैं।
All right, the Prime Minister's visit, it aims to boost infrastructure, support farmers and empower the women in the state of Bihar. It marks a significant step in the state's development journey. Time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you. The Pakistan Cricket Board demands the India-Pakistan match referees' removal. The PCB says remove Andy Pycroft from the Asia Cup. The Pakistan Cricket Board also alleges a violation of the ICC Code of Conduct. For the latest in the Delhi BMW crash case, the police have now arrested the driver. The Supreme Court refuses to stay the entire Waqf Amendment Act, stays certain provisions of the law, including the power of district collector and inclusion of non-Muslims in the Waqf board. The centre says most of its arguments were accepted by the court. Ahead of the Tamil Nadu elections, AIA-DMK veterans press for party reunion. OPS, Sengotian and Amma's aide ousted Shashikala calls for party unity.
We see the problems, but you as a social entrepreneur see the solutions. You are not just creating solution, you are creating a future where everyone has a chance to thrive. For the change makers, the innovators, the ones building a better world, one solution at a time. The Adani Green Talk Social Impact Awards are created for you. Green Talk Social Impact Awards 2025, coming soon.
We're the only country with such a large population of youth and युवा.
Pure talent और कुछ नहीं है.
बुलाने वाला फ्यूचर काफी अच्छा है स्पोर्ट्स का.
luck, patience and a lot of tolerance.
Life can change overnight.
जीवन में मैंने कोशिश की है सदैव चुनौती को अपनाने की.
We need to work towards an egalitarian society, regardless of gender and orientation.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I
or
hold
CDSL
for the long term? Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Now the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister Edapadi Palanisamy begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players and this is going to be the ultimate test.
Well, we're on an incredible piece of Indian engineering. Shiv and I are absolutely privileged to be here with Larsen & Toubro in Hazira near Surat. This is a tank. It's called the Zorawar. It takes the battle to the Chinese in altitudes upwards of 15,000 feet. You know, Vishnu, it's actually incredible that for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude, a country didn't know until it had another war on its hands that it needed a tank like the Zorawar. No, you're that's right. the kind of tank we're sitting on. You're absolutely right. Now, India does have a history of light tanks. Yeah. We've had the Sherman tank, pushed up the Zojila Pass in 1948. We've had the AMX light tank. We've had the PT-76, but they weren't Indian. Yeah. This is an Indian tank for a new modern Indian requirement, and it stands out as the best tank of its class, possibly in the world. There are tanks like the T-15, which the Chinese deployed in Ladakh during the standoff. There is the Sprut, which is a Russian tank, which the Russians have been offering us, hoping that India will buy it along with all the other Russian weapons. But the Indian Army and the Indian government took a decision that this was a requirement that needed to be met here in India. And that's the reason why, we use the phrase mission mode, Vishnu, which is building a weapon system like the Zorawar in response to a live threat or a live combat.
Welcome back. Navnoor Singh, the son of Navjot Singh, the finance ministry bureaucrat who was killed in the accident at Delhi's Dholakwa on the 14th of September. He believes his father's life could have been saved if he had been taken to a super specialty hospital nearby instead of a facility 17 kilometers away that lacked proper treatment options. The couple, they had gone out to the Gurudwara in the morning. They had then gone for lunch when this accident took place. The couple's son, Navnoor Singh, he alleges that his parents were deliberately taken to a hospital which is linked to the accused. In fact, the Delhi police has now filed a case of culpable homicide and negligence. They also suspect evidence tampering. Now, some of the key developments. Gaganpreet Kaur, the driver of the BMW, was taken into custody after being discharged from the hospital. The Delhi police also suspect evidence tampering, and I have also registered a case of culpable homicide, as I mentioned. The investigation is currently underway. The police are investigating the circumstances surrounding this particular accident, including the speed of the BMW, the sequence of events following this collision. In fact, my colleague Pallav Mishra, he spoke to Navnoor Singh earlier. Listen in to that conversation.
आप थोड़ा ढाना सके, आप ये बता सकते हैं कि क्या हुआ था, कैसे आपको जानकारी मिली?
तो मेरे को एक फैमिली फ्रेंड का कॉल आया था कि ऐसे ऐसे मेरे मम्मी पापा का एक्सीडेंट हो गया, बट आई वॉज वरीड, बट लाइक माइनर एक्सीडेंट हो गया क्योंकि पापा बहुत केयरफुली चलाते हैं, तो आई वॉज नॉट वेरी वरीड। बट फिर उन्होंने मुझे पिकअप करा और हम वहाँ गए। हाउएवर थोड़ा वो था कि वो बंगला साहब गए थे और वापस घर आ रहे थे, तो इट डिडंट मेक सेंस कि आज़ादपुर के किसी हॉस्पिटल में वो एडमिट हुए हैं मुखर्जी नगर के पास, तो वो थोड़ा अजीब लगा था। फिर मैं वहाँ पहुँचा तो हमारे एक और पापा के दोस्त है, वो ऑलरेडी वहाँ पहुँचे हुए थे, तो उन्होंने मुझे फिर बताया कि पापा की डेथ हो गई है, और मम्मी से मैं मिला था, उनकी तो हालत ख़राब थी, उनका बहुत सारी चोटें लगी हुई थी, हेड इंजरी भी थी, इवन दो हेलमेट पहना हुआ था उन्होंने, फीमर उनकी पूरी शाटर हो गई है। आफ्टर द एक्सीडेंट धौलाकुआं में हुआ था। उनको फॉर सम रीज़न जो वो थे जिन्होंने जो ड्राइवर थे उन्होंने वहाँ भिजवा दिया 20 किलोमीटर्स अवे इन सम हॉस्पिटल कॉल्ड न्यू लाइफ GTB नगर में, एंड इट डिडंट मेक सेंस। 1 घंटे का रास्ता है यार वो, एंड टाइम इज़ क्रिटिकल आफ्टर एक्सीडेंट। तो अब आई डोंट नो द डिटेल्स एट CCTV फुटेज अभी नहीं आई है कि एग्जैक्टली कैसा हुआ क्या हुआ, बट आई थिंक ये 1 घंटे क्या पता अगर पास वाले हॉस्पिटल में जाते मे बी ही वुड स्टिल बी हियर।
उन्होंने अपनी तरफ से तो यही कोशिश किया है कि भाई मैनिपुलेशन करने वाली बात है। जब आप दूर ले जाएंगे, मतलब एक फंडामेंटल रूल है कि किसी का एक्सीडेंट हो जाता है उसको घर उस स्पॉट से नियरेस्ट पॉसिबल और हाई स्पीड से ले जाना होता है ताकि उसके सर्वाइवल के चांसेस ज़्यादा हों। लेकिन इस केस के अंदर उन्होंने उसको फर्दरेस्ट ले गया ताकि उसके सर्वाइवल के चांस बहुत ही रिमोट हो गए और वो चला गया, मर गया।
आपको लगता है कि अगर आसपास करीब 5 से 6 बड़े अस्पताल हैं, अगर वहाँ वो ले आते तो शायद जान बच जाती? बिल्कुल पास में ही बहुत सारे अस्पताल थे।
देखिए, उसके धौलाकुआं के रोड रिपोर्ट के पास हमारा RR है, रिसर्च एंड रेफरल आर्मी हॉस्पिटल। उधर वो एक विलिंगडन हॉस्पिटल जिसको बोलते हैं, राम मनोहर लोहिया, उधर है। और भी 1-2 हॉस्पिटल है, वहाँ उनको ले जाया जा सकता था, लेकिन इन लोगों ने इंटेंशनली उसको इतनी, जैसे आपने बताया कि उसकी औरत के कुछ पेरेंट्स का हॉस्पिटल है जिनमें हमारा लड़का होनहार अकेला लड़का ख़त्म हो गया इसकी, इन लोगों की वजह से।
मेरा बच्चा इतना अच्छा होशियार हो तो पता नहीं किसकी नजर लग गई, क्यों मारा, क्यों क्या कसूर किया था उसने। दोनों का, वो भी तो पड़ी हुई है हॉस्पिटल में, उसके भी हड्डियाँ टूटी पड़ी है, पीछे सिर फटा हुआ है, उस पर हेलमेट पहनी हुई थी उसने। कोई सोचा ही नहीं, कहता चल मैं गुरुद्वारे जाता हूँ। कई बार जाते हैं, बाइक में भी चले जाते हैं। तभी 11 दिन पहले ट्रेनिंग गया था, ऑफिस की ट्रेनिंग थी यहाँ पर ही।
क्या कहेंगे कि
इंडिया
ये एक हादसा है या कोई साजिश इसके पीछे?
नहीं, बेचारे की कोई साजिश नहीं, कोई नहीं।
घटना हुई थी उस टाइम में धौलाकुआं की साइड से आ रहा था। मैंने देखा कि एक्सीडेंट हो गया है, कुछ लोग ज़मीन पे पड़े हैं, तो मैंने जो तुरंत ही अपनी गाड़ी साइड में रोक के और उनको उठाया है। कुछ लोगों ने मदद करी है, उठा के जो है मैंने अपनी गाड़ी में रखा है और मैं हॉस्पिटल के लिए तुरंत ही रवाना हुआ।
रास्ते में आसपास बहुत सारे अस्पताल थे, लेकिन इतना दूर क्यों ले गए? कोई बताया मैडम ने?
जी, मैडम ने बताया था कि आप आज़ादपुर की तरफ चलो। जैसा मैडम ने बोला वैसा मैंने करा।
तो फोन में वो क्या बातचीत कर रही थी?
जी बातचीत ये कर रही थी, डॉक्टर्स वगैरह को रेडी रहने के लिए बोल रही थी। और जब हम हॉस्पिटल में पहुँचे हैं तो डॉक्टर्स वगैरह रेडी ही मिले हमें गेट पे।
अच्छा
जी।
आपकी गाड़ी में कौन कौन था?
हस्बैंड वाइफ थे और वो लेडीज थे।
अच्छा जी। तो आपने कहा नहीं कि मैडम ये पास में बहुत सारे हॉस्पिटल हैं, आप यहाँ क्यों ले जा रहे हैं, इतना दूर क्यों ले जा रहे हैं?
जी सर, मैंने ये बात नहीं कही, बाकी मेरे को नॉलेज भी नहीं है वहाँ की, कहाँ अस्पताल है कहाँ नहीं है। मेरे को जैसा बोला गया वैसे कहा।
अच्छा, तो आपको हेल्प करने के लिए किसी ने बोला था या आपने अपने मन से हेल्प की?
जी नहीं सर, मैंने अपने मन से ही हेल्प की।
अच्छा
जी, मेरी गाड़ी में स्पेस था पीछे, ये बताते कि दोनों आराम से आ जाए।
और क्या पुलिस से आपकी बातचीत हुई उसके बाद?
पुलिस से बातचीत हुई है, बुलाया गया है थाने ही जा रहा हूँ मैं। और देखते हैं क्या जो भी।
अच्छा,
जो सर थे वो लेटे हुए थे और मैडम जो थी वो बैठी थी।
वो बातचीत कर रहे थे उस वक्त?
हाँ,
बातचीत कर रहे? सर भी बातचीत कर रहे थे?
सर नहीं कर रहे।
अच्छा, मैडम कर रही थी?
मैडम।
अच्छा।
Time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
This is the Zorawar, India's very own light tank. Built for a very specific requirement to defend our forces and attack when necessary in high altitude areas. Conceived of in the post-Galwan context and in direct response to the emergence of the Chinese Type 15 light tank, the Zorawar is meant to plug holes in India's armored defenses. At the moment, India uses heavy tanks, the T-90 and T-72, way up in the Ladakh heights. These are far too heavy and unwieldy for operations in the rarefied atmosphere. And so, Zorawar was designed and developed in 21 months straight. Weighing in at 25 tons, close to half the weight of the older tanks, the Zorawar can be easily airlifted and is built with the future in mind. Upgradability. Designed to operate with drones, it will also feature an active protection system, a system which intercepts incoming missiles and rockets to protect the tank. But these upgrades will come later. At the moment, the Army appears committed to the tank, which is being trialled not just in high altitude areas but also the desert. The Zorawar weighs 25 tons. It has a power to weight ratio of 30 horsepower per ton. That's key in the mountains. It has a 1000 horsepower engine. It's amphibious. It can ford rivers and lakes. It can fire missiles, has a 105mm main gun, a 12.7mm remote controlled weapon station, and a 7.62mm coaxial machine gun. In trials in September last year at the Mahajan firing range near Bikaner, the Zorawar hit its targets with pinpoint accuracy using its Belgian-designed gun, proving its lethality. Zorawar's development is a triumph of collaboration and
कर्मस्थली छिए ई धरती पर फणीश्वरनाथ रेणु आरो सतीनाथ भादुड़ी जैसन उपन्यासकार पैदा लेल के ई विनोबा भावे जैसन कर्मयोगियों की कर्मस्थली छिए। ई धरती के हमें बार बार प्रणाम करे छे। सबसे पहले मैं आप सबकी क्षमा मांगता हूं। कोलकाता में मेरे कार्यक्रम में थोड़ा समय ज्यादा गया और उसके कारण मुझे यहां पहुंचने में विलंब हुआ। उसके बावजूद भी इतनी बड़ी तादाद में आप लोग हमें आशीर्वाद देने के लिए आए, इतने लंबा समय रुके रहे, मैं आपका बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। और विलंब से आने के लिए मैं फिर एक बार जनता जनार्दन के चरणों में क्षमा याचना करता हूं। साथियों, आज यहां बिहार के विकास के लिए करीब 40,000 करोड़ रुपया की परियोजनाओं का लोकार्पण और शिलान्यास हुआ है। रेल, एयरपोर्ट, बिजली, पानी से जुड़ी ये परियोजनाएं सीमांचल के सपनों को पूरा करने का माध्यम बनेगी। आज यहां 40,000 से ज्यादा लाभार्थियों को पीएम आवास योजना के तहत पक्का घर भी मिला है। इन 40,000 परिवारों के जीवन में आज एक नई शुरुआत हुई है। धनतेरस से पहले, दिवाली से पहले और छठ पूजा से पहले अपने पक्के घर में गृह प्रवेश बहुत सौभाग्य से होता है। मैं इन परिवारों को बधाई देता हूं, शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। साथियों, आज का ये अवसर मेरे उन बेघर भाइयों बहनों को भरोसे देने का भी है। एक दिन उनको भी पक्का घर मिलेगा, ये मोदी की गारंटी है। हमारी सरकार ने पिछले 11 साल में 4 करोड़ से ज्यादा पक्के घर बनाकर गरीबों को दिए हैं। अब हम 3 करोड़ नए घर बनाने का काम कर रहे हैं। जब तक हर गरीब को पक्का घर नहीं मिल जाता, मोदी रुकने या थमने वाला नहीं है। पिछड़े को प्राथमिकता, गरीब की सेवा, यही मोदी का लक्ष्य है। साथियों, आज सर एम विश्वेश्वरैया जी की याद में हम इंजीनियर्स डे मनाते हैं। विकसित भारत, विकसित बिहार के निर्माण में इंजीनियर्स की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। मैं देश के सभी इंजीनियर्स को आज के दिन की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, अपनी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। इंजीनियर्स का परिश्रम, उनका कौशल आज के इस कार्यक्रम में भी दिख रहा है। पूर्णिया एयरपोर्ट की टर्मिनल बिल्डिंग रिकॉर्ड 5 महीने से भी कम समय में बनाई गई है। आज इस टर्मिनल का लोकार्पण हुआ है। पहली कॉमर्शियल फ्लाइट को हरी झंडी भी दिखाई गई है। और हमारे एविएशन मिनिस्टर श्रीमान नायडू जी भी हमारे बीच है। उनके लिए भी जरा ताली बजाइए। यहीं से हवाई जहाज उड़ा रहे हैं वो। नए एयरपोर्ट की वजह से अब पूर्णिया देश के एविएशन मैप पर आ गया है। अब देश के बड़े शहरों से, बड़े व्यापारिक केंद्रों से पूर्णिया और सीमांचल की सीधी कनेक्टिविटी होगी। साथियों, एनडीए सरकार द्वारा इस पूरे क्षेत्र को आधुनिक हाईटेक रेल सेवाओं से भी जोड़ा जा रहा है। आज भी मैंने वंदे भारत, अमृत भारत पैसेंजर ट्रेन को हरी झंडी दिखाई है। आज अररिया, गलगलिया नई रेल लाइन का उद्घाटन हुआ है। विक्रमशिला, कटरिया नई रेल का शिलान्यास भी किया गया है। साथियों, कुछ दिन पहले ही भारत सरकार ने एक और बड़ा निर्णय लिया है। बक्सर भागलपुर हाई स्पीड कॉरिडोर के मोकामा मुंगेर सेक्शन को मंजूरी दे दी है। इससे मुंगेर, जमालपुर, भागलपुर जैसे इंडस्ट्रियल हब को बहुत फायदा होगा। सरकार ने भागलपुर, दुमका, रामपुर हाट रेल लाइन के दोहरीकरण को भी मंजूरी दे दी है। साथियों, देश के विकास के लिए बिहार का विकास जरूरी है और बिहार के विकास के लिए पूर्णिया और सीमांचल का विकास जरूरी है। आरजेडी और कांग्रेस की सरकारों के कुशासन का बहुत बड़ा नुकसान इसी क्षेत्र को उठाना पड़ा है, लेकिन अब एनडीए सरकार स्थिति बदल रही है। अब ये क्षेत्र विकास के फोकस में है। साथियों, बिजली के क्षेत्र में भी बिहार को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का काम चल रहा है। यहां भागलपुर की पीरपैंती में 2400 मेगावाट के थर्मल पावर प्रोजेक्ट का शिलान्यास किया गया है। साथियों, बिहार की डबल इंजन की सरकार यहां के किसानों और पशुपालकों की आय बढ़ाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। आज कोसी मेची इंट्रा स्टेट रिवर लिंक प्रोजेक्ट के पहले फेज का शिलान्यास भी हुआ है। इसे ईस्टर्न कोसी मैन कैनाल का विस्तार होगा। इसे लाखों हेक्टेयर भूमि की सिंचाई में सुविधा होगी और बाढ़ की चुनौती से निपटने में भी आसानी होगी। साथियों, बिहार के किसानों के पास आय का एक साधन मखाने की खेती भी रहा है, लेकिन पिछली सरकारों ने मखाने की भी उपेक्षा की और मखाना किसानों की भी उपेक्षा की। और मैं दावे से कहता हूं, ये जो आजकल यहां आकर के चक्कर काटते हैं ना, उन्होंने मेरे आने से पहले मखाना का नाम भी नहीं सुना होगा। ये हमारी सरकार है जिसने मखाना को प्राथमिकता दी है। साथियों, मैंने बिहार के आप लोगों से राष्ट्रीय मखाना बोर्ड के गठन का वायदा किया था। केंद्र सरकार ने कल ही राष्ट्रीय मखाना बोर्ड की स्थापना के लिए नोटिफिकेशन जारी कर दिया है। मखाना किसानों को मखाने की अच्छी कीमत मिले, टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल बढ़ाया जाएगा। राष्ट्रीय मखाना बोर्ड इसके लिए निरंतर काम करेगा। मखाना सेक्टर के विकास के लिए हमारी सरकार ने करीब 550 करोड़ रुपए की योजना को मंजूर किया है। साथियों, बिहार के विकास की ये गति, बिहार की प्रगति कुछ लोगों को रास नहीं आ रही है। जिन लोगों ने दशकों तक बिहार का शोषण किया, इस मिट्टी को धोखा दिया, आज वो ये मानने को तैयारी नहीं कि बिहार भी नए कीर्तिमान बना सकता है। आप देखिए, बिहार के हर क्षेत्र में हजारों करोड़ रुपए के डेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट पर काम चल रहा है। बिहार के राजगीर में हॉकी का एशिया कप जैसा बड़ा आयोजन हुआ। ओटा सिमरिया पुल जैसे ऐतिहासिक निर्माण कार्य बिहार में हुए। मेड इन बिहार रेल इंजन अफ्रीका तक एक्सपोर्ट होकर जा रहा है, लेकिन ये सब कांग्रेस और आरजेडी वालों को पच नहीं रहा है। बिहार जब भी आगे बढ़ता है, ये लोग बिहार का अपमान करने में जुट जाते हैं। अभी आपने देखा होगा, आरजेडी की सहयोगी कांग्रेस पार्टी सोशल मीडिया पर बिहार की तुलना बीड़ी से कर रही है। इन लोगों को बिहार से इतनी नफरत है, इन लोगों ने घोटाले और भ्रष्टाचार करके बिहार की साख को बहुत नुकसान पहुंचाया। अब बिहार को विकास करते देखकर कांग्रेस आरजेडी ने फिर बिहार को बदनाम करने की ठान ली है। भाइयों बहनों, ऐसी मानसिकता वाले लोग कभी बिहार का भला नहीं कर सकते। जिन लोगों को अपनी तिजोरी भरने की चिंता रही हो, वो गरीब के घर की चिंता क्यों करें? कांग्रेस के एक प्रधानमंत्री ने माना था कि कांग्रेस सरकार 100 पैसा भेजती है, 100 रुपये, तो 85 पैसा बीच में ही लूट जाता है। आप मुझे बताइए, कांग्रेस आरजेडी की सरकार में सीधे गरीब के खाते में पैसे आ पाते थे।
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
हेलो हेलो बोलिए मैडम, डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा.
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसे हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है.
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire dabba trading scam.
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है, सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं। लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं एनडीटीवी इंडिया पर।
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years.
Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered. Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. And now, Aditya Rajkol begins a new chapter at NDTV.
Actually, I'm taking off because the stories I cover don't sit still. To bring the world to India and to take India to the world, I need to be where action is.
Aditya Rajkol, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
Pulling us into this country. They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. Stop.
सबसे बड़ी भूमिका बिहार की मेरी माताओं बहनों की है। मैं बिहार की माताओं बहनों को विशेष प्रणाम करता हूं। आज आरजेडी के दौर में खुलेआम हत्या, बलात्कार और फिरौती जैसे अपराधों की सबसे बड़ी भुक्तभोगी बिहार की मेरी माताएं बहनें, यहां की महिलाएं थी। डबल इंजन सरकार में वही महिलाएं लखपति दीदी और ड्रोन दीदी बन रही है। ड्रोन दीदी बनाने का काम आज हम कर रहे हैं। सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स के जरिए महिलाएं इतनी बड़ी क्रांति कर रही है। खासकर नीतीश जी के नेतृत्व में यहां जीविका दीदी अभियान की सफलता को अभूतपूर्व रही है। पूरे देश के लिए बिहार प्रेरणा है। साथियों, आज भी यहां लगभग 500 करोड़ रुपए का कम्युनिटी इन्वेस्टमेंट फंड हमारी इन बहनों के लिए जारी किया गया। 500 करोड़ रुपया। ये राशि क्लस्टर लेवल फेडरेशन तक पहुंचेगी, जहां से गांव-गांव के स्वयं सहायता समूहों को ताकत मिलेगी। इससे महिलाओं का अपना सामर्थ्य बढ़ाने का अवसर मिलेगा। साथियों, आरजेडी और कांग्रेस के लिए सिर्फ अपने परिवार की चिंता ही सबसे बड़ा काम है। ये लोग कभी आपके परिवार की चिंता नहीं करेंगे, लेकिन मोदी के लिए आप सभी मोदी का परिवार है। और इसलिए मोदी कहता है, सबका साथ सबका विकास। और ये लोग क्या करते हैं? उनके परिवार का साथ और उनके परिवार का विकास। इसलिए भाइयों बहनों, मोदी आपके खर्च की चिंता करता है, आपके बचत की चिंता करता है। आने वाले दिनों में कई पर्व और त्योहार आने वाले हैं। इस बार दिवाली और छठ से पहले हमारी सरकार ने गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा उपहार दिया है। आज 15 दिसंबर है। अब से ठीक हफ्ते बाद नवरात्र का पहला दिन आएगा और उसी दिन 22 सितंबर से देश में जीएसटी एकदम कम हो जाएगी। देश में आपकी रोजमर्रा की जरूरतों की ज्यादातर चीजों पर जीएसटी में बड़ी कमी की गई है। यहां आई मेरी माताओं बहनों, मैं खास तौर पर बताना चाहता हूं, जीएसटी कम होने से माताओं बहनों का रसोई का खर्च बहुत कम होने वाला है। मंजन, साबुन, शैम्पू से लेकर घी और खाने की कई चीजें सस्ती हो जाएगी। बच्चों की पढ़ाई में काम आने वाली स्टेशनरी की कीमत घट जाएगी। त्योहार में इस बार बच्चों के लिए नए कपड़े और जूते खरीदना भी आसान हो जाएगा, क्योंकि ये भी सस्ते होने वाले हैं। जब गरीब की चिंता करने वाली सरकार होती है तो ऐसे ही गरीबों की भलाई के काम करती है। साथियों, आजादी की लड़ाई में पूर्णिया के संतानों ने अंग्रेजों को भारत की ताकत दिखाई थी। आज एक बार फिर ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में हमने देश की वही ताकत दुश्मन को दिखाई है। और इसकी रणनीति में पूर्णिया के जांबाज बेटे की भी बड़ी भूमिका रही है। देश की रक्षा हो या फिर देश का विकास, देश की इस प्रगति में बिहार की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। हमें बिहार के विकास अभियान को इसी तरह गति देनी है। मैं एक बार फिर सभी विकास परियोजनाओं के लिए बिहार के मेरे भाई बहनों को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। नीतीश जी के नेतृत्व का अभिनंदन करता हूं। आप सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। मेरे साथ पूरी ताकत से बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत 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 आभार माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी। और आइए सभी के प्रति आभार प्रकट करने के लिए हम अनुरोध करना चाहेंगे माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री श्री राम मोहन नायडू जी। हम क्षमा याचना भी करते हैं, आपको पूर्व में ही बोलना था, किंतु सभी के प्रति आभार प्रकट करें माननीय।
That was Prime Minister Modi in Purnia. He's raised the issue of infiltration in the strongest words. He's hit out at the Congress and RJD and gone on to say that विदेश से आए घुसपैठियों को बचाने में लगी है Congress and RJD. That's the word, the messaging that has come in from the Prime Minister. He has spoken in Bihar. This is the final stop in his 5-state tour of the East and the Northeast. And what he has come out with, the message is very clear. The message has two underlying themes to it.
One is the development oriented, the one that is focused on poor in Bihar, a lot of connectivity as far as train infrastructure, all that. And the other aspect to it is the infiltration. Now, if you look at the area where Prime Minister was speaking right now, he is in Purnia. These are border areas. These are border districts of Bihar where there's been a lot of talk about, and the issue has been about infiltration from Bangladesh. That has remained a concern for a lot of stakeholders, and that's exactly what the Prime Minister has raised today as well from poll-bound Bihar, essentially sounding the poll bugle, where he has said that this is an issue on which action will be taken. His government will take action, and in the strongest possible words, he has said that he launched demography mission because he is aware of the demographic changes happening in several states, and he says that includes Bihar as well. Now, Purnia is where this rally was taking place. Purnia is one of those border districts in Bihar where many stakeholders have said that there's been a rapid infiltration from other nearby countries, which includes Bangladesh. And then he's gone on to say, the Prime Minister has gone on to say that due to vote bank politics, none of these people are going out. And in fact, he's gone on to say that those infiltrators who have come from outside are being supported and being taken care of by the other political parties. And goes on to mention that is Congress and the RJD. That is the biggest message that's coming in from the Prime Minister from Bihar, just weeks ahead of the crucial elections that will take place in the state of Bihar. There's a lot riding there for the BJP, for the NDA, also for the alliance, the BJP, in the NDA alliance there, which is why this is one of the key messages that the Prime Minister has given from the state of Bihar. In fact, we'll try and get you some of those snippets of his speech in just a bit. But in terms of the messaging, as I said, one is the infiltration part. The second is the development projects that he launched. In fact, there's a terminal that he launched, and the total value of these projects is upwards of 36,000 crore rupees. In Purnia, there was a newly developed airport terminal in the northern Bihar town of Purnia, which would fulfill the region's long-standing demand for air connectivity. Another key highlight has been the National Makhana Board. Now, makhana or foxnuts is one of the core, crops that are grown in that entire region. Again, something that was mentioned in the union budget, which has been fulfilled with the setting up of that board today. We're going to try and connect with some political voices as well to get you the reactions that are coming in from Prime Minister Modi's speech, and we'll also connect with my colleague Prabhakar for more on this. And in fact, let's get in Prabhakar first before we get in some of the other political voices and reactions to this. Now, Prabhakar, some of this is on expected lines. Taking on from what he said in Assam, there was an expectation that in Purnia he would use the platform to speak about infiltration. It's also a main poll plank for the BJP going into these elections.
Yeah, exactly, and this is the region actually where this issue of infiltration would actually play out, because this is a Seemanchal area. This is the area which borders Bengal, which borders Bangladesh, very near to Bangladesh, I would say. So this is where the maximum infiltration is believed to have happened. So that's the reason why Prime Minister actually spoke at length on infiltration, about how this SIR is important and how the infiltrators would be thrown out of the country, and no political force, whatever the protest by the opposition, they would not be able to stop this. So he pledged from the
in
land
fact,
of
Prabhakar,
Purnia
stay with me. Let's quickly get in a voice and a reaction from RJD, and then we take this story forward. Mrityunjay Tiwari is joining us from the RJD for his first reaction, his party's first reaction to what the Prime Minister's pitch is in Purnia. Tiwari ji, your first reaction to Prime Minister raising the issue of infiltration?
देखिए, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी अभी बिहार में चुनाव है तो लगातार आ रहे हैं, 7वां 8वां दौरा कर चुके हैं, लेकिन अभी तक उन्होंने 11 वर्षों से सरकार उनकी है केंद्र में, 20 वर्षों से यहाँ मुख्यमंत्री हैं आदरणीय नीतीश कुमार जी, वो अपनी उपलब्धि बता ही नहीं पा रहे हैं। अब घुसपैठिए का जहाँ तक सवाल खड़े करते हैं तो उनको तो सबसे पहले जवाब देना होगा। ये तो अपनी सरकार का पोल खोल रहे हैं, 11 वर्षों से सरकार में है और सरकार में रहते हुए तो घुसपैठिए घुसे कैसे? ये तो सरकार की नाकामी है। अब कह रहे हैं डेमोग्राफी चेंज। जिस सवाल को
वो ये कह रहे हैं कि नहीं, वो ये कह रहे हैं कि जो ऑपोजिशन की पार्टियां हैं वो घुसपैठियों की पैरवी कर रही हैं। दे आर द वंस हु आर सपोर्टिंग द इन्फिल्ट्रेटर्स।
ये जो कह रहे हैं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, ये आपको भी गले के नीचे नहीं उतर रहा होगा। सरकार किनकी है केंद्र में? हमने पैरवी कहाँ किया? हमने तो कहा, हम लोगों ने, इंडिया गठबंधन ने कहा घुसपैठिए घुसे कैसे, इसका जवाब तो सरकार दे दे। 11 वर्षों से सरकार में है, घुसपैठिए कर रहे हैं चुनाव के समय। ये धर्म के नाम पर सिर्फ ये करना चाहते हैं, वोटों का ध्रुवीकरण। इनके पास अपनी काम बताने के लिए कोई नहीं है इनके पास मुद्दा जो ये बता सके कि हमने ये काम किया। ये सिर्फ चाहते हैं ये सब करके लोगों को फिर से झांसे में ले। अब बिहार भी तैयार है। अब इनके जुमलेबाजी और इस सब तरह के झांसे में बिहार की जनता नहीं आने वाली है। बिहार की जनता रोटी, कपड़ा, मकान, रोजगार, नौकरी पर, ये तो वोट चोरी में पकड़े गए तो अब घुसपैठिए पर सवाल करे। भाई घुसपैठिए को निकालने से किसने मना किया? गृह मंत्रालय बताए कि कैसे घुसपैठिए आ गए।
तिवारी जी, दिस इज Tiwari ji, the exact quote of the Prime Minister, and I'm going to put that soundbite also, which says, जो नेता बचाव में खड़े हैं उनको भी चुनौती है कि अब ये नहीं चलेगा. We will keep working on the issue of infiltrators, ensure that those parties, those leaders who are standing in support of infiltrators, they now need to take the challenge of the government. ये मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी, कितना बड़ा चुनावी मुद्दा है ये, क्योंकि पूर्णिया, सीमांचल, ये जो सारा रीजन है, ये बॉर्डर एरिया है, कितना बड़ा मुद्दा है ये?
देखिए, हम तो कह रहे हैं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी जो चुनौती को दे रहे हैं, हम उनको चुनौती दे रहे हैं। इंडिया गठबंधन के लोग, आप घुसपैठिए को निकालिए। किसने रोका? लेकिन ये तो बता दीजिए कि फैक्ट्री लगाइएगा गुजरात में, फैक्ट्री चाहिए बिहार में, लालू जी ने पूछा, इस पर भी बता दीजिए ना, कितना राशि दिया बिहार को, कितना गुजरात को, कितना फैक्ट्री दिया।
मैं आखिरी सवाल आपसे पूछूंगी, ऐसा नहीं है, उन्होंने यहाँ पे भी बहुत डेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट्स ही लॉन्च करे हैं, 36,000 करोड़ रुपए के जो प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं उन्हीं को लॉन्च किया है। एक आखिरी सवाल आपसे मैं ये पूछूंगी कि ये 7वीं विजिट है प्रधानमंत्री की इस साल बिहार में, पर ये पहली है, जब वो पिछली बारी जो अभद्र टिप्पणी हुई उसके बाद ये पहली विजिट है उनकी, जब उनकी माताजी को लेके द कमेंट्स दैट वर मेड बाय द आरजेडी एंड दोज हु आर लिंक्ड टू द आरजेडी अबाउट प्राइम मिनिस्टर्स मदर, दिस इज द फर्स्ट विजिट ऑफ द पीएम आफ्टर दोज कमेंट्स, सो हाउ सिग्निफिकेंट इज दैट?
देखिए, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी 7वीं बार आए, लेकिन वो ये नहीं बता पाए कि बिहार के लिए उन्होंने क्या किया। एक पटना यूनिवर्सिटी का, सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी का दर्जा हाथ जोड़कर नीतीश जी ने मांगा था, वो भी नहीं मिला। विशेष पैकेज नहीं मिला, विशेष राज्य का दर्जा तो छोड़िए। बिहार गरीबी में, बेरोजगारी में क्यों नंबर 1 है? क्यों नीति आयोग का रिपोर्ट हर इंडेक्स में बिहार क्यों फिसड्डी है? ये तो बताना पड़ेगा ना। इनकी डबल इंजन की सरकार है, क्यों अपराधी अस्पताल में घुसकर गोली मार रहे हैं? क्यों भ्रष्टाचार है? अपराधियों, इंजीनियर के घर में, अधिकारियों के घर में नोट इतने मिल रहे हैं कि जला करके नाला जाम कर दे रहा है। इसका कौन जवाब देगा? चारों ओर अराजक की स्थिति है बिहार में, रोज प्रदर्शन हो रहे हैं, रोज छात्र
बात करते हैं कि अराजकता तो पहले थी, आरजेडी के टाइम पे अराजकता थी।
ये तो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को अभी मच्छर भी काटता है तो वो कहते हैं नेहरू जी और 2005 के पहले।
नहीं, देखिए तिवारी जी, एक सीमा में रह के हमें बात करनी चाहिए। आप नेशनल टेलीविजन पे बात कर रहे हैं, लेट्स हैव अ सिविलाइज्ड डिबेट। ये प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा है कि द कंप्लीट केओस एंड अनार्की इन बिहार वाज ड्यूरिंग द टाइम ऑफ आरजेडी। वो कह रहे हैं राजद के टाइम पर थी सारी की सारी अराजकता प्रदेश में।
देखिए, वो तो एक ही कैसेट बजाते हैं ना, जब भी आते हैं 2014, 15, 19, 24 यही बताते हैं। हम लोग तो यही पूछ रहे हैं, तेजस्वी जी यही पूछ रहे हैं कि आप इतना बता दीजिए कि आपके शासन काल में आखिर आपराधिक घटनाओं में वृद्धि क्यों हुई। ये तो तथ्य के साथ, प्रमाण के साथ न कुछ बताना होगा।
ठीक है,
भ्रष्टाचार,
चुनाव कुछ ही हफ्तों में है, कुछ ही हफ्तों में
जी।
चुनाव आयोग चुनाव घोषित कर देंगे, उसके बाद देखते हैं किस तरह के रिजल्ट्स आएंगे। उम्मीद करती हूं कि उसके बाद भी हम चर्चा करेंगे और जैसे भी रिजल्ट्स आएंगे आप ये नहीं बोलेंगे कि इसमें किसी और के दोष हैं, किसी और की गलती, जो भी रिजल्ट्स आए। ऑलराइट, I'm going to first play out exactly what the Prime Minister said. He raised the issue of infiltration. He spoke about the same when he was in Assam yesterday, and the same message which was about demography changes, the reason why India needs a demography mission and why it matters to border districts in Bihar. I'm going to first play out that soundbite and then get more political reactions.
साथियों, कांग्रेस और आरजेडी ने न केवल बिहार के सम्मान को खतरा है, बल्कि बिहार की पहचान को भी खतरा है। आज सीमांचल और पूर्वी भारत में घुसपैठियों के कारण डेमोग्राफी का कितना बड़ा संकट खड़ा हो चुका है। बिहार, बंगाल, असम, कई राज्यों के लोग अपनी बहनों बेटियों की सुरक्षा को लेकर चिंतित है। इसलिए ही मैंने लाल किले से के डेमोग्राफी मिशन की घोषणा की है। लेकिन वोट बैंक का स्वार्थ देखिए, कांग्रेस, आरजेडी और उसके इकोसिस्टम के लोग घुसपैठियों की वकालत करने में जुटे हैं, उन्हें बचाने में लगे हैं और बेशर्मी के साथ विदेश से आए